Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 840 The Boy is Promising. If Yanji had been to the Nine Heavens Holy Land, or had seen the methods of the old Holy Master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, he would definitely recognize these two martial arts. Yudian Lock and Heaven Punishment Spear. Each is a magic trick. The former can not only bind the body, but also bind the soul, and the killing of the Heaven Punishing Spear is even more unparalleled. Yanji didn't know how powerful it was. After being rubbed by a secluded lock on his body, his consciousness became dignified in an instant, his reaction was not as fast as before, and the place he was in became sticky like a swamp. Chains and spears fluttering in the sky, wrapped in Yanji from all directions without any dead ends. Yanji moved from side to side, but he was unable to break out of the encirclement. In the midst of anxiety, the golden dragon that had shrunk in size had already been killed, and a scorching energy was sprayed out from his head. In the crackling sound, it seemed that it could not withstand the pressure of this destruction, and suddenly burst. Jinlong's two sharp claws stretched out, taking advantage of the unfavorable defense of Yanzan, poking into his chest and tearing it to both sides fiercely. Yanji's eyes were about to split, and he felt the breath of death descending on his head. He knew that he could not survive the disaster, and roared, "You will never be better." That body of real essence suddenly burst out, turning into thousands of attacks at close range, bombarding Jinlong's body. It was as if he had exhausted all his strength, and after releasing this blow, Yanji grinned, his body like a deflated ball, and quickly withered. The blood of Yinhong mixed with Jin Meng scattered all over the sky, and the sound of the dragon's roar came out, which was deafening. Wow! Yanji's whole body was torn into two, blood and internal organs were scattered, and the scene was terrifying. The warriors who heard the dragon's roar looked up and saw this ghostly scene. The sect master is dead. The warriors of Yuhan Dongtian looked at the blood and flesh foam scattered from the sky, and lost their minds for a moment, and some couldn't accept such a result. An hour ago, Yanji was still in high spirits, and brought them to invade the Dragon and Phoenix Mansion, and threatened to get the person who inherited the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor, and bring them back to cultivate well, so as to strengthen the reputation of Yuhan Dongtian. But he didn't think that an hour later, he was torn in half by a golden dragon that suddenly appeared. A strong man whose cultivation realm has reached the Holy Realm just died. On the Tongshuan continent, there are not many strong people who have reached this level of cultivation. Each one has cultivated for at least 100 or 200 years to achieve such achievements. He has a good escape ability, so the death of a strong person in the Holy Realm has rarely happened in recent years. At least the warriors from the Dragon Phoenix Mansion and Yuhan Dongtian have never heard of such a major event. But now, this scene really happened right under their noses. The only two in the sect who entered the Holy Realm, one died, and the other seemed to be oppressed by the palace master of Longfeng Mansion. So aggressive just now. Another dragon roar came out, and the golden dragon, which was more than 10 feet long, roared in the sky, as if to vent the pain caused by the wound on his body, more like a demonstration. Bai Jingchu's face was pale. How dare he continue to entangle with Chen Zhou? Although he and Yanji are both in the first tier of the Holy Spirit, they are really better than Yanji. Now Yanji is no match for the golden dragon, and he, Bai Jingchu, has no such ability. Go! Bai Jingchu shouted angrily, pulling back. Is the Dragon Phoenix Mansion a place where you come when you say it, and leave when you say it? Chen Zhou sneered, and when Bai Jing first escaped, he slammed it down. Blood splattered, and Bai Jingchu disappeared, leaving only half of his arm in place, which exploded into a blood mist in midair. Chen Zhou stood there, gasping for breath, and did not pursue it. He suffered a lot of injuries before, but it was only because of the manifestation of the power of the Dragon Emperor that he fought mentally, and now he has reached the end of the force. When the warriors in Yuhan Dongtian saw Bai Jingchu, they all fled away, and did not dare to stay any longer. They fled in panic like lost dogs. It was only now that Chen Zhou had time to take a look at the golden dragon, which symbolized the identity of the Dragon Emperor. His expression was solemn and full of respect. However, Chen Zhou soon discovered a strange place. After the golden dragon tore apart Yanji, he stayed where he was and did not move. There was a thoughtful look in the pair of dragon eyes, as if he was aftertastes. This battle has gained a lot of experience and feelings from it. Shaking his head, Chen Zhou thought it was his own illusion. After a while, Jinlong moved again, turned into a golden light, shot at Sun Yu from a distance, disappeared behind him, and disappeared. At the same time, the Milky Way lying in front of Sun Yu and Ling Jian was also recovered. Chen Zhou straightened his face, propped up his weak body, and flew towards Sun Yu. When he got closer, before he had time to speak, Sun Yu respectfully clasped his fists and greeted, "I have seen the palace master." Ling Jian also hurriedly bowed. Chen Zhou laughed dumbly, "You don't have to. Now you are the Dragon Emperor of my Dragon Phoenix mansion, so I should salute you. If you do this, you will break me." Sun Yu was extremely embarrassed, scratching his head and holding back for a long while, not knowing what to say, his face flushed red. His own family knew his own affairs, and he just showed up here just now. Killing Yanji was entirely the credit of that senior Yang, and had nothing to do with him. And that senior Yang kept his secret treasure guarding him after the battle. With a smile on his face, Chen Zhou looked at Sun Yu, and the more he looked at it, the more pleasing his eyes became. He mistakenly thought that this Dragon Emperor had a humble personality and was naturally happy. "I would also like to thank Your Excellency Dragon Emperor for saving Jian's life. If it wasn't for your rescue in time, Tingyi would have already." Chen Zhou's expression of fear, "If it wasn't for the silver leaf that wrapped Yu Tingyi before, Yanji must have killed her already." For Chen Zhou, Yu Tingyi was his lifelong partner, a life and death existence, and they both regarded each other as more important than their own lives. Sun Yu rescued Yu Tingyi, which made Chen Zhou very grateful. It should be. Sun Yu kept waving his hands and couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Seeing his embarrassed appearance, Chen Zhou chuckled and said, "Your Excellency the Dragon Emperor has fought a battle. I must have been very tired. Elder Ling, you send Your Excellency Dragon Emperor back to the manor to rest. We will take care of the aftermath here." "Yes." Ling Jian hurriedly responded respectfully and flew towards the Dragon Phoenix mansion with Sun Yu. While flying, Sun Yu turned her head and looked around, her expression cramped. "Hee hey. Ling Jian suddenly let out a burst of uncontrollable laughter. "Master, what are you laughing at?" Sun Yu didn't know why. "Stinky boy, there's something to be gained. The strong man who entered the Holy Realm actually killed it when he said it. I thought we were dead this time." Ling Jian did not treat Sun Yu as respectfully as Chen Zhou did. After all, the relationship between the two is a master and apprentice, and Sun Yu is the one that he saw as a child. "Master, let's not talk about this first." Sun Yu blushed. "Okay, let's not talk about it." Ling Jian nodded quickly, and suddenly said with a serious face, "But this Dragon Emperor inheritance is really good. You are only on the 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension Realm, and you can kill the Holy Realm. If it allows you to grow when you enter the Holy Realm, wouldn't it be invincible in the world? At that time, my Dragon Phoenix house will be the most powerful force in the world, and I can follow you, your master." Ling Jian muttered to himself, and when it came to excitement, his face was radiant, as if he felt that there was a beautiful picture scroll slowly unfolding in Sun Yu's hands. Sun Yu lowered his head without saying a word, and flew into the sect with his master. In the Longfeng mansion, there was a tense atmosphere at the moment. The masters in the mansion had basically all gone out to meet the enemy, and the remaining warriors were also not very powerful. When they saw Sun Yu and Ling Jian return, they swarmed up and asked about the situation. They even forgot when Sun Yu came back from the Dragon Valley. Ling Jian leaned on the old and sold the old, and smashed the disciples who came to inquire about the news, only to tell them that the sect had won a big victory, and one of the two people who entered the Holy Realm in Yuhendongtian was killed, and the other was cut off with an arm. The disciples of Longfeng Mansion pouted for a while, and no one believed what Ling Jian said. Although they are not high in strength, they know that Yuhendongtian is more powerful than their own sect. The other two entered the Holy Realm, and there is only one on their side. How could this be the result? Ling Jian didn't say much, just took Sun Yu back to his original place and settled him down. After Ling Jian left, Sun Yukai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His tense nerves slowed down, turned his head to look around, and whispered, Senior Yang. "Stop shouting, I've been following you." A familiar voice suddenly came from beside him. Sun Yu turned his head to look and found that Yang Kai was actually sitting on his bed, and he didn't know when he came in. He was amazed by this elusive method. He got up quickly and saluted respectfully. "Thank you for the kindness of your predecessors for saving this time. Sun Yu will never forget it, and he will definitely reward him in the future." Yang Kai waved his hand and said feebly, "You just need not reveal my existence." Sun Yu was startled, only to realize that Yang Kai was covered in bruises, and the clothes he was wearing were covered in dark red blood. He was covering his lower abdomen with his hands. There was a faint icy aura in his lower abdomen, which was spreading, causing the blood to flow out. Freezes quickly into ice. But what makes Sun Yu feel strange is that the blood flowing out of Yang Kai's body still exudes a faint golden glow. "Senior injured?" Sun Yu asked with concern. "It's okay." Yang Kai shook his head. "It's good to recover for a while, it's not a serious injury." How could the senior get injured? Sun Yu was confused. During the previous battle, he never saw Yang Kai's shot. Only the Golden Dragon was fighting against Yanji. Although the Golden Dragon was also injured by Yanji, it had something to do with Senior Yang. What relationship? And the injury on the lower abdomen is exactly the same as the injury of Jinlong. Sun Yu could clearly see that Yanji's hand, which turned into ice crystals, was inserted into this position on Jinlong's body. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 841. Longfeng Mansion is very lively. The cold cave came to commit the crime, but was killed by the Dragon Emperor who was born in the sky, and another strong man was also cut off by the palace master Chen Zhou, and he fled in embarrassment. When Chen Zhou and the others returned triumphantly, everyone was boiling. Never before has I felt so relieved like today. They have been grumbling with Yuhan Dongtian for a long time. Every time they ask for trouble over there, the people of Longfeng Mansion have to swallow their anger and avoid the edge for a while. As a result, over the years, the disciples of Longfeng Mansion and the disciples of Yuhan Dongtian Kanati lift their heads when they meet outside. Encountered and avoided from a distance. Almost every disciple of the Dragon and Phoenix Mansion is quite hostile to the people in Yuhan Dongtian. This time, the other party made a big attack for no reason, and everyone thought that the sect was doomed. The results were surprising. From the mouths of the disciples who returned from the war, they learned that the reason why the sect was able to win this time was entirely because of the sudden appearance of the Dragon Emperor. And that Dragon Emperor is the most talked about Sun Yu in the past 2 years. The Golden Dragon soaring in the air with unpredictable power has also been seen by most people with their own eyes. The sect's revitalization is hopeful now. The Lord Dragon Monarch, with his cultivation of the 7th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, fell into the strict obsession of entering the 1st level Holy Realm. The strong stand shoulder to shoulder. Yeah, during the battle with that Yanji, I saw that he had been standing in the same place without moving, his face was light and calm, and he seemed to win with ease. So, he didn't use all his strength. Of course not. If you use all your strength, I'm afraid even that Bai Jingchu will not be able to escape. Awesome. The inheritance of the Dragon Emperor in the mansion is really amazing. I also heard that when Lord Dragon Emperor entered the Dragon Valley 2 years ago, he was only at the level of the 7th floor of the True Yuan realm. After 2 years, he appeared and reached the 7th Immortal Ascension realm. The growth rate of this layer is simply too fast. I grew up with Lord Dragon Emperor. I knew he was not an ordinary person since I was a child, and now it seems to be the case, ha 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 ha. Really, is there any special news to tell us? Special news? There is one hee, but it's useless to you. Who does that work for? Of course it's for those girls in the mansion who haven't yet chosen a partner. Let me tell you, Lord Dragon Emperor has not yet had a partner who can double cultivation. If a girl is attracted to him, wouldn't it be a phoenix that will fly to the branch in one fell swoop? Yes, and, haven't you seen that in the past few days, all the senior and junior sisters have gone to the place where the Dragon Emperor lives? Fortunately, the palace lord has placed him in another palace, otherwise I am afraid that he will not even rest. There's no way to rest. Quote. In the Dragon Phoenix Mansion, there are discussions everywhere. The disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Mansion are in groups of 3 or 5, and everything they talk about is about Sun Yu. The born Dragon Emperor was one of the most powerful beings in the Dragon and Phoenix Mansion many years ago, and it was precisely because of the presence of the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix that the Dragon and Phoenix Mansion could become a huge force second to none. It is a pity that after the inheritance was cut off many years ago, the sect gradually declined. Now that the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor has reappeared, everyone believes that the appearance of the Phoenix Queen is not far away. Of course, this also depends on the meaning of the Lord Dragon Emperor. After all, he wants to choose a partner who will accompany him all his life. Palace Master Chen Zhou has been busy in the past few days and is dealing with tedious matters after the war. Elder Ling Jian was promoted to be the first elder of Longfeng Palace because of his ability to train disciples. Second only to Chen Zhou. Longfeng Mansion, a luxurious and sturdy palace, has a huge interior area, the ground is covered with thick fleece blankets, and the walls are embellished with various rare stones. There should be some formations in the entire hall, which makes the aura in the hall extremely rich. This was originally the palace where Palace Master Chen Zhou usually lived, but it was handed over to Sun Yu a few days ago to let him live there. Outside the palace, the experts from the Dragon and Phoenix Palace, who were hiding in the dark, were vigilant about their surroundings. Their breaths were long, and they acted as guards. Anyone who wanted to approach the palace would be targeted by them. Although Lord Dragon King is unstoppable, he is only a 16-year-old boy after all. Chen Zhou is also quite worried about his safety. For fear of any accident, he will naturally deploy some defenses near his residence. A dozen or so meters outside the palace, a group of beautiful and delicious young girls, Ying Kake, kept making noise. Each of these girls was born well, and they were cultivated in the Dragon and Phoenix Mansion to let other male disciples choose the existence of dual cultivation partners. Dozens of young girls were scattered outside, thin and fat, with different styles, which made people dazzled. Sun Yuya was at the window, poking out her head and looking out, and she was surprised to find that there were several senior sisters in scantily clad clothes, who were poking their heads here, winking constantly. Those 10,000 amorous feelings were like a gentle little hand brushing through Sun Yu's heart, making his whole body warm and his face flushed. After watching for a while, Sun Yukai was ruthless, forced himself to look away, took a deep breath, and calmed down by practicing his profound arts silently. Which youth is not romantic? If you want, let your palace master know, he will definitely be happy to help you arrange it properly. Yang Kai's voice suddenly came. Sun Yu was startled, and immediately became embarrassed. He blushed and said, "Senior is joking, I didn't think so." "Then what do you think?" Yang Kai walked down from the nephrite gold bed with a smile and looked at him kindly. Sun Yu thought about it carefully, and then said solemnly, "Sun Yu is able to have all this today, entirely because of the senior's efforts behind the scenes. I don't have that kind of ability at all. If it wasn't for the senior to hide myself, I would report everything to the palace master. Yes. Now these seniors come with expectations. If I really choose one of them, they will definitely be disappointed in the future. If I want to become stronger, I will not be disappointed if they choose me. I can think about this." After a pause, Sun Yu scratched his head. "Besides, I'm still young. The master said that I'm still growing, and it's not good to think about this kind of thing." "Ha ha ha ha." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "You are right. Then wait until you are strong before looking for your own partner, and then you will have the power to protect her." "Well, what Senior said is..." Sun Yu nodded heavily and asked eagerly, "Senior's injury has recovered?" "It's almost there," Yang Kai responded casually. "He has been healing here for the past few days. Yanji is still a strong person in the Holy Land. The damage caused to him cannot be recovered in a short time. Especially the opening in the abdomen contains the amazing power of destruction, and it took Yang Kai a lot of time to dissolve the remaining ice-cold energy." Sun Yu didn't understand why Yang Kai was injured, because during the battle, Yang Kai didn't show up at all. In fact, the golden dragon who fought against Yanji was entirely Yang Kai himself. After obtaining the real Dragon Emperor inheritance, Yang Kai was able to use the huge energy contained in his golden dragon pattern to transform into a dragon. That is still the transformation of true essence, but it is too real, and it is no different from the emperor of a monster, who is hidden in the dragon. This is the first time Yang Kai has used such a method. His body is too large, and the whole world seems a little unaccustomed to it, and he suffered a lot when fighting against Yanji. If you let Yang Kai use it again, I am afraid it will be much better. After transforming into a dragon, both his strength and his own defense showed a good increase. If not so, Yang Kai estimates that if he wants to defeat or even kill a Saint Realm head-on, he will have to cast Demon. The Transcendent 3-layer realm is only one step away from the Saint Realm, but it is not the Saint Realm. The battle with Yanji has made Yang Kai gain a lot. At least he has confirmed that it is no problem to kill a Saint first-level realm with his own cultivation realm. As for Yang Kai at the second level of sainthood, it is not known. There are not many masters of this level, and it is impossible to judge without a real fight. When he was healing, Yang Kai was also reminiscing about the bloody battle. He noticed a lot of his mistakes, and silently wrote it down and warned himself. Senior. Sun Yu called out in earnest, what am I going to do in the future, Palace Master, and they all think that I am a descendant of the Dragon Emperor. Let them think so. In this way, you can get the best resources. I believe that with your current qualifications, it is not difficult to become stronger. This deceives the Palace Master and Master. The disciple feels ashamed. Don't think too much. Yang Kai frowned. When the time comes, I will personally come forward and explain to you. Before that, you only need to practice. That's good. With Yang Kai's promise, Sun Yu was relieved, and the real Dragon Emperor came forward to explain. Presumably the Palace Master and the Master wouldn't dare to blame too much. Well, if I'm not mistaken, your Palace Master will help you find out about the selection of the Phoenix Queen before long. The Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Queen, in pairs, is something that the ancestors of Chunzhou and the Dragon and Phoenix House have been looking forward to for countless years. Now that the Dragon Emperor is born, Chunzhou will naturally expect the Phoenix Queen to be born as soon as possible. Only when these two appear at the same time can the Dragon and Phoenix Mansion be considered complete. Chenzhou didn't stop those young girls from coming, and he must have had the idea of testing Sun Yu. It would be best if Sun Yu took the initiative to choose one. Hearing what Yang Kai said, Sun Yu was startled. Then what should I do? Yang Kai laughed in surprise. It's okay to refuse, you are the Dragon Emperor now. Chenzhou will not ignore your thoughts, you just tell him that you have to retreat and practice. Good idea. Sun Yu's eyes lit up. As long as he retreated, he would not come out for a few years, and he would reappear when he was really strong. I'm going to see your phoenix nest, you show me a way. Yang Kai ordered. Okay, but the Palace Master will definitely not let me go there alone. It's okay, they can't find me. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Sun Yu didn't say more, and hurriedly went out to make arrangements. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 842 Fengqi Lake. The Phoenix Nest is not too far from the Dragon Valley. Yang Kai was originally curious about what kind of place this place was, but only after he found out that it was actually just a dense forest. Viewed from above, the entire dense forest is like a phoenix that is soaring with its wings, which is vivid. And in the dense forest, the all-colored sycamore trees do not know how many years they have existed. The trees are tenacious and towering into the clouds. The Phoenix Nest is different from the Dragon Valley. Except for the Dragon Emperor, no one can penetrate deep into the Dragon Valley. Once an outsider approaches, it will be pushed away by an invisible force. However, the Phoenix Nest has not shown too much bizarreness over the years. It is just like an ordinary dense forest. Many disciples of Longfeng Palace have come here to practice trysts before. After the birth of the Dragon Emperor, Chenzhou listed the location of the Phoenix Nest as a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to approach it. Sun Yu informed Chenzhou that he was going to investigate the Phoenix Nest. The latter was overjoyed, thinking that Sun Yu was preparing to find the Phoenix Queen, and immediately dispatched troops to escort Sun Yu to the Phoenix Nest. When they reached the edge of the jungle, Sun Yu made an excuse at will, and left the Transcendent Realm warriors outside, and entered the Phoenix Nest alone. His status are different now, and those Transcendent Realms dare not listen to him, and these people have seen the scene of Yan Ji's beheading with their own eyes. They know the power of the Dragon Emperor, and naturally they are not too worried about Sun Yu. Security. Walking into the dense forest, it did not take long for him to go out, and the figure flashed around him, and Yang Kai had already appeared. This is the Phoenix Nest. Yang Kai turned around and asked suspiciously. Sun Yu nodded hurriedly and explained the matter of Fengqiao in detail. Yang Kai listened in his ears, felt it with his heart, didn't say much, and walked straight in one direction. He felt that somewhere in the Phoenix Nest, there was a voice calling out to him, and the golden dragon pattern on his body was also swimming rapidly because of this call, bringing a feeling of numbness. Sun Yu was also very well behaved and followed closely behind Yang Kai. After walking for a long time, the two of them suddenly became enlightened, and a small lake appeared in front of them. The lake water is clear and sparkling, but it is strange that the bottom cannot be seen. The lake seems to be enveloped by a mysterious power. Standing on the shore and looking down, Yang Kai can't help but raise his eyebrows. He found that there was a looming reflection in the lake. It was the reflection of a phoenix, and it didn't look real. Fengqi Lake, because the inexplicable reflection looks like a phoenix, so we call it that. However, many people have gone down to investigate over the years, and haven't found anything special at all. Sun Yu explained casually. Yang Kai nodded slightly. In some places, only when a specific person arrives will the real side be revealed. Except for that specific person, no one can try to spy on anything, even if the strength is strong, it will not help. Standing by the lakeside, the golden dragon pattern on Yang Kai's body was moving more and more rapidly, and there was a faint feeling that he was about to rush out. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai did not suppress it. After a while, along with the sound of the dragon's roar, the golden dragon pattern turned into an entity and shot out. It's just that the current golden dragon is quite different from that day when he fought against Yanji, and the current golden dragon is only 10 feet long. After rushing out of Yang Kai's body, he circled a few times in midair, and plunged towards Fengqi Lake. The water pattern burst, and the golden dragon disappeared. Sun Yu's expression was excited, and he paid attention to it for a moment, and his mood was subtly cheered up. He is the only one in the entire Dragon Phoenix mansion who knows the mystery of the Dragon Emperor, and he has been vigorously cultivated by the real Dragon Emperor. Naturally, he is proud of it. Now that he may see the inheritance of the Phoenix Queen, Sun Yu, as a disciple of the Dragon Phoenix mansion, has no reason not to be excited. The golden dragon disappeared into the Fengqi Lake, and after a while, the lake suddenly became unsettled. It seemed that there was a huge energy bursting from underneath, and the lake water gradually rose. The ripples spread, and the phoenix-shaped reflection in Fengqi Lake became bizarre. Looking around, it seemed like it was flapping its wings and was about to soar into the sky from the bottom of the lake. A little bit of fluorescent light suddenly flew from all around, dropping drop by drop into Fengqi Lake. Every bit of fluorescence contains some mysterious power. Yang Kai and Sun Yu were astonished and quickly looked around, their expressions shocked. Those fluorescent lights actually flew out from the plane trees in the phoenix nest. When he came, Yang Kai didn't find anything special about these plane trees. The entire phoenix nest was full of brilliance, and countless fluorescent lights rushed out of the dense forest like fireflies, and gathered towards Fengqi Lake in all directions. The transcendent realms who were waiting outside the phoenix nest watched with wide-eyed eyes, unable to restrain their excitement. Even Chen Zhou, who was still dealing with important matters in the Longfeng mansion, ran out in a hurry, looking at the direction of the phoenix nest, and smiling up to the sky. The descendants of the Dragon Emperor have been discovered, and now the phoenix nest has changed again, and the appearance of the Phoenix Queen is not far away. There is no need to rush to deal with the things that are not handled at hand. Chen Zhou swayed in the direction of the phoenix nest, and in the Dragon Phoenix mansion, the other powerhouses were not in the mood to do things, and they followed the pace of the palace master. Come to the phoenix nest to witness the inheritance of the Phoenix Queen. By the side of Fengqi Lake, Yang Kai waited quietly. Sun Yu's eyes brightened, watching the surrounding fluorescent light fall into the lake. This fairyland-like scene made him linger. Standing by the lakeside, Sun Yu clearly felt that the energy of the whole world had undergone tremendous changes. There is a strong sense of majesty that is emerging from the bottom of the lake. After a long time, the fluorescent light floating from all around did not sink into Fengqi Lake, and the phoenix-shaped reflection in the lake seemed to be alive, and the wings flashed more and more rapidly. Suddenly, the lake rises into the sky. Among the splashes, a golden dragon and a faint blue ice phoenix appeared together. The sound of dragon and phoenix resounds through the world, the former is loud and the latter is crisp, and it goes straight to the depths of the world. Yang Kai grinned and stared forward. Like the real dragon, in the legend, the phoenix is also the uncrowned emperor of the demon clan, and a transcendent existence capable of reaching the ninth order. At this moment, the auspicious scene of the dragon and the phoenix is in front of you. The golden dragon is constantly flying, but the ice phoenix is just quietly floating on the lake. A pair of bright eyes with a wise taste seems to be looking at Yang Kai. Examine him carefully. After a while, the ice phoenix let out a soft cry with a message of satisfaction. After the cry, the ice phoenix suddenly trembled, turned into a little fluorescent light, drifted around, and gradually disappeared. Fengqi Lake calmed down again, and the golden dragon that flew out also returned to Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai closed his eyes and felt his emotions. This is Su Yan's inheritance, but now that she is in Ice Sect, she must be retrieved before she can get everything here. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't move, Sun Yu also held his breath, daring not to disturb him in the slightest. After a while, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and said, "Sun Yu, do me a favor." Sun Yu's expression became positive. "Senior, if you have something to do, just tell me." Let your people from Longfeng Mansion take a good look at this phoenix nest. Senior, don't worry, Sun Yu will definitely not let anyone destroy this place. Kindness. Sun Yu laughed and suddenly asked, Senior, who are you leaving the things here? Yang Kai glanced at him stunned. You can tell. Senior's breath just now became very gentle. I think it must be someone. If there is no accident, that person should be the senior's partner. The boy's observation skills are good. Yang Kai smiled and said casually, okay, this place is over and I should go. Ah, Senior is leaving now. Sun Yu couldn't help showing a hint of reluctance. He was able to achieve today's achievements, and it was entirely created by Yang Kai. If it wasn't for the chance 2 years ago, now he is only at the level of the first level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and he may not even have reached it, and his aptitude will not be like this, outstanding. With Sun Yu's original aptitude and his life's energy, he can probably only break through to the transcendent realm. But now he can clearly feel that it is only a matter of time for himself to become a saint. This is all thanks to Sun Yu from Yang Kai. It's time to go, I still have a lot of things to do, and I will have a chance to see you again in the future. Yang Kai nodded. The senior, take care, see you next time, Sun Yu will not let you down. Sun Yu clasped his fist sternly, the disciple must be diligent and hardworking, and it will be worthy of your cultivation. Yang Kai smiled slightly, and didn't say anything more, and the figure had disappeared in the shaking. Looking at the direction Yang Kai was leaving, Sun Yu felt sad for a while before heading towards the layman. After waiting outside the phoenix nest, Sun Yu couldn't help but startled when he saw the scene in front of him. All the masters in the mansion came out of their nests, and they all gathered here. Under the waiting of the mansion master Chen Zhou, they looked at this side eagerly. After seeing Sun Yu come out from the inside, 1 or 2 were full of curiosity and anticipation. Palace Master, Master, Sun Yu saluted with fists. Chen Zhou hurriedly returned the salute, and asked cautiously, Your Excellency Dragon Emperor, is there something to be seen in the inheritance of the Phoenix Queen? They all saw the movement in the phoenix nest just now, so they would naturally have guesses. Sun Yu bit the bullet and said, a little bit. How do you say? Chen Zhou was overjoyed. Sun Yuki for a while, a flash of light flashed in his mind, and said, there are no disciples suitable for the inheritance of the Phoenix Queen, and the time has not come. Chen Zhou was suddenly disappointed, and asked eagerly, when will we wait? Sun Yu shook his head. People who are destined will naturally come over when the time comes, I can't say that. This answer was ambiguous, and Sun Yu felt uneasy for a while, but when he looked around, all the masters in the mansion had a thoughtful expression, nodded slightly, and seemed to agree with what he said. Sun Yu's heart was settled, and he said leisurely, I'm going to start retreating. You don't need to worry about the Queen Feng. She will show up when it's time to show up. Yes, Chen Zhou nodded quickly, and said again, by the way, Your Excellency Dragon Emperor, I would like to ask you to give me an idea about how to deal with the secluded cave. Palace Master, you can do it yourself. Sun Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could he just come up with ideas like this? When Chen Zhou heard the words, he didn't ask any more questions. He returned to Longfeng Mansion with Sun Yu with the others, prepared the best supplies and resources, and arranged for him to enter the forbidden area and practice in seclusion. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 843 1 Do this kind of thing when you come back. Yang Kai walked all the way, galloping fast. Crossing the famous mountains and rivers, the mood is indifferent. He originally wanted to go directly to Bingzong to find Su Yan, and then bring her to the Dragon Phoenix Mansion to inherit the inheritance of the Phoenix Queen. But I don't know how Su Yan's situation is now. If she goes there rashly, she may still be in retreat. Moreover, he has not returned to the Soaring Sky sect for several years. Since he parted with several uncles in Floating Cloud City, 5 or 6 years have passed. Yang Kai felt that he should go back to Soaring Heaven sect first to report safety to several uncles and Patriarch Chuling Xiao. It has been a few years since he came to Tongshuan continent, but Yang Kai still doesn't have much affection or sense of belonging here. Even in the Soaring Sky sect, he only regards it as the place where the ancestor who created the High Heaven Pavilion is located. Several uncles are also good to him, but it is difficult for Yang Kai to develop that sense of dependence and intimacy towards Soaring Heaven sect like the feeling he has towards High Heaven Pavilion. He is probably just a passerby to this world. Zongdu and Lingxiao Pavilion are his roots. I don't know what's going on over there. Familiar faces slid in front of my eyes, and Yang Kai's memories flew all the way. When I left from Zhongdu, I told those people that when the time was right, I would bring them here too. Now that I think about it, what I said was a bit too irresponsible, and he didn't know how to respond to Zhongdu. Although it has been able to tear the space now, it is only a means of moving hundreds of miles in an instant, and if it is used 2 or 3 times, the power of the consciousness will be exhausted. This method can only be used at the most urgent moment, or when there is no danger and can be recovered calmly. Thinking about it, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he suddenly remembered that Chuling Xiao had been there, and the water spirit of the water god temple had also been there from Tongshuan continent. What method did the two of them use? If they knew it, it might not be impossible. Learn from it. But before that, you still have to improve your own strength, you have to have a team of your own, and you have to master the power in your own hands. Otherwise, even if they can be brought here, their safety cannot be guaranteed. The ancient demon clan is a good power. 9 Heavens Holy Land is also so-so. The words of Longfeng Mansion. Yang Kai didn't think about it for the time being, it will have to wait until he finds Su Yan. The most important thing is to find a site that can accommodate so many people. Time passed unknowingly, and Yang Kai flew tens of thousands of miles away. Now he spreads his fengli wings and cooperates with the 9 Heavens divine skills Yi Tianying, the speed is as fast as lightning. Halfway through, when I met the town, I went down to find someone to inquire about the direction a few times. Before and after half a month, Yang Kai saw the endless towering snow-capped mountains from a distance, and a faint chill hit him. Almost there, the place where Soaring Heaven sect is located is thousands of miles away from that snow-capped mountain. After another 2 days, Yang Kai finally returned to Soaring Sky sect. In the valley surrounded by hundreds of peaks, there are many traces of warrior activities. Yang Kai grinned and flew straight towards one of the mountain peaks. Came to the side of the mountain stream on the side of the mountain, and landed lightly at the mouth of a hole. Shisho Peak, Uncle Feiyu's unique mountain, is also the place where Yang Kai lived here before. Entering the cave, zigzagging around in the belly of the mountain, before reaching it, Yang Kai smelled a strong aroma of wine. His face darkened, and he thought to himself that senior Uncle Feiyu was still the same, addicted to alcohol like life, and she didn't know how much she drank with such a strong aroma of wine. When he was in the middle of the mountain, Yang Kai just walked in, and there was a sound of chi-chi in his ears, and a water curtain swept in front of him. The water curtain contained a strong smell of alcohol, and Yang Kai sniffed into his nose. Immediately, I felt a little dizzy and weightless. Quickly run the real essence to resolve this drunken mood. After the water curtain, a jade-like hand reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's shoulder with great precision. Yang Kai didn't resist, and let this white jade-like hand hold him, waved his hand to split the water curtain in front of him, looked forward with a smile, and said hello, Uncle Shi. Hearing his voice, the people behind the water curtain seemed to be stunned, and the strength in their hands could not help slowing down a lot. The 4 eyes were facing each other, and there was a strong sense of surprise in those beautiful eyes, and a different kind of brilliance bloomed on the drunken face. Yang Kai's smile suddenly stiffened on his face, and he couldn't help but look away. Because he found out that the plump senior Uncle Feiyu seemed to be taking a bath, and was startled by his arrival, so he was only wrapped in a not too thick bathrobe, holding the bathrobe in one hand to avoid it. Slipped off, the other hand grabbed himself and didn't let go. The 2 slender and fair legs were exposed in the air like this, the chest was covered with amazing whiteness and deep ravines, and the hair was draped wetly on the fragrant shoulders, with a remarkable demeanor. Yang Kai also seemed to have seen 2 delicate grape-like protrusions just now, topping the bottom of the bathrobe. It doesn't seem like the time has come. Yang Kai looked embarrassed. Normally, other than Kang Yan and the others, Shi Shofeng wouldn't come here, but when they came, they would tell Feiyu, and they wouldn't barge in directly like he did. Who am I? It turns out to be you, little guy. Feiyu giggled, not only did not let go of Yang Kai, but dragged him into her arms, restrained Yang Kai's neck, and said with a tender smile, Junior nephew, you haven't come back for a few years. It's not good to do this kind of thing as soon as you come back. The astonishing elasticity came from his back. Yang Kai clearly felt that something was pressing against his shoulder blade, and quickly patted Feiyu's arm. Uncle, let it go first, okay? Uncle is not afraid. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that Uncle will eat you? Feiyu continued to tease, not only did not let go of Yang Kai, but tightened it a little bit, her chest was squeezed a little out of shape, in Yang Kai his ears sighed like blue. Uncle Master is joking. Yang Kai was very embarrassed, the numb feeling spread in his ears, and his body had some helpless reactions involuntarily. Fei Yu seemed to have noticed it too, snorted lightly, and quickly let go of Yang Kai. A pair of beautiful eyes glared at him, her teeth clenched lightly. Little bastard, is it enough to be wild outside? Finally remembered to come back. Yang Kai hurriedly sat on the stone bench next to him, poured himself a glass of water, pretended to drink it calmly, and didn't look sideways. Uncle, please put on your clothes first and let's talk about it. I'm very uncomfortable when you do this. What? Little hooligan, you actually have a reaction to your uncle. Fei Yu's face turned red, and she said, you sit here and don't move, I'll take care of you later. If you dare to disappear again, I will chase you to the ends of the earth. Beat you up. While speaking, the delicate body disappeared in a flash. Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling overwhelmed. Fei Yu, this uncle, really doesn't have the appearance of uncle. After waiting in place for a while, Fei Yu came out neatly dressed, with her beautiful eyes full of eyes. She sat across from Yang Kai with a smile, staring at him. Hey, uncle, I haven't seen you for a few years, and you've become more and more radiant. I didn't look at it carefully just now, but now I see that you seem to be much younger, like a 28-year-old girl, slim and graceful. Stinky brat, don't be so eloquent, don't think you're happy when you say that, my old lady. Fei Yu laughed and scolded. The anger that had been simmering in her heart for several years was involuntarily resolved. She has been inquiring about Yang Kai's whereabouts for the past few years, but she couldn't find out anything, so she was naturally worried. After all, Yang Kai came from a remote area, and his strength was not too high. When he went to Floating Cloud City, he was only the cultivation of the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Why is Fei Yu not worried? Not only her, but the other three uncles were also very worried. One by one, the hearts are ruthless. If Yang Kai returns safely, he must make him look good. But after she really saw Yang Kai, Fei Yu couldn't be angry anymore. She just felt that a big stone fell in her heart, and it was a lot easier. After looking at it for a while, Fei Yu's expression suddenly became solemn. Her spiritual sense swept over Yang Kai's body, a strange brilliance bloomed in her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help covering her small mouth, and exclaimed, "Little nephew, what are you doing now?" For, although she found out, she couldn't believe it. Transcendent three-layer realm. Is it really the transcendent three-layer? Fei Yu stood up abruptly, and came to Yang Kai in an instant. He couldn't help but pick up one of his hands, and put his jade fingers up to move his true essence in Yang Kai's body. Carefully probing. While investigating, he asked nervously, "You haven't practiced any exercises that are eager for success, right?" Yang Kai laughed in surprise. "No, and even if there is such a practice, it is only effective at the beginning. How can it help people quickly when they reach the transcendent realm?" Hearing what he said, Fei Yu nodded slightly in agreement. It's not that there are no quick exercises. On the contrary, there are many such exercises in this world. The warriors who are blinded by power choose to practice such exercises. They will grow faster than others in the early stage, but the later they become weaker and even weaker. There may be a great hidden danger in standing still. Before the transcendent realm, as long as the aptitude was sufficient, it was not difficult to cultivate with the resources and cultivation techniques of those forces on Tongshuan continent. Such a cultivation base, such an age, is simply a monster in the middle of the capital, and even Yang Kai was a little side at the beginning. But in Tongshuan continent, it is very common. After the transcendent realm, it is not possible to cultivate at will. Every small level of promotion is accompanied by great difficulties. Some people spend dozens or hundreds of years in order to break through a small level, and it is not unusual to even spend a lifetime. Fei Yu's aptitude is also quite good, but it took her 60 or 70 years to go from the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary to the Transcendent Third Layer realm, and she stayed at the Transcendent Third Layer realm for another 30 to 40 years. Strictly speaking, Fei Yu is now over 100 years old. It's just that the cultivation base is strong, and she has the skills to keep her face. When Yang Kai went to Floating Cloud City back then, only the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary was cultivated. It has only been 5 or 6 years now, and he has actually reached the Transcendent 3-layer. This growth rate is too terrifying. Fei Yu had no choice but to worry, for fear that he had gone some wrong way. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 844. After investigating for a while, Fei Yu's frowning eyebrows gradually stretched, and she shook her head and said, "There's probably nothing wrong with it, your true essence is both pure and powerful." Kang Yan, they all look at it. Having said that, she sat down with her beautiful buttocks, and looked at Yang Kai angrily and amusingly, and asked, "What have you been doing all these years? Once you leave Floating Cloud City, you won't be back." Yang Kai just opened his mouth. Fei Yu suddenly said again, "Don't be in a hurry, Kang Yan and the others must also want to know. I have already sent a message, they should come in a while, but you'd better be mentally prepared, those 3 stinky men have said that they will give you a good look when you come back." "Oh." Yang Kai scratched his head and stopped talking, seemingly sitting on the stone bench cautiously. Seeing his guilty look, Fei Yu couldn't help asking her teacher for guilt, so she comforted a few words in a soft voice, and then took out her treasured spiritual fruit and placed it on it. After waiting for less than half a cup of tea, there was a rush of footsteps outside. "Come on." Fei Yu smiled slightly, posing as if she was watching a good show, holding her cheeks in her hands and propping her arms on the stone table. She was extremely lazy, and her beautiful eyes were full of beauty. It seems that he is looking forward to Yang Kai being taught a lesson by Kang Yan and the others. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, he sat upright and stared at the entrance. After a while, 3 figures rushed in almost in no particular order. It was Kang Yan, Li Wan and Fei Jian, the 3 uncles. As soon as you came in, Li Wan shouted, "I heard that the little bastard is back." Kang Yan also had a stern face, which seemed to be a harbinger of an imminent storm. Fei Arrow twitched his fingers, and strands of light bloomed on his fingertips, flashing a dangerous atmosphere. 3 pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai in an instant. Yang Kai got up and shouted loudly while laughing, "Congratulations to the uncles, you are promoted to the Holy Realm as you wish, it is the great fortune of my heavenly sect, the uncles are wise and wise, they will be famous all over the world in the future, congratulations, congratulations." Fei Yu was stunned for a moment, pursed her lips and smiled, and muttered, "Little slick." The 3 of Kang Yan couldn't help but look at each other and smiled bitterly. Although they said they wanted to show Yang Kai a good look, it was only because they were worried about Yang Kai's safety. Now that they saw Yang Kai safe and sound, how could they really be angry with him? When he said this, they all laughed dumbly and shook their heads. Moreover, the reason why they were able to break through to the Saint Realm was that Yang Kai also gave a great deal of strength. If he hadn't condensed the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year-old magic flower, Kang Yan and the others would have been better even if they could break through to this cultivation realm. Years later. Stinky boy. Kang Yan's stern face was like snowflakes under the scorching sun, and he laughed and scolded, stepped forward and patted Yang Kai's shoulder heavily. His eyes looked up and down, and it took a while to say, all right, if you don't lack arms or legs, it will be fine. It looks a lot stronger than before." Ricky also laughed. Fei Jian narrowed his eyes. "The breath is also very thick. It seems that you have grown up a lot outside in recent years, that's good." "Several uncles, you said one sentence to me." The words were simple but full of deep concern, and Yang Kai's heart was warm. Fei Yu waited for the big men to greet them, then snorted softly and woke up. "You guys are considered to be in the Holy Realm, but I didn't expect to find out the true cultivation of the junior nephew. What's wrong with the cultivation base?" Kang Yan frowned, released his spiritual sense, and swept around Yang Kai. The next moment, the tiger's eyes widened, with a ghostly expression. Seeing his appearance, Rikimaru and Feijian quickly began to investigate carefully, and they were instantly stunned on the spot. Transcendent 3-layer realm. This nephew, who came from a remote area, is actually in the transcendent 3rd-layer realm, and the fluctuation of his true essence is a good illustration of all this. I remember that when I left the sect and went to Floating Cloud City, my little nephew was the pinnacle of the Immortal Ascension realm. After condensing the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year-old magic flower, he was promoted to the transcendent realm. At this level, Kang Yan, please help me to see if there is any problem with this little nephew's cultivation." Fei Yu said in a deep voice. Kang Yan couldn't help but straighten his face, and hurriedly checked. After a while, he shook his head and said, it's weird. "What's weird?" Rikimaru and Feijian looked at him nervously. "My nephew's cultivation is not a problem, his foundation is solid, and his true essence is pure enough. Today, he is almost the same as us." "No, how did you cultivate?" Li Wan exclaimed. Before they went to Floating Cloud City, they were all in this realm, but now, Yang Kai has actually caught up with their cultivation level at that time. If it wasn't for a fortuitous encounter, then it means that our junior nephew, a genius in the sky. Kang Yan looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, and grinned. "Junior nephew, what have you experienced outside the past few years?" Quote, "I haven't experienced anything, I just walked around outside, and there are indeed some adventures." Yang Kai laughed dryly. "Let's hear it." Several people suddenly became interested. Yang Kai took a breath and was extremely helpless. He briefly explained what happened outside himself in the past few years. Nine Heavens Holy Land and Dragon Phoenix Mansion did not dare to talk about it. He focused on the ice sect, the matter of the clan, and the experience of practicing in the magic border. The four uncles were so nervous that their hearts went up and down. After speaking, the four were silent for a long time. Ricky sniffed. You have a lot of experience, Mojiang. We didn't even dare to go there. I heard that there are many experts there, and it is extremely dangerous. So, junior nephew, the two senior sisters you were looking for have gone. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes were bright, and she seemed to be quite interested in both Su Yan and Shanning Shang. Well, one of them has been found and is still in the ice sect. The other one and her master's whereabouts are uncertain, but I think it won't be long before we can see each other again. Yang Kai nodded. At that time, you must bring them to the sect. I want to see what kind of people your two senior sisters are, and you can't forget them so much. There will be a chance. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's a big happy event for the little nephew to return to the sect today. We should celebrate it. Kang Yan proposed loudly, and Chongli Wan and Fei Jian winked fiercely. Ricky and Fei Jian understood and immediately agreed. Fei Yu laughed and scolded. You stinky men, you keep beating my mother Qinhongwanyan's attention and running towards me, Shisho Peak. I tell you, this is the last time. I will invite you to drink again, and next time I dare to do this, I will fight with you. Several people laughed dryly, and quickly began to prepare. After some drinking, Kang Yan and the others got very drunk and left Shisho Peak with each other's hand. Before leaving, they told Yang Kai to go to the Patriarch's place when he was free, and the Patriarch was worried about him. Yang Kai responded quickly. Fei Yu also drank so that her cheeks were flushed, her beautiful eyes were filled with mist, and it seemed that water could drip out at any time. She was holding a wine jar without image, lying on the stone table and fell asleep. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly and cleaned up the mess. On the second day, Yang Kai went to meet Chuling Xiao. In his closed room, Chuling Xiao was sitting on a futon just like he did a few years ago. It seemed that he had not moved for a few years. After seeing Yang Kai, Chuling Xiao was very happy, and he said a few words suddenly. Listening to Kang Yan and the others, you have now reached the third layer transcendent cultivation level. It's coming for real. There are some opportunities, otherwise the disciples would not have achieved today's achievements. You don't have to be too modest. Chances and adventures are sometimes part of your strength. Since you meet them, they belong to you. Chuling Xiao nodded slightly, his eyes were shining, staring at Yang Kai Dao, but your breath is a little bit weird, different from the indifference of the past. You now have a majesty. This makes me curious. You are young and have never experienced the artistic conception of a superior. Where does this majesty come from? Yang Kai was surprised. He didn't expect Chuling Xiao to even notice this. That kind of majesty belongs to the majesty of the Dragon Emperor, not Yang Kai himself. Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, Chuling Xiao waved his hand again and said, the old man just said it casually, you don't need to explain it to me, everyone has some secrets that they don't want to be known. Yang Kai laughed dryly, and suddenly said with a serious face, by the way, I have something I want to ask. Anything but it doesn't matter. Chuling Xiao nodded kindly. Patriarch, will you build the void corridor? Oh, Chuling Xiao smiled slightly. How did you know? Yang Kai scratched his head. The Patriarch may have forgotten that there is a void corridor on the side of the high heaven pavilion you created, leading to thousands of miles away. So, it seems that there is such a thing. Chuling Xiao thought for a while, then nodded and said, yes, I created a void tunnel there back then. But that's not my ability, it's me. It was done by borrowing a secret treasure. Can the Patriarch talk about it in detail? Yang Kai asked solemnly. He can now tear apart the space, but he can't determine the location. When he comes out of the turbulent void, he will immediately appear anywhere within a radius of hundreds of miles. If it is really in danger, a bad one will fall to the point of no redemption. If he can determine the position, his method will be very useful. That's why he asked Chuling Xiao about these things. I also got that secret treasure by accident. Although I know it contains the power of the void, I have never used it, and I can't understand the secrets inside. I fought a demon general back then, and inadvertently triggered it at the hidden entrance of the void corridor. I went to your world, killed the demon general, and created the high heaven pavilion there, but I couldn't find the way back. Chuling Xiao showed a look of memory. I'm over there. After staying for many years, I finally pinned my hopes on the secret treasure. Unfortunately, the power of the secret treasure was inspired, but it only created a void corridor that can convey thousands of miles, and did not send me back. Quote. While speaking, Chuling Xiao had a look of sigh. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 845. Then how did you get back here, Patriarch? Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder. Chuling Xiao chuckled. It's just a coincidence, there is a place called Nether Mountain over there, right? Yang Kai nodded. That was the forbidden area of Aa the big man, the place where he roamed. There, he also went to a small mysterious realm, and had some incidents with Zemo and others from the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom. Naturally remember clearly, it was there that I found a void corridor. After I got in, I returned to Tongshuan continent. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. There is actually a void corridor leading to this side in the Nether Mountain. He didn't know about this. The reason why he was able to come here was because he followed Meng Wuya's instructions and went to the forbidden area of Aa the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom, the Wasteland. There is also a void tunnel hidden there. And in the terrestrial veins of the central capital, there are also. In this way, there should be many invisible connections between the world and the central capital and Tongshuan continent, but few people have discovered it. On the other hand, the Tongshuan continent and the world on the Zhongdu side will definitely be connected with each other. After a long talk with Chuling Xiao, although Yang Kai didn't get the information he wanted, he was sure of one thing: as long as he searched patiently, he would definitely be able to find the way to the central capital. This matter is not in a hurry, anyway. I don't have the ability to accommodate those relatives and friends, let alone the strength to protect them. However, the magical power and means of tearing apart the space can only be explored by oneself. Returning to Shisho Peak from Chuling Xiao, Yang Kai and Uncle Feiyu informed him and immediately began to retreat. He had just broken through to the Transcendent 3-layer, and he had to spend a certain amount of time to stabilize his cultivation. He just took this opportunity to spy on the mystery of the tearing space. It was still in the secret room on Shisho Peak. The entire secret room was made of spar, and the aura was astonishingly expensive. Yang Kai used to retreat and refine alchemy here in the past, and now he borrowed it. Feiyu naturally agreed. After closing the secret room, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and waved, and in the void, a pitch-black gap was cracked open, and the gap was chaotic and empty, exuding bursts of strange energy aura, which made people shudder. Now that Yang Kai uses the means of tearing apart the space, he is already extremely skilled. After Yang Kai plunged into the dark void, the cracked gap quickly closed, annihilating his own traces. As always, the sense of weightlessness came, and Yang Kai sat cross-legged in the turbulent void, while running the exercises to consolidate his cultivation, while releasing his spiritual sense to check the trajectory of the turbulent void. He always felt that the mysteries of the void were hidden in these turbulent voids, and the reason why no one could spy on them was because these turbulent voids were too dangerous. Even if the Saint Realm powerhouse arrives here, they may not be able to resist the harassment of these turbulent currents. I'm afraid it won't be long before the body will be destroyed and the soul will collapse. However, Yang Kai is not afraid of his strong physical body and special consciousness, which undoubtedly occupies a great advantage in this regard. Spiritual thoughts turned into thousands of strands, attached to the turbulent flow, following the direction of their flow, looking for the law. Yang Kai is not in a hurry or impatient, and his mood is stable. Time passed, and gradually, he seemed to sense some laws, but he couldn't grasp the key, and he couldn't help but focus more and more. Suddenly, the turbulent flow in the entire void became unstable. Yang Kai's face froze, and he quickly retracted his spiritual sense. Looking around, he was surprised to find that this void was chaotic, with a violent energy mixed with aura of destruction, swept in from all directions. Another outbreak of void turbulence. Previously, when Yang Kai was testing the means of tearing space, he often encountered this situation. Just like in the starry sky, when the power of the starry sky gathers to a certain extent, a starry sky storm will be formed. In this void crack, there is also a void storm where the power of the void gathers. That is the inevitable result of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Every time he encounters such a situation, Yang Kai has to temporarily avoid the edge. At this moment, he realizes that even if he wants to leave here, but soon, he calms down again, frowning and contemplating. The last time I went to the starry sky, I encountered a starry sky storm, which benefited me a lot and broke through to the supernatural level in one fell swoop. If you stay now and feel the mysteries contained in the void storm, you might be able to unlock the secrets of the tearing space. With the thought together, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to leave, sitting quietly in the turbulent void, secretly gathering strength to welcome the arrival of the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. The next moment, the violent energy devoured him. In just a moment of effort, all the clothes on Yang Kai's body turned into powder, and the sturdy body was densely packed with wounds, and almost no inch was intact. Yang Kai couldn't help but change color. Although he knows that the energy here is weird and the damage level is more than the power of the starry sky, he still underestimates it. He hurriedly exploded all his own strength, enduring the tormented devastation. The skin was damaged and the blood was dripping. Looking around, Yang Kai's whole person seemed to have been taken off a layer. The red and golden flesh and blood was squirming endlessly, and a subtle force poured into Yang through hundreds of millions of pores. Open the body. With a shocked expression, Yang Kai abandoned his own pain and quickly felt it with his heart. These powers are the power of the void, which is the basis for him to crack the space-tearing method. The power of the void became more and more violent, and gradually, even Yang Kai couldn't bear it, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of horror that he would be cut into countless pieces. Moreover, it seems that because of the power of the void, the facial features of the whole person have become quite ethereal and unreal. Obviously his hands and feet are in front of him, but because of the chaotic folding of the space, Yang Kai mistakenly thinks that his limbs have been scattered to all corners. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai immediately snorted, enchanted. The dark and rich demonic energy gushed out from the arrogant golden body, turning into one after another exquisite and strange demonic pattern, covering all parts of Yang Kai's body, and disappeared into his flesh and blood. The power of chi and blood rose wildly, and the momentum and breath also increased wildly. The original unbearable pain and feeling of being destroyed suddenly became much lighter. He took a light breath, opened his body and mind to meet the outbreak of the power of the void, and let those powers burn into every part of his body, and use his body to memorize it. Time has never passed so slowly, but gradually, Yang Kai found that there seemed to be some subtle and gratifying changes in front of his eyes. The void turbulence that was originally impossible to grasp, and now investigates the past, Yang Kai found that they have traces to follow, waved his hands, those void turbulence also began to flow according to his own instructions. Yang Kai grinned and continued to maintain this state, constantly using the power of the void that poured into himself to spy on the mystery. After a long time, the void storm that erupted finally passed, and everything became calm. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and was surprised to find that in the space crack that was originally a void and chaos, there was actually a little more fluorescence at this moment, flickering like stars in the sky, and it was very beautiful. When the divine sense arrives, every time the light is lit, there is a subtle message. Yang Kai's brows wrinkled, and he checked carefully. Gradually, he grasped the key points, and his heart was very excited. Looking at one of the bright lights, a majestic mountain peak is imprinted in my mind. The peak is hundreds of blades high, surrounded by other peaks, but on the side of this mountain, there is a waterfall sloping down. Behind the waterfall, there is a cave opening hidden. It feels quite wonderful. It seems that Yang Kai is suspended in midair, overlooking this somewhat familiar mountain. Shisho Peak. It was the one that martial Uncle Feiyu owned and practiced in seclusion with him. Reaching out and tearing the space, Yang Kai rushed out of it. The sight of a flower bloomed, and when I regained my senses, I was already in a mountain forest, surrounded by trees swaying, the fragrance of birds and flowers, and the sound of waterfalls pouring in my ears. Yang Kai couldn't wait, so he flew into the sky and looked down. After a while, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. The scene he saw from a high altitude was almost the same as what he saw through the little light in the space crack just now. That's it, Yang Kai nodded again and again, excitedly wanting to scream in the sky. Until today, he has finally truly grasped the mystery of tearing space, and he will no longer be like before. After coming out of the space crack, he will randomly reach a certain place within a radius of hundreds of miles. Now, as long as he wants, he can roughly determine the direction and location he wants to go. Using the body to memorize the mystery of the power of the void is really effective. If he had known that this method was feasible, Yang Kai had already done it. How could he not realize the true meaning of tearing space until this moment? At the belly of the mountain, a beautiful shadow galloped and approached quickly. It seemed that it was alarmed by Yang Kai's laughter and wanted to investigate the situation. After seeing Yang Kai standing in midair, Feiyu couldn't help but look strange. She put her hand on her forehead, looked up, and shouted, "Junior nephew, aren't you in seclusion? Why, will you come here?" Hearing her voice, Yang Kai hurriedly flew down. He smiled, let's go out of the customs today, just walk around. Exit. Fei Yudai frowned, why didn't I see it? She has been in the cave in the mountainside, and did not see Yongkai come out of the secret room, so she was naturally puzzled. Probably the uncle didn't pay attention. Yongkai responded casually. Fei Yu didn't ask any more questions, she just looked him up and down a few times with scrutiny, pursed her lips and smiled. Little junior nephew, don't you think something is wrong with you? Something's wrong. Yongkai frowned, not knowing what she was talking about. Young man is in good shape. Fei Yu looked surprised, her fair neck gradually crawled with a hint of crimson, but those beautiful eyes kept looking up and down. I really can't tell when I'm wearing clothes. Yongkai's face darkened, and he suddenly realized what she was talking about. His body swayed, and he jumped off the waterfall in an instant, rushing into the deep pool below the waterfall. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 846. 2 shifts today, take a little break. Also, ask for recommended tickets on Monday. Asterisk 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 asterisk. From behind, senior Uncle Fei Yu's laughter was like a silver bell, and it was extremely frantic. Yongkai was embarrassed to death. Just now, he was only immersed in comprehending the true meaning of the means of tearing apart the space, and he didn't even notice that his clothes had turned into powder in the void storm. No wonder Martial Uncle Fei Yu looked at him strangely. His head emerged from the deep pool below the waterfall, wiped the water stains on his face, and shouted, Uncle Master, next time you find out about this kind of thing, let's talk about it earlier, okay? Fei Yu stuck out her little head from the top of the waterfall, and her smiling branches were shaking and leaning forward and back, and replied, what does it matter, Shishu is older than you, are you still too embarrassed? Yongkai retracted his head into the deep pool again, revealing only 2 eyes. For this uncle, he has nothing at all to do, but the family is still higher than himself. If it was another woman who molested him like this, Yongkai would have given her a good look, telling her that some men should not be provoked. But the other party is his uncle. However, what are you closing, and how did you get yourself so scarred? Fei Yu's face turned up again, and she asked with concern. She could see clearly just now that Yongkai had dried blood on his exposed skin, obviously a lot of blood had flowed. I accidentally made it like this. Yongkai replied weakly. After confirming that he was okay, Fei Yu felt relieved, laughed for a while, and then went down the mountain. Yongkai washed in the deep pool for a long time, then took out a new set of clothes and put it on. Back in the cave, Fei Yu had a smile on her face, staring at Yongkai a little ashamed. By the way, do you want to visit old Mandu? When you didn't come back, he often came over to Mina to inquire about your news. It seemed that he cared about you a lot. Fei Yu said suddenly. Oh, I should go take a look. Yongkai nodded, it's fine anyway, I'll go over now. Well, go early and return early. Fei Yu waved her hand, knowing that Yongkai was a little reserved in front of her, but she didn't stop him. I may have to stay there for a while, and I need to ask Mr. Du for some alchemy techniques. Fei Yu glanced at him and said with a sneer, it's up to you, don't just go for years and never come back like you did last time. She thought that Yongkai was looking for an excuse to stay outside for a while, but in fact, Yongkai really had something about alchemy that he wanted to ask Du Lao for some advice. Now that his alchemy skills are quite high and Duan basically the same, and combined with the wonderful spiritual formation he masters, he is not at all lost to Duan when it comes to refining elixirs. But after all, Duan has been immersed in this industry for a long time, and he has some unique experiences of his own. These are all accumulations and precipitations that take time, which are not available to Yongkai, so they are extremely precious. Wanting to release the ancient demon clan from the mysterious small realm, Yongkai's alchemy technique is still a little warmer. He wants to improve his alchemy technique in the shortest possible time, and then go to the endless snow mountain to release the ancient demon clan. With this family as his strength and support, Yongkai can do many things that he cannot do alone. After saying goodbye to Fei Yu, Yongkai left the Tianshao sect and flew all the way to the Boulder City. Arrived 2 hours later. After coming here, Yongkai was surprised to find that this city seemed to be a lot more lively than before, and many came and went, and many of them were foreign warriors and they didn't know what they were doing. Yongkai shook his head and didn't pay attention to others, and walked straight to the Alchemist Association. When he came to the Alchemist Association, Yang Kai had just walked in, and a little girl rushed over to him, looking at the age of only 14 or 15 years old, with a pair of ponytails. She looked pure and moving. He is too young, and his body has not grown yet, but he can see that he is a beautiful woman, with 2 small dumplings stuffed in his chest, petite and lovely. The little girl rushed straight to Yang Kai, opened her arms to stop him, raised her head and said, "Who are you? Why did you break in so casually?" Yang Kai was stunned, looked her up and down, and found that this little girl's cultivation base is not bad. She was a lot higher than Sun Yu of Longfeng Mansion, and she had the strength of the 9th layer of the True Yuan Mirror. "Who are you?" Yang Kai asked back. There should only be 3 people in the Alchemist Association, Duan, Mina, and Yi Shang, Mina's master. When will there be such a little girl? Who do you care about me? The other party twitched his nose and looked at Yang Kai dissatisfiedly. Is this the Alchemist Association, don't you know? Shanzai. Yang Kai was choked and had nothing to say. This little girl is not very old and tall, but she spoke with a big tone. "HMPH, you are here to ask Old Man Du and Master Yi to concoct alchemy. If you want to concoct alchemy, you can come back in a month. The schedules of the 2 masters are full." The girl guessed wisely. So busy. Yang Kai was surprised. Of course, there are many people who have come to ask the 2 masters to make alchemy during this time. The girl was triumphant, as if those people were asking for alchemy by herself. Her bright eyes rolled, and suddenly said, "But if you want the level of the refined medicine pill is not high, I can help you refine it. You can also concoct alchemy." Yang Kai looked down at her and suddenly felt interesting. Of course it will. Don't underestimate people, they are Xuanji low-rank alchemists. Oh, this is really incredible. Yang Kai sighed sincerely. At such a young age, he is already a low-level alchemist of Xuanji, and this girl has not been seen by Yang Kai a few years ago, which means that she came here. At most, it was only about 3 or 5 years, and it was probably cultivated by Duan or Yi Shang, who were good alchemy seedlings. In 3 to 5 years, he has grown to a low-grade alchemy master of the mysterious extreme, and his aptitude is really good. Hearing Yang Kai's compliment, the girl suddenly smiled, and the look in Yang Kai's eyes was no longer so repulsive. He said, "How? 80%, that's pretty good, so how much do you want to pay?" Yang Kai asked while rubbing his chin. "I don't want your reward." The girl replied quickly, "Elder Du and Master Yi told me that I should practice more now, so if there is a chance, I must seize it." "Well, of course, if you must pay me. People do not refuse. In fact, alchemy is so hard every time alchemy, Wooer is tired and sweaty." Yang Kai laughed loudly. "Your name is Wooer, right?" Yang Kai pondered for a while, and then took out some herbs from the black book space and handed them over. The grades of these medicinal materials are not high, and it is useless for Yang Kai to keep them now. It is just for this little girl to let her practice and improve her skills. Yang Kai still remembered that when he was learning the alchemy technique, he struggled to collect medicinal materials. Wooer's eyes were bright. She took the medicinal herbs and put them in her chenken bag, her brows dancing brightly. "You can help me refine 100 spirits pills." After giving enough medicinal materials, Yang Kai made a request. "Okay, so many medicinal herbs should be enough." Wooer agreed happily, "But if you have 100 pieces, it will take some time. You can come to me in a month, and I will give you the medicinal herbs at that time." "Okay." Yang Kai nodded solemnly, and took out some crystal stones. "This is your reward." "It's really good." Wooer looked at Yang Kai timidly, her little hand twisted her floral dress, but she was embarrassed, and she looked hesitant. "You are laborious in alchemy, so naturally you have to be rewarded." Quote, "Then, Wooer is welcome," Wooer said as she took those sparse stones and smiled. She suddenly felt that the young man in front of him was more kind than Du Lao, and Yingwei compared to Master Yi. Mo Bian waved his hand happily and said, "Well then, if you come here to pick me up in a month and go to practice now, you won't be disappointed." Yang Kai nodded lightly and watched her fly away. At the corner, the excited dancer just bumped into Mina, who was approaching oncoming. Mina's eyes were quick and she embraced her. "Senior sister, look." Wooer handed over the spar she was holding. Mina's beautiful eyes lit up, and she wondered, "Where do you get so many spar?" "There is still in the chenken bag. That person gave me more than 20 yuan." "Who gave it to you?" Mina frowned. "A man asked me to help him refine 100 psychic pills, and then gave me these spar as a reward." 100. Mina was startled again and again. Why does he want so many psychic pills? And he actually asked you to refine them? "Yeah, the medicinal materials are all in my chenken bag." Mina's expression became serious, and she hummed, he has ulterior motives. This person is either blind or has no plans. Is that person still in the association? I don't know, it was still there just now. Wu looked at Mina, not understanding why senior sister looked unhappy. I'll take a look, Mina said, and ran out. My junior sister is too young, and she is still learning the alchemy technique. If that person really wants to hire someone to alchemy, she will not ask Wu anyway, she looks too unreliable. Mina instinctively thought that the man was approaching Mai with a different purpose. He rushed out with a fierce face, secretly ruthlessly finding that person. He must give him some color, let him know that the people in the Alchemist Association are not easy to bully. Before reaching the door, I saw a person walking over in a leisurely manner, looking at each other. The person greeted with a smile, "Beauty, long time no see." Mina froze in place, looked at each other stupidly, it took a while to react, and exclaimed, "Yang Kai." As he said that, he rushed over excitedly and said in surprise, "You guy, finally came back." "Well, it's only been a month since I came back. I thought you died outside." Mina snorted, "I have been sent by Elder Du to Tianshaozong to inquire about you every once in a while in the past few years, but I have never been able to inquire about you." To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 847 Du Lao's Guest. In the Alchemist Association, Mina seemed very happy when she first saw Yang Kai, who she hadn't seen for several years. However, when I think of old man Du's care for him, I still feel a little hated. For this guy, I don't know how many times I have run to the Soaring Sky sect, and I almost flattened the mountain there. So didn't I come here in person? Yang Kai chuckled. You're acquainted. Mina hummed softly, looked him up and down, and said suspiciously, the person who asked Wu to concoct alchemy just now, isn't it you? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Mina patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. It's really you, then it doesn't matter. I thought that something with no eyes wanted to beat Wu and was about to come over and teach him a lesson. Yang Kai smiled and said, I think she needs some materials to practice, so I will fulfill her. When did the Alchemist Association have such a little girl? I haven't seen it before. When Mina heard the words, her expression darkened, she looked back, and after confirming that Wu had gone far, she whispered, I picked it up with Mr. Du. Poor girl. I picked it up. Yang Kai was stunned. Well, on our way back from Floating Cloud City, we passed a village that was attacked by a herd of beasts. Everyone died, and she was the only one left crying in the ruins. Elder Du couldn't bear to she stayed there, and brought her back to Boulder City. When she brought her back, she was less than 10 years old, thin, and didn't know how to speak. She seemed to be frightened. After being raised for a few years, she became in this way. My energy is very good now, I know how to run wild all day, and I can't catch it. Yang Kai couldn't help but be amused, nodded and said, you guys have picked up a good seedling. Quote, yeah, Mina's beautiful eyes gleamed. Elder Du said he didn't expect Wu to be quite suitable for alchemy. When she brought her back, she hadn't even practiced before, and you should have seen her realm now. At the 9th level of the true Yuan realm, if the level of alchemy is almost at the Zan level. As a senior sister, I feel the pressure. If I don't work hard, I will be surpassed by this little girl. Yang Kai laughed loudly, it will take many years. I'm afraid it won't take long. Mina said with a bitter expression, I'm just a low-grade alchemist at the spiritual level, and I'm just a big level higher than Wu. With the growth rate of this little girl, it won't take 10 years, can surpass me. Saying that, Mina suddenly looked at Yang Kai curiously, how about you? Has there been any progress at the level of the high-grade spiritual level? A little bit. Yang Kai touched his nose, not daring to tell the truth, for fear of hitting Mina. All right, looking at you like this, I know that you must have been able to refine holy pills. This girl is just an ordinary person, not to compare with you two freaks. Mina was frustrated for a while, and suddenly smiled again. Don't talk about it here, come in, if old man Du knows you are here, he will definitely be very happy. Yang Kai nodded lightly and followed her towards the Alchemist Association. Before reaching the depths, Yang Kai's expression changed, and he asked suspiciously, is Du Lao receiving guests? He felt the breath of several people, and in old Du's room, he could vaguely hear some laughter. Among these people, one is Du Wan, and the others are not low in strength, all of them have the level of transcendent realm. Yeah, Mina replied, it just so happened that a guest came today. Then I'll wait. No. Mina smiled mysteriously, I think those guests will also want to see you. Yang Kai was stunned, and suddenly woke up. Wouldn't it be the ones I met in Floating Cloud City? Clever. Mina pursed her lips and smiled. She had come to Duan's room while she was talking, and said loudly, Elder Du, another guest is here. The laughter and conversation inside stopped for a while, and then Duan's voice came. Let him come back another day, the old man will not see other guests today. Mr. Du, are you sure? If that's the case, then I'll blow him away. Mina asked Yang Kai while winking. You little girl. Duan's helpless and bitter laughter came from inside. Who is it? Listening to what you mean, it seems to be a very important guest. Without waiting for Mina to answer, Yang Kai said respectfully, Elder Du, it's me, boy Yang Kai. Yang Kai. Duan's voice suddenly rose a lot, and then there was a sound of dang dang dang. After a while, the door was opened, and Duan showed his head in surprise. After seeing Yang Kai, the turbidity his eyes suddenly shone brightly, it's really you. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Come in, come in. Duan was enthusiastic and greeted Yang Kai, you are back. I wandered outside for a few days, and I just returned to the sect not long ago. I heard that old man Du asked Mina to go to Soaring Heaven sect many times to inquire about the kid's news, and he was very grateful to old man Du for taking care of him. Yang Kai said sternly. You're welcome, you are a member of my alchemist association, and as the principal, I naturally have to pay attention. Duan laughed, his old face turned into a flower, you came by coincidence, I happened to be talking about you with some old friends. While the two were talking, they entered the wing. In that wing room, several old guys with the same temperament and age as Duan were staring at the door with their heads outstretched, looking with eager anticipation. After Yang Kai appeared, his expressions became suspicious. Hey, Duan, an old guy with a fat head and big ears on the left shouted, it's not quite right, the kid I saw last time was not him. Did you think I was too old to remember and just found someone, or are you going to lie to me? This old guy seems to be too fat, sitting on the ground like a piece of meat, leaning on the wall with his whole body, panting after saying a few words. Yeah, the body shape is similar, the voice is the same, it's just so wrong. Another old man on the right hand stroked his beard and looked up and down Yang Kai. Hey, you two idiots, don't you remember that Duan helped people make alchemy and obtained a magical secret treasure? The third person in the middle seemed to see the mystery at a glance, and smiled proudly, I remember that secret treasure can change a person's appearance and breath. Quote, so, is this really that kid? What we saw back then wasn't his original appearance. The fourth was an old woman with bright eyes, exclaiming. It's the kid, I've seen a few masters. Yang Kai smiled and clasped his fists. Come on, sit down and talk. Duan greeted warmly, we are all used to being lazy, don't be too cautious, just do what you want. Yang Kai took a look and found that these masters are indeed casual enough. There are tables and chairs next to them instead of sitting on the ground. It was probably because of the fat man. It didn't matter, just sat next to Duan. The four pairs of eyes looked at him with interest, and Yang Kai laughed dryly. He still remembered that when he was in Floating Cloud City, because he won the top prize in the alchemy conference, he took some things from the Chenkin bags of these four people. Duan, you are so shrewd. You actually put the secret treasure of disguise on this kid in advance. It's no wonder that so many people have taken his portrait to inquire over the past few years, but they have never been able to find this person. The old woman smiled, so this is Ah. If it weren't for this, he would have been in trouble already. Duan smiled slightly, although some clues point to the Soaring Heaven sect, there is Chuling Shao over there, and no one dares to look for trouble. Yang Kai condensed the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year-old magic flower, and naturally someone would inquire about his whereabouts, trying to get this genius treasure from him. You don't know early on that he can get the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year-old magic flower, right? I just don't think he can reveal his identity in front of so many people. Duan chuckled, it's not that far-reaching, but it's really surprising that he can get the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year-old magic flower. Saying this, he suddenly said, by the way, Yang Kai, let me introduce to you, this is the head of the Fragment Star City Alchemist Association, Hong Feng, a low-grade holy alchemist. I have seen Master Hong. Yang Kai respectfully saluted. Don't dare. Hong Feng stroked his beard and smiled. It won't take long, I'm afraid you will be able to reach my level, let's forget the word master. Duan also smiled, did not refute, and pointed to the fat old man. This is the head of the Shining City Alchemist Association, Chong Bao, a holy level low-grade alchemist. Well, Brother Chong is greedy for food and drink, so his body becomes in this way, you should take precautions. That Chongbao pouted. Eating is a beautiful thing in the world, Duan, you don't know how to enjoy it. Duan ignored him, and pointed to another person. This is the head of the Alchemy Association of Sanchuan City, Hefeng, a holy level low-grade alchemist. Just after the introduction, Hefeng came over and said with a smile, "Boy, I invited you to Sanchuan City a few years ago, but you didn't agree. How about thinking about it today?" As he said, he winked and said, "This old man has several beautiful granddaughters. You can choose any of them. It doesn't matter if you want them all, as long as you promise to go to my Sanchuan City Alchemist Association." Thanks to the great love of the master, the boy is very grateful, but Du Lao has the kindness of supporting the boy, so the master is not to blame. The boy rejected the kindness of the master. Hefeng rolled his eyes involuntarily, and hummed, "You're not too timid, but no one has ever dared to reject the old man's kindness head-on. It's better for you, you stinky brat, to make the old man lose face again and again." "Who told you to be uninteresting?" Duan laughed loudly. Yang Kai's words were simple and straightforward. He seemed extremely happy when he heard that. He ignored Hefeng, turned to the old woman, and said, "This is a broken man. The director of the Yucheng Alchemist Association, Kong Ruiyu, is a low-grade holy alchemist." Yang Kai looked solemn and saluted again. Most of the top alchemists and alchemists are men, and not many women achieve this kind of achievement, because women are born with a feminine physique, which does not match the yang fire required for alchemy and refining, but this Kong Ruiyu can reach the holy level. The level of a low-grade alchemist means that she has put in more effort than others, and her aptitude is better. If she were a male, her current achievements would probably be higher. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 848 How do you know this? In Du Wan's room, there were all saint-level low-rank alchemists, and the lineup was exaggerated. In the entire Tongshuan continent, it is estimated that there are no more than 20 alchemists who have reached the level of saint-level alchemists. Each of them is well-known and known to the world, and here, there are 5 gathered. As for the saint-level middle-grade alchemists, there are even fewer, only 3 or 5 people. It seems that the only saint-level high-grade alchemist is Master Li Rui, the old man in Tianzang who sees the dragon but does not see the end. Du Wan carefully introduced Yang Kai one by one, and the 4 alchemy masters also looked at Yang Kai with a pair of approving eyes. They remembered Yang Kai's outstanding performance at the Floating Cloud City Alchemy Conference that year. They felt that with time, this kid's future achievements would definitely be higher than their own, and they regarded him as the hope of the alchemy world. Mina went back and forth, served the fruit plate and tea, and backed off again. She is not qualified to stay here for such a high-level meeting. Not only her, but also her master Yishang is not here. Du Wan left Yang Kai alone, which shows that he values Yang Kai. Several alchemy masters are old friends, and they don't talk too much about each other. Yang Kai didn't make a sound, just listened on the side, calm, without showing the slightest impatience. Sometimes someone threw an interesting topic, and he still listened with relish. After talking for a long time, Du Wan suddenly said with a smile, "The few of you are not far away. You should come to my Boulder City not only to talk to someone about the world, right? Did something happen?" As soon as these words came out, the 4 alchemy masters nodded solemnly. The old woman Kong Ruiyu said, "There is indeed something, let Chongbao tell it, he found it." Du Wan couldn't help but turn his attention to the head of the Shining City Alchemist Association. Chongbao looked solemn, groped for a while in his Chenkin bag, and took out a piece of animal skin that was somewhat incomplete. This animal skin looked like something old, and there was a quaint atmosphere inside and outside, and handed it to him. Du Wan said, "Look at this." Du Wan took it, carefully spread the animal skin on himself, and looked around. He couldn't help but let out a snort, his eyes focused. Looking at it, Du Wan's expression became excited, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. That Chongbao explained on the side. "This spiritual array map was picked up by a disciple from my sect and handed over to me. After a year of comprehension, Chong couldn't solve the mystery, so he thought about finding a way to leave Hefeng, who is not far from Chong." Then Hefeng smiled bitterly and said, "He couldn't do anything, so the 2 of us went to find Brother Hong and senior sister Kong. I can't understand the old people. I heard that Brother Du, you are about to be promoted to the middle grade alchemy master of the holy level, so I came to the Boulder City together and let you take a look." Kong Ruiyu took the words. Duan nodded slightly, indicating that he understood, and after watching it carefully for a long time, he shook his head sadly. I am afraid that you will be disappointed. This spiritual array diagram is complicated, and it does not look like it was used in recent times. The spiritual formation is more like an ancient spiritual formation, and it is incomplete, and Dumo is powerless. Hearing what he said, the four of them didn't show any expressions of disappointment. They originally came with the idea of giving it a try, and they didn't really think that Duan could solve the mystery of the spirit array. Duan smiled mysteriously. Although this old man can't solve it, he knows that there is a person in the world, and he must be able to know what this spirit array map is for. Who? The four asked in unison. Old man Tianzang. Changbao couldn't help rolling his eyes. This master's whereabouts are elusive, and the dragon sees its head but not its tail. How can I find him? When I first learned alchemy, this master was already famous all over the world, and now I am a holy level low-rank alchemy teacher, but I have never seen his true face. It is really a pity in life. Among the 5 alchemy masters present, I am afraid that only Duan has seen the old man Tianzang. But Duan didn't make it clear. After all, he was past the age of showing off. Looking at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally, Duan said, perhaps other than the old man Tianzang, there are other people who can untie it. Duan, don't give a shit, just say who it is. He Feng urged impatiently. Haha, Duan laughed dryly. When Yang Kai saw his appearance, he knew that he wanted him to see it. Duan always thought that there was an expert behind him, and he was convinced that the expert was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the old man Tianzang. That's why he looked at himself with that kind of eyes. In desperation, Yang Kai said, Elder Du, can you let the kid also observe and observe? Duan's expression brightened, and he hurriedly handed over the animal skin. Changbao suddenly said nervously, Boy, you have to be careful, don't break it for me. If it does break, I'll take you to Shining City. Don't worry. Duan chuckled, his expression determined. The 5 alchemy masters didn't pay much attention to Yang Kai. Except for Duan, everyone else thought he was very curious and continued to discuss the spirit array on the animal skin. After observing for many days, they naturally have some opinions and ideas of their own, which are gathered in one place, looking forward to finding a way to decipher the spirit array and completing it. Yang Kai looked at the spirit formation map, and after a long time, his brows wrinkled. The spirit array diagram on this animal skin is indeed too complicated. It seems that several spirit arrays have been combined together in a clever way, but it looks a bit bloated. After the spirit array diagrams were taken apart, they were somewhat similar to those recorded in the true alchemy formula, but they were not the same, and should not be from the same era. The technique of alchemy is developing all the time, and the spiritual arrays used in alchemy have also been developed and studied by the alchemy masters all over the world. With Yang Kai's current vision, it is natural to see the flaws and drawbacks of this spiritual array. However, compared to the spiritual array currently used, the wealth contained in this spiritual array is enormous. Once it is cracked, it can bring great development to alchemy. Duan obviously expected himself to take action, but Yang Kai did not refuse. Immediately, he realized it, and while comparing the knowledge he inherited from the real alchemy formula, he repaired and perfected the damaged spiritual array in his mind. After a long time, it was finally repaired. All the alchemy masters were silent at the moment, and they were all a little disappointed. Duan was paying attention to Yang Kai's expression changes all the time, but the other 4 were a little dejected, because they couldn't complete the spirit array map with their strength, which was really a blow. Any eyebrows? Duan suddenly asked. Yang Kai nodded lightly. N. The 4 looked stunned and looked over in surprise. Hong Fang said, you won't crack the secret, right? He Feng even shouted. Young man, you can't talk big words casually. We old guys are helpless with this, how can you crack it? Whether it's a big talk, you'll know by looking at it. Duan chuckled. Yang Kai didn't make a sound, took out a few pieces of good jade from the black book space, and then held it in the palm of his hand, using his spiritual sense as a pen, leaving some traces in the pieces of jade. After a while, he handed the jade stone to Duan. After the dismantling, several pictures of the spirit array are here, but what is the use of each one? It has to be verified in alchemy, and I hope it will help a few masters. Duan took it with a solemn expression, left a piece of jade for himself, hurriedly investigated, and distributed the remaining pieces to the other 4. Seeing that the old and the young had serious expressions, several people stopped talking, and they all probed into the jade stone. After a while, the expressions of everyone changed, which was especially wonderful. A few pieces of jade were turned in the hands of the 5 people in turn. After examining the spirit array diagram contained in it, why not mutter, really cracked? A few scattered spiritual array diagrams are put together, and it is indeed the one on the animal skin. Not only is it perfect, but there are also some ingenious constructions. The problem that had stumped several saint-level alchemists for a year was solved just like that, making them a little unacceptable. Boy, how can you do this? These should be the long-lost spirit array diagrams. You can't have the opportunity to learn these at your age. He Feng stared at Yang Kai blankly. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, and said, to be honest with you, I actually got old Li's advice and studied with him for a period of time. Elder Li, Elder Tianzang, Kong Ruiyu exclaimed. Isn't it? Have you seen the tall man? Where did you see it? What does it look like? Several people at the moment still have the demeanor of an expert, they all shouted, and they were a mess of excitement. Yang Kai looked at Duan for help, and Duan quickly coughed, actually. Du has also seen it. Duan, stop bragging. He Feng obviously didn't believe it and pouted. Really? Duan bowed, it was in Floating Cloud City, and Elder Li was there at that time, but he didn't reveal his identity. Do you still remember another young alchemist who was comparable to me at the alchemy conference? Yang Kai asked. Remember, Hong Feng recalled, I remember that he was protected by several masters from the city lord's mansion. What does this have to do with Elder Li? Oh, he is Elder Li's closed disciple. What, closed disciple? No wonder he is so young and has such an accomplishment in alchemy. The old man has always wondered which expert cultivated him. That kid is lucky, to be accepted by someone like Old Man Li, his future must be limitless. Several people sighed, and seemed to be quite envious of Jai Yao's luck. It was a while after that, I studied under Old Man Li for a while. Well, these spiritual array diagrams were all learned from Old Man Li, so I can complete them, Yang Kai explained. Is that so? He Feng touched his chin and seemed to believe what Yang Kai said. Even Duan nodded slightly, and his doubts disappeared. But when they thought that they had been so close to Mr. Li, and they didn't even go to see him, the 4 of He Feng were extremely annoyed, and they were extremely envious of Duan's luck, so they gnashed their teeth for a while. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. ZQ4XQGV. Download the Temple game, join the battlefield, have fun with the author, group number 225,190,568, and cheer for your favorite author. Chapter 849 Competition of Saint-Level Alchemists. Those few long-lost spirit array diagrams contain huge wealth. Although no one knows what these spirit array diagrams actually do, as long as they go back and study them carefully, they will be able to gain a thorough understanding. Everyone was very happy when the secret on the hide was unlocked. Duan rolled his eyes and said with a smile, several people, this time I can solve the mystery of the spirit array map, but it is all thanks to Yang Kai's efforts. Satisfied, shouldn't there be something to express? What does it mean? He Feng's eyes bulged out. That Chongbao quickly covered his Chenkin bag and stared at Duan with extreme vigilance. The last time these people made a bet with Duan in Floating Cloud City, and they lost a while, causing the contents of the Chenkin bag to be taken away by Yang Kai. Now Duan said such words, which immediately made them vigilant. Duan ignored them, instead looked at Yang Kai and said with a smile, my old friends have always been generous and generous, you tried hard to solve their doubts, I think they should give you some thank you gifts. Well, no, if you take more, you will be fine. Hearing what he said, the 4 looked bitter and scolded Duan for being greedy and greedy. Kong Ruiyu laughed and said, forget it, as senior brother Du said, we have indeed gained a lot, and it's okay to take advantage of this kid. You don't have to be bitter, you all took such a big advantage, you should really thank others. When Kong Ruiyu spoke, the other 3 couldn't say anything. He Feng looked at Yang Kai with interest, what do you want? Say it, I will satisfy you. Yang Kai glanced at his Chenkin bag, and He Feng couldn't help but shudder. Chongbao and Hong Feng also raised a heart in their throats, for fear that Yang Kai would take something from their Chenkin bag like the last time. Yang Kai smiled and said loudly, several kindness is difficult to accept, that kid is welcome, This time I don't want the treasures in your Chenkin bag. The 3 male alchemy masters heard the words, their expressions loosened, and they looked at Yang Kai's eyes with kindness, and they looked like you were a good boy. Then what do you want? Duan was stunned. These old friends of mine are all very rich, and if you pass this village, you won't have this store. Duan, shut up and let this kid make his own demands. Changbao glared at Duan angrily. Okay, I won't tell you. Duan was helpless, and immediately fell silent. Yang Kai pondered for a while, and said, well, several masters are low-rank alchemists of the holy level. As a reward for unlocking the spiritual map, how about refining a holy pill and giving it to me? Refining holy pill? Chang Bao's face twitched. Well, refining holy pills. Yang Kai nodded sternly. Sacred pills are not easy to refine. He Feng touched his chin. Although they were all holy-level alchemists, refining the holy pills was accompanied by huge risks, and it was very likely that they would fail. It is also laborious to make. Because of this, every holy pill in the world is worth a lot of money. All right, Duan suddenly cheered up and looked at the other four with scorching eyes. Several, haven't we tried it for a long time? How about taking this opportunity to compare? Let Yang Kai He Yishang and the others will be the referees to see which one of us can refine the holy elixir better. Duan, do you think that you are about to be promoted to the saint-level middle-rank alchemist and will not take us seriously? He Feng laughed. Don't dare, it's just a rare opportunity. Dumo's hand is itchy. Okay, I agree with senior brother Du's proposal. We really haven't tried it for a long time. Kong Ruiyu was also interested. I don't care. Hong Feng shrugged. Let's do this then. Oh, pity my old bones. Chang Bao shouted while moving his bloated body. Everyone, please come with me. Duan laughed, looking very happy, and walked out as he spoke, and everyone followed. Yang Kai's request for them to refine the holy pill is not for the pill itself. He can also refine holy pills now. Although it is not easy to refine, and the medicinal materials are difficult to find, Yang Kai's black book space is rich in storage, and he really does not pay attention to the value of a few holy pills. What he wants is the knowledge and techniques of these alchemy masters in the process of alchemy, from which to observe and learn from experience. All the masters knew it well, so they did not refuse. Not only did they agree happily, but they also secretly decided that they must use their most exquisite techniques when they concoct alchemy. In the alchemy workshop of the Alchemist Association, several adults each found a good location, took out their alchemy furnace and the corresponding medicinal materials, and placed them on the table. Each of those medicinal herbs has a powerful spiritual energy and is crystal clear, and they are clearly genius treasures of the saint level. Inside the Dianfeng, Yang Kai, Yishang and Mina were watching from the sidelines. With such a great opportunity, Duan naturally wanted to call Yishang and Mina over. As for the little girl Wu'er, she was too young and inexperienced, so she couldn't see much when she called, so she didn't know. Mina's face flushed with excitement, she sat cross-legged beside Yang Kai, and asked nervously, why do the masters suddenly want to compete in alchemy? And they are still refining holy pills. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen Elder Du make alchemy, and this time there are 4 other people. This is really a big scene rarely seen in many years. Yi Shang was also quite excited, staring at the front with burning eyes. Shen Sheng exhorted, Mina, you will have to widen your eyes later, don't let go of the slightest gap, it will be of great help to your growth. Master, I know. Mina nodded heavily, her expression extremely focused. Are you guys ready? Duan looked around with a smile and asked aloud. Everyone nodded slightly, indicating that everything was ready. Then why should you first introduce what kind of pills you want to make? Duan smiled and said, what Du wants to make is the Xuanbing Good Fortune pill. It is specially created for those who practice frost and martial arts. Yes, after taking it, it can create a very cold environment in the body, which helps to condense the true essence and improve the cultivation base. Well, the required materials are Xuanbing Jade Crystal Flower, colorless soil, Jade Blood Grass, and 7th Order Demon, the inner alchemy of the Beast Ice Jade Python. Duan said in a loud voice, and the words passed into the ears of the 3 onlookers, causing Yang Kai and others to show a thoughtful look. An alchemist will have a lot of attention to himself when alchemy, and some traces can be seen from his selection of materials. How to integrate these materials and how to temper them all have their own unique techniques. Duan clearly wanted to let the 3 of Yang Kai learn more, so he explained it in such detail. After he finished speaking, Kong Ruiyu smiled slightly, and also raised his voice and said, what Laoshan wants to refine is the Lian Dan, which has the effect of protecting the soul. If the soul is injured and consumes this pill, it can keep the soul from dispersing, and there are certain things. For the healing effect, the required materials are Asura Bone, Soulless Grimace Flower, God Solid Stalagmite, 100 Tribulations Condensed Jade Dew. Several masters drank one after another, reporting the name of the holy pill they were going to refine and the genius treasure they needed. Mina and Yi Shang listened in astonishment. Each of these herbs alone is extremely difficult to find, and it is a rare scene to see so many genius treasures gathered in one place. My heart was excited, and the blood flow all over my body accelerated a lot. After a while, the 5 masters looked at each other and Duan said, "If that's the case, let's start." The other 4 nodded. The next moment, pure true essence burst out from the 5 people's bodies, and the temperature in the entire alchemy workshop increased a lot in an instant. The 3 Yongkai watched intently, only to see the 5 people gushing out their true essence, building the spiritual formation needed for alchemy in the alchemy furnace in front of them. When they were constructing the spirit formation, they seemed to want Yongkai and others to see clearly. Every real essence left traces to follow. After the construction of the spirit formation map, whether it was Yongkai or Yishang, Mina could clearly see what their spiritual formation was like. Plants of genius treasures were put into the pill furnace, and the 5 masters moved smoothly. The medicinal materials were quenched into medicinal liquid in the pill furnace, and they were moved by the real essence and put aside. Mina exclaimed in surprise and covered her mouth involuntarily, for fear of disturbing several masters with her own sound. Yongkai is also dazzled. Although his current level of alchemy is on par with the others in front of him, there are still many places that he can learn from, especially their alchemy techniques and some details he noticed in the process of processing the medicinal liquid. Comprehending these will greatly improve one's own alchemy skills. The hands of every master are like fluttering butterflies. For them, alchemy is simply an art. On their agile hands, the essence of alchemy has been sublimated. The more Yongkai looked, the more obsessed he became, and the whole person's mind gradually became immersed in it. While watching, he imagined in his mind what the scene would be like if he refined it himself, and compared it with the 5 masters to find his own shortcomings, silently in mind. Gradually, Yongkai forgot everything around him, as if he was in the world of alchemy, unable to extricate himself. The same is true for Mina and Yi Shang, who have all forgotten the passage of time. In the sweat and rain, the real energy in the pill room surged in waves, and the spirit array in the pill furnace was recharacterized again and again. When alchemy, an excellent alchemist will not only use a pair of spirits array, depending on the timing and the temperature, the spiritual array will be replaced at any time to achieve the most perfect effect. At this point, Yongkai has gained a lot of inspiration. When he used to concoct alchemy, he always used a spirit array to the end, but now it seems that if he can use the spirit array interspersed, he will use different spirit arrays at different times, the effect may get better. There were bursts of Dan incense, and the alchemy furnace in front of each alchemy master exuded a misty mist, which looked like a dream. The expressions of the masters also became very solemn. At the last moment, they did not dare to be careless at all, and a little carelessness might make their previous efforts go to waste. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. ZQ4XQGV. Download the Temple game, join the battlefield, have fun with the author, group number 225,190,568, and cheer for your favorite author. Chapter 850. Banman get an axe. After 4 full hours, the pill furnace in front of Duan suddenly hummed and vibrated, as if a living being was bound in it and was about to rush out of the pill furnace to escape. Duan's expression was extremely solemn, and he played the last few spiritual tricks, pouring real energy into it for the final refining. After a while, he gently patted the pill furnace, a snow-white color like a snowball, and a nail-sized pill flew out. Duan's eyes were quick. He quickly took out a good jade bottle, caught it, and closed the mouth of the bottle. The thick fragrance of Dan is floating in the dianfeng. Duan felt a little bit of the holy pill he had refined, and nodded with a smile on his face, as if he was very satisfied. Mina and Yi Shang couldn't help being a little excited when they saw this scene. The 5 saint-level low-grade alchemists started refining together, and Mr. Du was the first to succeed. It can be seen that he has indeed gone farther than the other 4 in terms of alchemy. But no one made a sound, just watched silently, waiting for the completion of the other 4. Next to Duan was Kong Ruiyu, and in just 1 stick of incense, the saint-level low-grade Lian Dan had been successfully refined, and she had also put it into the jade bottle. Another half an hour later, Chong Bao, Hefeng and Hong Feng finished refining. The 5 holy pills were released. At this moment, the pill square was filled with a strong aroma of pills, which made people feel relaxed and happy when they smelled it. The 5 masters all looked a little tired, especially the fat-headed and big-eared Chong Bao. When he was alchemy, he was sweating like a rain. At this moment, he was shaking with fat, and he was in a state of embarrassment. He kept wiping his forehead. Looking at each other, the 5 of them smiled knowingly, but they were not in a hurry to compare the pros and cons of the holy pills they had refined. Instead, they took out the recovery pills and took them, sitting cross-legged on the ground. It looks like it is going to be temporarily adjusted for a while. Refining holy pills is also a very energy-consuming and spiritual thing for them. It was only at this moment that Mina and Yi Shang dared to take a deep breath. After recalling everything they had just seen, they all felt that they had gained a great deal. Yang Kai, which of the 5 masters do you think is the best? Mina asked, staring straight ahead. But got no response. He couldn't help turning his head to look at Yang Kai, and was surprised to find that this guy had a contemplative expression. It looks like he has gained a lot. Yi Shang chuckled, don't bother him, he should have learned more than us. Yang Kai is obviously caught in a deep sense, if he has not gotten a huge harvest, this situation would never have happened. Yi Shang couldn't help but feel a little envious. Oh, Mina nodded quickly, breathing carefully, waiting for the recovery of the masters. A moment later, just as Mina was reminiscing about what she had just seen, the corner of her eye caught Yang Kai moving. Looking over curiously, Mina let out a small yawn. She found that Yang Kai took out her own small pill furnace, and took out some genius-level treasures of the saint level and placed them in front of her, and then concentrated ly stretched out her hand to cover the pill furnace, and painted a spiritual formation in the pill furnace. At this moment, the 5 recovered masters finally woke up, and Hong Fang laughed loudly. The holy pill has been refined, let's let these judges decide who has the better pill. Better. Okay, Chong Bao smiled, I hope your alchemy skills don't go backwards. You still worry about yourself. Duan shook his head and laughed, it seems that you have been patronizing your own good fortune over the years. Chong Bao curled his lips and said, but my alchemy skills haven't fallen. Several people stood up while talking, and walked towards the place where Yang Kai and others were. Not far away, after seeing Yang Kai's movements, all of them couldn't help being stunned. Hey, you kid, are you going to get an axe in front of the old man? He Feng said with a big laugh. Although it was teasing, there was no malicious intent. Duan frowned and suddenly realized something unusual. The only female alchemist, Kong Ruiyu, also looked solemn, raised his hand to signal everyone to stop and not to approach. Mina and Yi Shang gently walked away from Yang Kai and came to the front of the 5. Elder Du, Yang Kai suddenly started alchemy. It seems that he has gained a lot of things and is about to verify it. Mina said softly. Du Lao had a smile on his face, and his eyes were full of approval, don't disturb him, he should be in the epiphany. Epiphany, Mina couldn't help frowning, does alchemy also have such a statement? Of course there is, do you think that only martial arts have epiphanies? Duan explained softly, alchemy also has it. Once this happens, everything around him will no longer be concerned by him. In front of him, his world, only the only thing left is my own perception, only the pill furnace and medicinal materials. Interesting, I just don't know if he can break through the barrier in front of him. Speaking of which, this happened to my old man a few decades ago. Kong Ruiyu recalled, it's exactly as Brother Du said, I couldn't see anything at that time, I only saw the pill stove in front of me, and I just wanted to. I succeeded in refining that one pill. Unfortunately, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't reach such a state. Like the epiphany of martial arts, it's something that can be encountered and unattainable. Then what happened later? Master Kong, have you successfully refined your medicine pill? Mina asked curiously. Kong Ruiyu chuckled and nodded, naturally, it was a success, and the texture is quite good, and the medicinal effect is almost not wasted. It is the proud work of my life, and I still keep it in my collection. It's good. Mina's eyes lit up, full of respect. But you didn't find out, is there something wrong with the materials this kid chose? He Feng frowned, how come these materials are all saint-level materials? Can they be refined by his means? Quote. Hearing what he said, all the talents came back to their senses and checked carefully, and found that it was indeed the case. The materials selected by Yang Kai were indeed all saint-level materials. This is to make holy pills. Chong Bao exclaimed. Duan's eyes lit up, and he chuckled a few times, maybe, he can indeed make holy pills. Duan, don't be joking. He Feng rolled his eyes, you and I both know how difficult it is to refine holy pills, even if he has good aptitude and outstanding performance, I admit that he can grow to the level of a holy level alchemist. Even in the future, his achievements will be higher than ours, but that is the future. Is it too early to refine the holy elixir at his current age? Young man is full of vigor and blood. He thinks that it will come out as soon as he comes out. He always has to encounter some setbacks before he can correct his mentality. It's a pity that he had an epiphany this time. It would be great if he chose some spiritual level materials. In that case, the harvest there will be more. Hong Feng said regretfully. Chong Bao and Kong Ruiyu also sighed and nodded, and they all felt that Yang Kai's refining of holy pills was indeed a bit over his head. Du Wan smiled bitterly and said nothing more. Although he hopes that Yang Kai can succeed, he also feels that Yang Kai is too much. Being able to refine holy pills means that they are already holy level alchemists. There are not many such alchemists in the entire continent, and they are all old people who have been immersed in alchemy for many years. Yang Kai is still too young. Let's just wait and see what happens, and then give him some pointers to help him grow. Kong Ruiyu said softly. Everyone nodded, silently paying attention. Yang Kai's movements are not as smooth as several masters, but he is quite calm and meticulous, and every step can grasp the most perfect timing. Looking at it, several masters were amazed. Because Yang Kai's basic skills are too solid, in the process of condensing the medicinal liquid, even with their critical eyes, they can't find the slightest fault. Moreover, the true essence revealed in his body is also pure and powerful. He doesn't know what spiritual formation has been drawn in advance in the pill furnace. The medicinal materials are put into it, and the medicinal liquid is condensed without any waste. Those condensed medicinal liquids are all wrapped in pure true essence, suspended beside the pill furnace, waiting to be used later. This scene was imprinted in the eyes of several masters, causing them to nod their heads slightly, showing their approval. In less than 2 sticks of incense before and after, all the medicinal materials have been condensed into medicinal liquid, and this speed made several masters stunned. Even if they are asked to do it, it will not be better than Yang Kai's, and the time will only be longer. This also means that Yang Kai's true essence is purer than theirs, and the selected spirit formation is also better. After the medicinal liquid was condensed, Yang Kai waved his hand, and a burst of light suddenly burst out from the pill furnace, as if the spiritual formation depicted in it had been destroyed. Seeing this scene, Chong Bao couldn't help but let out a low voice. This kid, it's too hasty, the spiritual formation was destroyed directly like this, how can it be time to describe it later? The medicinal liquid has been condensed, and even if it is wrapped in true essence, the medicinal effect is still volatilizing. Although they will replace the spiritual array during refining, they will make full preparations before that, and will not completely destroy it. They will build another spiritual array on the basis of the original spiritual array, which can save a lot of money, time, but also to ensure the effective use of drug efficacy. But Yang Kai directly destroyed the original spirit formation. Everyone couldn't help but show a worried look. It seems that they have seen the scene of Yang Kai refining an inferior pill, and regretting those hard-won saint-grade materials. Chong Bao's voice just fell, and a faint light flashed in the pill furnace that had just flashed a little light. Several masters had good eyesight, and suddenly saw a striped road surging and flowing in the pill furnace. Trace. So fast. He Feng was stunned and couldn't believe it. Impossible. Those rays of light are clearly signs of the formation of the spirit formation again. Destroying a spiritual formation a moment ago, and depicting a pair the next moment, the speed of this magical technique is beyond the understanding of several masters. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended votes and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please go to M to read. Chapter 851. Are you blind? The spirit formation in Yang Kai's pill furnace seemed to be changed in an instant. Moreover, no one saw any traces of his actions. When drawing the spirit array diagram in the pill furnace, it is necessary to pour the real essence into the pill furnace and control it carefully, using the real essence as the ink and the pill furnace as the paper, so that it can be portrayed. But the real essence in Yang Kai's body just now clearly did not pour into the pill furnace. Where did the spirit array come from? Use divine sense. Du Wan's eyes shone brightly, and he said solemnly. Just kidding. He Feng sneered and kept shaking his head. The power of divine consciousness is strong enough to be able to depict the spirit array, but it can't be used in alchemy. If you do this, it will only be destroyed. Those hard-earned materials. Look, Du Wan was in high spirits and didn't explain much. Among the people present, only he knew that Yang Kai's consciousness was very special, possessing the power of the fire of consciousness. That is the same capital as the Tianzang old man. It is true that the spiritual array constructed by ordinary consciousness cannot concoct pills, but the fire of divine consciousness is different. Everyone held their breath and condensed, watching nervously. Seeing that Yang Kai did not hesitate to put the medicinal liquid condensed from the medicinal materials into the pill furnace, he all raised his heart to his throat, for fear that he will waste those materials. Unexpectedly, after the medicinal liquid was put into the pill furnace, there was no sign of failure at all. Various medicinal liquids were mixed and smelted in the pill furnace, and some wonderful conflict changes occurred, floating out. Several masters were in shock and wondered what kind of mystery was hidden in it. Yang Kai's expression was extremely focused. When waving his hands, his true essence continued to surge for a long time, and his control of the heat was perfect to the extreme. It would not affect the efficacy of the medicinal materials due to excessive output or too little output. Once again, everyone felt that their eyes were bright. After a while, a light sound burst out from the Dan furnace. The spiritual formation Yang Kai had used before was destroyed again, and the few masters who had just settled down became anxious again. Light flashed again in the pill furnace, and the third spiritual formation took shape. He Feng's eyes widened, he didn't know what to say. Although they will change the spiritual formation when they are refining pills to help the formation of the pills, they will not change them as recklessly as Yang Kai, and the frequency of replacement is too fast. Faintly, they sensed that Yang Kai would not only use his true chi but also his divine consciousness when refining alchemy. Two-pronged approach. The power of this kid's consciousness seems to be a little weird. Yang Kai's cultivation and realm of the transcendent three-layer are higher than those of several masters, so even if they are aware of it, they can't find the mystery of the fire of consciousness, and they are naturally puzzled. Clap clap clap. Almost every half a stick of incense, the spirit formation in the pill furnace will be replaced. Several masters really don't understand, how on earth did Yang Kai achieve this, so frequently in pill refining the spirit formation is completely a dangerous move. With the passage of time, a fragrant Dan fragrance gradually floated in the dianfeng, which was more fragrant and excellent than when several masters refined it before. It's only been 2 hours. Chongbao trembled with all the fat and was shocked. The incense of the pill means that the medicinal pill is about to be successfully refined, and from the beginning to the end, the time spent by Yang Kai is only 2 hours. Compared with the 4 hours it took them to refine a holy pill, the time was nearly doubled. This kid is really refining holy pills. Hong Feng frowned. Could it be that he is refining spiritual pills with holy level materials? Hearing what he said, several masters thought it was very possible. It is common to use high-grade materials to refine low-grade medicinal herbs. It has been common in the alchemy world. Even some unskilled alchemists will deliberately select some high-level materials to ensure the success rate of pills At this moment, everyone felt that Yang Kai was probably doing something like this. After all, 2 hours is too short. If you refine a spirit pill, you can do it at Yang Kai's age. It really scared the old man to death. He Feng exhaled exaggeratedly. The old man really thought he was going to be surpassed by a junior, and he almost lost his confidence. Chongbao also laughed, but his performance like this is already very good, very good. Hey, Duan, let this kid go to my shining city, I promise not to treat him badly. Duan was indifferent, still staring at Yang Kai for a moment. He always felt that, with Yang Kai's personality, he would not do such a thing that violated the avenue of alchemy. Moreover, he was already a top-grade spiritual alchemist a few years ago. If he really wanted to refine spiritual pills, there was no need to choose some holy material. What kind of medicine is it? After a while, we can see the difference, and Duan, who has always been calm as water, couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The scent of the elixir is getting stronger and stronger, and I can see that the elixir will be released soon. At this moment, Yang Kai's hands suddenly moved at an unbelievable speed, and the golden yellow true essence that was visible to the naked eye flowed from his fingertips, drawing beautiful arcs in the air, and those arcs were connected in the air. At the same time, a pair of mysterious and complex spiritual array diagrams flashed out in the void. Everyone's eyes widened, watching closely. A picture of the exquisite spiritual array was punched into the pill furnace, printed inside and disappeared. In the small pill furnace, there was a sudden loud noise. The pill that had been formed seemed to have life. It was about to rise into the sky, and the pill furnace with it was shaking a little. The energies of the heavens and the earth were suddenly chaotic, and with the dianfeng as the center, a tidal wave rushed over and poured into the Dan furnace. It seems that at this moment, Yang Kai's small pill furnace has become a bottomless abyss that absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Perceiving all this, everyone in the dianfeng changed their expressions, and they didn't know what happened. After less than 10 breaths of effort, everything stabilized. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted it, and an imposing medicinal pill flew out from the pill furnace. He grabbed it in his hand and put it into the prepared jade bottle. Gently exhaling a breath, Yang Kai didn't even look at the medicinal pill he had refined, and quickly closed his eyes to concentrate, realizing what he had achieved this time. By the way, also restore the energy spent. It was quiet, several masters, you look at me, I look at you, they all stopped and hesitated. The medicinal pill was placed in the jade bottle, and they didn't know what grade it was, but the movement just made them feel that the medicinal pill refined by Yang Kai was very unusual. After a while, I didn't see Yang Kai's tendency to open his eyes. Chang Bao, who was waiting anxiously, urged him, Duan, go get that jade bottle. Yeah, I'm very curious whether the medicinal pill in it is a spiritual pill or a holy pill. Hong Feng urged. After all, Yang Kai is a member of the Great Stone City Alchemist Association, so Duan is naturally the one to come out at this time. Several people said that. Duan also seemed helpless, nodded and said, okay. Walking forward, he took the jade bottle back, and everyone gathered in a circle, staring at it with burning eyes. Open it, how can I investigate if you don't open it? He Feng shouted eagerly. Duan smiled wryly, opened the jade bottle, and in an instant, a fragrance rushed to his face, making him look shocked. There is no need to look at it with eyes, just relying on this Dan incense, Duan can be sure that Yang Kai's refining must be a holy Dan. He has actually grown to such an extent. Duan was surprised. The jade bottle was snatched by He Feng, and after looking at it, he lost his voice. Is it really a holy pill? Let's see. Chang Bao hurriedly said, and after getting the jade bottle to confirm the quality of the medicinal pill, his whole body trembled involuntarily, and he couldn't believe it. The jade bottle was rotated in the hands of several masters, and finally fell into the hands of Kong Ruiyu. Kong Ruiyu looked at it for a while, and suddenly his eyes became dignified. After watching it carefully for a long time, he said with a trembling voice, you old guys are all blind. What, isn't this a holy pill? Chang Bao looked at her in astonishment. Yeah, it's definitely the holy pill, what do you mean, senior sister Kong? He Feng frowned. Kong Ruiyu smiled strangely and handed the jade bottle back. Look carefully, this is not just a holy pill. Seeing that she was speaking so seriously, everyone hurriedly put their heads together again. After observation, Danxiang, the quality of medicinal pills, and the condensation of medicinal effects all meet the requirements of Shengdan. In the midst of suspicion, the holy elixir suddenly flashed with bright lights. Looking around, those lights were like the meridians of the human body, imprinted on the elixir, disappearing and appearing from time to time. On the meridian-like lines, there are hidden strands of essence flowing. If you listen carefully, there seems to be a gurgling sound of water flowing from the medicine pill, which is extremely magical. Danwen, several people exclaimed at the same time. Hey, the holy pill that gave birth to the pill pattern. It was refined under the eyes of the old man, and the old man has gained a lot of knowledge. Kong Ruoyu's voice trembled, looking a little unwilling, but a little surprised. Several people were shocked and speechless. Just that Yang Kai refined a holy pill was enough to shock them, and now, there is still a pill pattern on this holy pill. This is a long-cherished wish that several alchemy masters have been pursuing for countless years and have not been able to achieve it. They have already refined a lot of holy pills, but no one has ever been able to refine holy pills with pill patterns. Once a pill pattern is born, the value of this holy pill will increase several times, and its efficacy is several times that of ordinary pills. The most important thing is that it can be preserved forever. As long as it is not destroyed, no matter how many years, the medicinal effect of the medicine pill will not pass away. This is the true value of Danwen. Ordinary medicinal pills do not have such advantages. No matter how well they are preserved, the efficacy of the medicine will pass away all the time. Therefore, a medicinal herb is refined, and the sooner it is taken, the better the effect. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 852. In the alchemy workshop, a holy elixir with alchemy marks was refined by Yang Kai, and several masters took turns watching, shocked, unable to speak for a long time. Mina listened at the side, and was stunned. Her beautiful eyes showed a different kind of brilliance. From time to time, she glanced at Yang Kai who was meditating and recovering over there. biting her teeth lightly, looking a little unwilling. This kid. I'm so lucky. After a long time, Changbao let out a sigh, full of envy. Yeah, luck is so good. He Feng also agreed. Duan looked at them and murmured, is this really just luck? What else could it be? Hong Fang laughed. Dan Yun is the ultimate pursuit of every alchemist, but unfortunately these two magical things are extremely difficult to appear, and no one knows their formation principle. Every pill that gives birth to a pill pattern or pill cloud is refined by chance. However, it is undeniable that an alchemist must use his most perfect state when refining. At one point, this kid is doing better than us. Kong Ruiyu also nodded lightly. I was in the epiphany back then, and I was proud of refining the medicinal pill without any waste of efficacy, but now compared to this little guy, it is nothing at all. Quote. Several people, you and I, seem to attribute the formation of the Danwen to luck, and Duan didn't say much. Luck is important, but mood is more important when alchemy, especially when this holy pill is about to be trained. Yongkai also constructed so many spiritual arrays. Duan vaguely felt that this holy pill gave birth to the pill pattern, which was the result of Yongkai's efforts, not just luck. The future generations are terrifying. Changbao had a rare serious look on his face. I said, should we compare the holy pills refined by our old fellows? Isn't it necessary? He Feng blushed a little. Before Yongkai made alchemy, each of them had full confidence in the holy elixir they had refined, and felt that their refining was better than others. But now, in front of a holy pill that gave birth to a pill pattern, those they refined can no longer be compared with it. Not to mention the birth of the pill pattern, the time it takes Yongkai to refine a holy pill is not something they can hope for, and naturally there is no need for a competition. Several masters look at me, I look at you, all silently put away their holy pills, as if they put away something shameful. Yongkai was immersed in his own understanding, and the spirit body seemed to be in an empty field. There was nothing in this place, only the spirit formation map in the sky, flickering with a faint brilliance, flying in front of him. Divine intent conveyed the past, and all the wealth and knowledge spied from the real alchemy formula over the years passed by in front of the eyes like a quick glance. Those unimaginable knowledge and alchemy experience, and techniques were originally only scattered memories in Yongkai's sea of AAAA knowledge, but at this moment there have been some extremely subtle connections between them, allowing Yongkai to integrate and fully understand. There seems to be a closed door that slowly opened in front of Yongkai. Behind that door, the true mystery of the alchemy avenue is hidden. Yongkai plunged into it, comprehend in a fascination, and did not dare to relax in the slightest. With the passage of time, the true alchemy formula that has been sealed in the sea of AAAA knowledge has finally been completely understood by Yongkai, and there is no ambiguity. Anywhere in the real alchemy formula, Yongkai can do it at his fingertips. His own understanding of alchemy has suddenly sublimated to another realm. It seems that he was originally standing at a low place, looking up at the mysteries of alchemy, and suddenly rushed to a high place to overlook. Looking at it like this, everything is well understood. Including the generation of Danwen and Danyan. The extremes of these two medicinal herbs are not born only by chance and luck. There is a chance that these two things will be brought about when alchemy is alchemy. Pill grains are like the meridians of medicinal pills. With the meridians, medicinal pills will not be damaged for a long time. And Danyan is an upgraded version of Danwen. No matter which one it is a natural spiritual formation diagram, which is a summary of many spiritual formations explained in the true alchemy formula. By ingeniously combining those spirit formations and refining them into medicinal pills, it is possible to promote the formation of pill patterns and pill clouds. At the last moment of refining that holy pill, Yongkai was also blessed with his heart and showed his will, but he didn't expect to comprehend the mystery of the pill pattern by accident. As a result, his understanding of alchemy has been sublimated. However, although Danwen and Danyan can promote the generation, it is extremely troublesome to use, and it is accompanied by a huge possibility of failure. Several masters said that Yongkai was lucky, and it was not unreasonable. Yongkai had already mastered all the real alchemy techniques, and he faintly felt that his alchemy technique had improved somewhat. Excited, Yongkai slowly opened his eyes and turned his head to look around. After seeing everything in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. He was still sitting cross-legged in the dianfeng, but the two masters and Yishang and his apprentice had disappeared. There was only a girl with a pair of ponytails in front of him, who was looking at him curiously. It seems that because of her waking up, she was a little frightened, and she couldn't help but let out a cry. Wooer. Yongkai frowned. Why are you here? Wooer hummed. Why can't I be here? Yang Kai chuckled, not knowing why this little girl was a little hostile to her. She asked herself, how about Master and them? When they saw that you didn't wake up, they left and told Wooer to watch you here. Wooer said dissatisfiedly. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Kai nodded slightly and stood up. You bastard. Wooer grumbled angrily, I am an alchemist, why do you want me to help you alchemy? It made my senior sister laugh for a while. Why is she laughing at you? Yang Kai was surprised. She said, I, a Zon level alchemist, would actually help a holy level alchemist to make alchemy. Are you a holy level alchemist? After saying this, Wooer tilted her head and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yeah, Yang Kai nodded, but did not hide her intentions. Wooer pouted for a while. I don't believe it, you can't be a saint-level alchemist, it must be the senior sister who lied to me and wanted to see my joke. Why don't you believe it? Yang Kai suddenly felt interesting. Wooer thought about it with a dignified face, and raised her little head as a matter of course. Saint-level alchemists want to grow white beards, and white hair, you don't. Yang Kai froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Wooer dissatisfied, what are you laughing at? Do you think that Wooer is easy to be deceived at a young age? I asked senior sister to clean up you, she is much better than me. Also, this is the psychic pill you want to refine, I don't have enough time, I only made 30 pieces. You can find a way for the rest, and the medicinal materials will be returned to you. No need. Yang Kai waved his hand, you can keep it for yourself, the psychic pill will help you practice, it is just right for your current realm, and those medicinal materials are also for you to practice. As he said that, he seemed to remember something, and kept taking out some Zon-level materials from the black book space. These are also given to you, it is useless for me to keep them. Wooer originally wanted to refuse, but senior sister had taught her that she would not be rewarded without merit, and she would be diligent if she had nothing to do with her, if she was not a traitor, she would be stealing. Although the person in front of him is tall and tall, he is not necessarily a good thing. But before she refused, piles of medicinal herbs were constantly stacked in front of her. Wooer couldn't help but circle her small mouth, staring blankly. The grades of these medicinal materials are not high, but they are all what she needs now. Refining it into pills, whether you take it yourself or sell it, is a lot of wealth. The most important thing is to be able to improve your alchemy level by refining medicine pills. When it reached his mouth, he swallowed it again. Gradually, the medicinal materials in front of him piled up into mountains, and the man in front of him was still holding it out. It was as if he was carrying a treasure mountain, and the medicinal materials were inexhaustible. The dancers were stunned. After a long time, Yang Kai stopped and said, that's all, you have to prepare a few chenken bags to fit them. Go to your senior sister or master to ask for a few. Oh, Wooer responded stupidly. Yang Kai smiled, reached out and patted her head, turned and walked out. It wasn't until he left that Wooer suddenly regained her senses. She picked up her floral skirt with both hands, and rushed out with small steps, ready to ask the master to ask for the chenken bag. In Du Lao's room, Du Lao sat upright with his eyes closed, motionless, recalling the various movements of Yang Kai during the alchemy refining that day, as well as the different spirit array diagrams that flashed in the void. The more I think about it, the more mysterious it becomes. There was a knock on the door, old Du frowned and let out his spiritual sense. After realizing who was coming, he couldn't help but say in surprise, come in. Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered, respectfully saluting. Du Laohe smiled, got up to greet him, greeted Yang Kai to take a seat, poured him a cup of tea before asking, how is the harvest this time? A lot. Yang Kai nodded sternly, I would like to thank Du Lao and several masters. If I hadn't watched your alchemy, I wouldn't have the chance. It's serious. Du Wan shook his head. It's your ability to observe it. Yi Shang and Mina were also present at the time, and I didn't see any insights from them. You are the only one who can gain so much. How many masters? Yang Kai looked around, but did not find the figures of those people. Let's go, they came here because they wanted to find the old man to unravel the mystery of the spirit formation on the animal skin. Now that the wish has been fulfilled, I waited here for half a month, and they all left without seeing you wake up. Oh, I still want to thank you in person. Yang Kai said regretfully. When several masters were concocting pills, they did not hide their own pill concocting techniques at all, which was equivalent to exposing the secrets that were not passed on under the eyes of Yang Kai, which made Yang Kai very grateful. There will be opportunities in the future. Those old guys are all cheeky people, and they will inevitably run to my Boulder City in the future. Du Wan chuckled, it will not be too late to meet again and thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to M to read. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 853. After talking for a while, Duan solemnly handed over the low-grade holy level pill with pill marks that Yongkai had refined before. This holy pill was taken by several of their masters to observe. Yongkai has been awake, and naturally kept in Duan's hands. Yongkai took it and held it gently, with a thoughtful look on his face. I don't know if it is because of the complete comprehension of the true formula of alchemy, which has led to the improvement of his alchemy skills. Yongkai found that he was pinching the medicinal pill he had refined, and he could clearly feel this medicinal pill without observation. Various essences and traces inside. As if it were part of myself, it felt amazing. By the way, I saw you at the last moment of refining this holy pill, and suddenly you drew a lot of spiritual formations. Does this have something to do with the formation of the pill pattern? Duan asked suddenly. Yongkai nodded slightly. It has something to do with it. Everyone thinks that the formation of pill mark is luck, but I think that subtle techniques can be used to promote the probability of the birth of pill mark, so that's why so many spiritual formations are portrayed. Probability of promoting its birth. Duan's eyes lit up, and he asked in a deep voice, how much can the probability be increased? If this method is really effective, then there may be a sensational change in the alchemy of the entire continent. Just imagine that if the alchemy pattern can facilitate it, then a single alchemy material can exert several times of efficacy and effect. Yongkai smiled wryly and shook his head. It's not good, I can only say that I do my best, and I have only just realized some things in this regard, and I have not fully realized it. Well, I am also from a holy pill left over from the ancient times. After seeing the clues, and then seeing the alchemy techniques of the masters, I had a whim, but I didn't expect that the alchemy pattern was really refined. Sacred pill left over from the ancient times. Duan's expression changed. How do you know that it is the sacred pill from the ancient times? Because it is not a pill pattern, but a pill cloud. Through the condensation of the medicinal effect, it can be inferred that its existence has been at least thousands of years. Duan sucked in a breath of cold air, his eyes straightened. Sacred pill born with pill cloud. Where is it now? Can you let me observe it? Yongkai scratched his head and said awkwardly, I was eaten by me. Eat. Duan was dumbfounded, almost exploded and died. Yongkai smiled bitterly, recalling the scene when he took that holy pill, and now he has lingering fears. Raising the heavenly things. Duan patted his thigh angrily. You actually ate an ancient holy pill with a pill cloud. What a waste. During the conversation, I was extremely annoyed, as if a precious and favorite thing was ruined by Yongkai. Yongkai can understand his mood somewhat. The alchemy technique has reached a certain level, and he can use the finished pills to spy on the techniques and realms of the alchemists at that time, and even dig out many long-lost alchemy mysteries. Yongkai also had this idea in mind, so he would personally experience the medicinal effect of that holy pill. It is not surprising that Duan would be annoyed when he learned of this. After being indignant for a while, Duankai took a deep breath, calmed down, and sighed. Thank you for your fate, otherwise you might really die. Danyan and Danwen are fundamentally different. The existence of Danwen can only ensure that the medicine will not be damaged for a long time, but Danyan can help the medicine to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and increase its efficacy. The ancient holy elixir that has existed for thousands of years has been nourished by Danyan for so long, and the medicinal effect inside must be huge to an unimaginable level. It was a miracle that Yongkai didn't die suddenly after taking it. What did you learn from that ancient holy Dan? Duan asked again eagerly. That Dan Yun. There are some artificial traces, so I had those moves when I was concocting alchemy a few days ago. Now it seems that Dan Wen and Dan Yun can indeed promote the formation, but the probability should be small. Yongkai frowned. It's good if it can be promoted. Duan's eyes brightened, and he praised. You study hard. If you can really study it thoroughly, it will have a huge impact on the entire alchemy world. If you want me to help you, just say it, old man. Those who can help will definitely not refuse. Thank you for the old man do, and then I will have to trouble you old man. Yongkai nodded seriously. That's right. Duan suddenly remembered something, and stretched out his hand to fumble around in his Chenkin bag. After a while, he handed over a golden nameplate and smiled. This is your new identity nameplate, your original one, only record the level of a low-grade alchemist at the spiritual level, right? Now that you are considered a holy level alchemist, it's time to change it. No need for Mr. Du. I don't care about this. Duan chuckled. I know you don't care, but as the principal of the Great Stone City Alchemist Association, I have to give you this nameplate. Well, if you agree, I would like to report this news to you. Alchemy Master Association. If those people knew that there was such a young saint-level alchemist in my floating cloud city, I'm afraid they would be shocked, right? As if seeing the overly surprised appearance of those people, Duan smiled happily. Elder Du, there's no need to report this, right? Yang Kai said with a bitter face. High-level alchemists are indeed respected, and they are convenient to do things, but they are also accompanied by a lot of trouble. I don't want to be punished every day. It will waste a lot of time to come to the door and ask for help in alchemy, eh? Duan's expression became solemn. He pondered for a while and said, I ask you a question, you answer honestly. Seeing him so serious, Yang Kai couldn't help but look serious. Elder Du, please say it. You never thought of devoting your entire life to alchemy. Duan said in a deep voice, judging from your current performance, one day you will be able to reach a height like old man Li. This talent and aptitude, I don't want to see it buried in vain. Yang Kai laughed and thought about it. Old Du, you and I are not outsiders, and I will not deceive you. I told you before that the boy pursues the pinnacle of martial arts, and alchemy is only auxiliary. One is the master. One is this time. I still mean the same thing today, the primary and secondary should not be confused. Duan's expression darkened, and he looked a little lost. However, on the way of my martial arts growth, alchemy has also brought me huge benefits and help, so I think that when I practice martial arts in the future, I will not fall behind the improvement of alchemy. Duan frowned and sighed lightly. Both are cultivations, and one is destined to become a side branch. However, you are still young, and there are infinite possibilities. Well, this old man will try to live as long as possible for a few years, to see if you can improve your alchemy skills to the extreme while you are majoring in martial arts. As he spoke, he seemed to have untied the knot in his heart and laughed. Yang Kai also grinned and said, then ask Du Lao to try it out. Duan nodded lightly, I don't need to report your alchemist level to the alchemist general meeting, but you have to agree to a request. Any request? Have you seen Wu? Duan asked without answering. Yang Kai nodded. What do you think of her? The aptitude is not bad, whether it is cultivation or alchemy, it is not comparable to ordinary people. Quote, Duan smiled. Yes, there are not many people who live in my alchemy association, and only Yi Shang and Mina accompany this old man on weekdays. Yi Shang is a bit dull. The level of an alchemist, but there is little hope. Mina is better than her master Yi Shang, but her future achievements are limited, and she can't surpass this old man. But Wu, I am very optimistic. Quote, Elder Du means, haha, if you have spare time, you may wish to give more pointers to Wu. If your alchemy skills are buried here, this old man will die without resting his eyes. Elder Du is serious, Yang Kai said quickly. The old man can make the decision and let Wu take you as his teacher. What do you think? Yang Kai laughed dumbly. Old Du, this kid is so young, how can he be qualified to accept an apprentice? Besides, I am troubled by a lot of trivial matters, and I have no time to take care of her. Just as you said, I will communicate with her more. It is. That's fine, the old man won't force you. Yang Kai can understand Duanwi's proposal. As a martial artist, he travels around all year round, and his life is accompanied by great danger. If one day he accidentally dies, the alchemy technique that Yang Kai has mastered may be cut off. Old man Du didn't want to see this scene. That's why Yang Kai was asked to teach Wu more. After agreeing to Elder Du, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to return to Soaring Heaven sect, and asked Mina to report to him, and temporarily stayed in the Alchemist Association. His own alchemy skills also need to be improved now, and it is only a little short of the middle grade of saint level. All day long with the two girls, Mina and Wu, the days passed quickly. The alchemy technique that he mastered is not hidden, and he imparted it to Mina and Wu to help them grow. From time to time, Yi Shang would also shyly run over to watch. However, Yang Kai was surprised to find that those spiritual formations that he could quickly comprehend became complicated and complicated. After thinking about it, Yang Kai was relieved. I can easily understand it because the true alchemy formula is imprinted in my sea of AA consciousness. Others are different, and it's like learning from scratch. Wu is better. After all, she has been in contact with alchemy for a short time, and her ability to accept it is fast. Mina is also good. Yi Shang looks like an elm knot. Sometimes no matter how Yang Kai explains it, he still doesn't understand. After 3 or 2 times, Yi Shang was embarrassed to steal his teacher again. As time passed, Wuer's attitude towards Yang Kai gradually changed. She was originally hostile, but gradually became fond of and worshipped. The little girl is full of energy, and she is full of wind and fire all day, and there are all kinds of whimsy in her head. Sometimes her casual words can even make Yang Kai gain something. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 854, Re-entering the Snow Mountain. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During this time, Yang Kai has been in the Alchemy Association, teaching Wuer and Mina while improving his alchemy skills, and his life is quite leisurely. Yang Kai saw Wuer's growth in his eyes, and he spared no effort in cultivating it. Yang Kai still likes this little girl who is a little bit weird about the elf. On this day, Yang Kai, who was busy in the alchemy workshop, suddenly noticed some movement, stopped the movement in his hand and looked, and found that Old Man Du walked in with a worried look. The three hurriedly bowed. Old Man Du waved his hand and said, "This old man is here to tell you that if there is nothing wrong in the near future, don't run outside." "What's wrong?" Mina asked suspiciously. "It's not very calm outside now." Du Lao looked solemn. "If you go out, you might get into some trouble." "What trouble will there be?" Mina looked puzzled. Yang Kai frowned and suddenly said, "Is it related to the outsiders who poured into the stone city during this time?" Du Wan glanced at Yang Kai in amazement and smiled. "Yes, it seems that you have also discovered that since a few months ago, many outsiders have come to stay here in Jushi City. It seems that they are inquiring about something. There are more and more people these days, eh?" Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although he stayed in the Alchemy Association and never went out, the changes in the giant stone city could not be concealed from his spiritual sense investigation. People from all walks of life are in a hurry. From time to time, they will come to Jushi City to buy some living materials or training materials, and then leave in a hurry. These are very abnormal. Especially in the recent period of time, more and more people from outside, all of them took the Boulder City as a transfer station, stayed for a while and left. It seems to be heading to the endless snow-capped mountains. Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning and asked, "Elder Du, have you heard any definite news?" Du Wan nodded lightly and said, "There are some. Ran Jing from Jiu Yudongtian and Mao Da from Rashaman came to the old man and asked him to help refine a few poison-proof pills." I asked casually. According to the two of them, they wanted to go deep into the snow-capped mountains to find something, to refine poison-proof pills to prevent accidents. Well, I guess what they were looking for had something to do with the poison. Quote, "After taking the poison-proof pill, it can resist the invasion of toxins, especially the poison-proof pills refined by the masters such as Duan, which can basically ignore the poison in the world. Although it is expensive, it is also worth the money." As for Ran Jing from Jiu Yudongtian and Mao Da from Luo Shengmen, Yang Kai had also heard their names. With the Boulder City as the center, there are 4 fairly good forces nearby. Soaring Heaven Sect, Liguang Sect, Jiu Yudongtian and Rashomen. Yang Kai also went to the Thunderlight Sect to serve as a guest minister. When Yang Kai first came to Boulder City, Duan explained to him the pros and cons of these 4 forces. Among them, Soaring Sky Sect was the most important. The two of them were comparable in strength to Sha Chengyan, the dead leader of the Thunderlight Sect, and they were both at the level of the Transcendent 3-layer. Not only did a large number of outsiders pour into the snow-capped mountains, but the nearby Jiu Yudongtian and Rashomen were also involved. Hearing what Duan said, Yang Kai suddenly realized something. His face changed, and the tide-like spiritual sense spread frantically, turning into a thread, which was transmitted thousands of miles away. After a long time, his expression was shocked, and he withdrew his spiritual sense, his eyes dignified. "Elder Du, I want to go out," Yang Kai suddenly said solemnly. Ah, Duan was stunned. Just now, he specially came to tell a few people not to run outside during this time, but Yang Kai actually took the initiative to go out. After thinking about it, he asked in a deep voice, "What do these outsiders want? It has nothing to do with you, does it?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "I hope it doesn't matter, but looking at it like this, it seems to be related." Duan was confused and stared blankly at Yang Kai. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "Then you have to pay attention to safety. It is best to go back to Soaring Heaven Sect first and discuss with your 4 uncles. With their protection, there must be no problem." "Well, let me figure it out." Yang Kai responded casually and hurriedly rushed out. After he left, Du Wenkai slowly shook his head and said helplessly, "If I knew earlier, I wouldn't talk too much." Mina's eyebrows condensed into a line. Elder Du, what happened this time? What does it have to do with Yang Kai? I don't know, I hope he is safe. Du Wan was a little annoyed. If he had known this, he should have found out more about the matter from Ran Jing and Mao Da. Since the two of them have taken action, they must know some insider information. After leaving the Alchemist Association, Yang Kai was like electricity, and he did not gallop towards the Soaring Heaven sect, but flew straight towards the endless snow-capped mountain. The news he heard from Du Wan, coupled with his own investigation, Yang Kai had already vaguely guessed what would happen here. It's just that he didn't expect things to be so dramatic. When there was no one, Fengali's wings spread out and jumped into the clouds, and the spiritual sense wrapped itself around itself and was not noticed by anyone. In the air below, from time to time, some warriors will be found, flying forward against the icy cold wind. 3 days later, Yang Kai went deep into the snow mountain. The towering and endless snow-capped mountains are covered in silver and pure white. Spiritual mind quietly released the investigation, and soon, Yang Kai noticed a weak response, grinned, and flew in that direction. Another half a day later, Yang Kai hid on the top of a snow-white mountain, looking in a certain direction. In that direction, there were a lot of warriors gathered, with a few thousand or so, all of whom came from the Boulder City during this period of time. Among these thousands of people, there is a special soul fluctuation, which has a subtle connection with Yang Kai. In that direction, Yang Kai passed some messages to the past. At the same time, in a tent, several Immortal Ascension boundary warriors are recovering their powers. Although their strength has reached Immortal Ascension boundary, the weather here is freezing cold, and the consumption of true essence is huge. Even they can't bear it for a long time. The expression of one of the young people who was meditating changed, Huodi opened his eyes, and his breath became disordered. Aware of his abnormality, several other people opened their eyes and looked at him, and found that the young man had a pale face, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. Lu Gui, what's wrong? Someone on the left asked hurriedly. The young man named Lu Gui was indifferent, and his expression changed, especially wonderful. After a while, he said with a sad face, "It's nothing. You guys are recovering first, and I'll go out. Go out now. Tomorrow we have to investigate around to find clues about that person. How can you survive if you don't recover?" Someone hurriedly said. However, Lu Gui did not respond, and the person had disappeared. Several people in the tent slowly shook their heads and stopped paying attention to him. These people are from the same faction, and they know each other well. In the past, this young man named Lu Gui was not very qualified, and his cultivation was several layers worse than them. Gradually grown to the level of the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary, comparable to several of them. This time I came to the endless snow-capped mountains more than 100,000 miles away to find someone, but there are so many snow-capped mountains here, no one knows where that person is hiding, let alone whether that person is really in the snow-capped mountains. Middle. Lu Gui shuttled through the snow, and after a while, he followed the instructions of the voice in his head and came to the outside of a spacious tent. This tent is different from other tents. It looks extremely luxurious. There are bright lights outside the tent. It is obvious that some exquisite formation is arranged inside, and the surrounding aura is also pouring into the tent without interruption. The only thing that people care about is that there seems to be a green aura in the tent, and there are some things that make people shudder. Standing outside the tent, Lu Gui couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He glanced around furtively, and found that no one was paying attention to him. Just when he was about to speak up, the tent suddenly cracked open, and he looked inside. With a big hand, Lu Gui was captured directly. The cultivation level at the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary had no resistance at this moment. Lu Gui only felt a breath of death coming towards him, which made him tremble and his eyes were full of fear. Jia's strange laughter sounded beside his ears, like a life-threatening note. A person wrapped in a green aura was looking at him coldly. Those green eyes seemed to be beating ghost fires. The weather was uncertain, making people feel hope's hair is stagnant. "Boy, you are very courageous. You dare to investigate outside the tent of this seat." The person wrapped in the green aura laughed strangely, and said in a leisurely manner, "Tell me, how do you want to die? This seat can fulfill you." Quote. Lu Gui's face was pale, and he lowered his voice and exclaimed, "Lord Wujia, please spare your life. This disciple did not intend to inquire about anything." "Then why are you sneaking around outside my tent? Are you under the orders of Cao Guan, the master of your battle soul hall?" Wujia snorted coldly. "No sir." Lu Gui knelt on the ground and hurriedly said, "This disciple is also entrusted by others, so I just have a message for you." "Entrusted by someone? Who? Wu Jia couldn't help frowning. This. Lu Gui looked at I for a while, and seemed a little afraid to reveal the person's identity. Wu Jia sneered. Then what did he ask you to tell me? Lu Gui was amnesty like a dream, and hurriedly said, he wants to meet you. As for his identity, he said that as long as he tells you the word space, you will understand. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jia's face changed, and he waved his hand to turn on all the restrictions placed in the tent, isolating all outside investigations, frowning and staring at Lu Gui, and said solemnly, how could you have contact with him? Lu Gui laughed dryly, can you say this? What do you think? Wu Jizan stared at him coldly. Lu Gui sighed, and reluctantly confessed. After he understood why Lu Gui had contact with the young man and why he could hear his orders, Wu Jia laughed. The soul is about to be stripped out of the body. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 855 Mysterious Guy. On the top of the majestic snow-capped mountain, Yang Kai sat cross-legged quietly, and the goose feather-like snow fell down and buried him. Yang Kai was indifferent, and his breath converged to the extreme. Even if a Saint Realm powerhouse passed by, he might not be able to find any flaws. Under the mountain, a green rainbow light is galloping fast. After a short while, the green light stopped at the top of the mountain, and a figure appeared, which was Wu Jia of the Nether sect. Wu Jia was holding Lu Gui in his hand. At this moment, the young man in the Hall of War Souls seemed to have accepted his fate. Where is the person? Wu Jia glanced left and right, but did not find any trace of Yang Kai, and asked coldly. Lu Gui hurriedly said, that's right here, the location he pointed me to is here, why can't I see anyone? While talking, he hurriedly searched. Why did it take so long? Suddenly, a voice came from directly in front of the two of them. Lu Gui was startled. After identifying the voice, he greeted with joy, Sir Lord. Wu Jia looked forward intently, only to see a pair of shining eyes flashing in a snowdrift not far away. A person stood up from the snowdrift, and the snow had melted while the real essence was running. His expression froze. Wu Jia laughed, threw Lu Gui to the ground, clasped his fists and said, Lord Holy Master, I haven't seen you for a few years, and your style is still the same. Along with the voice, the pair of ghost-like eyes also looked up and down Yang Kai, as if to see how much he had grown. After realizing that he is now at the transcendent third layer, the green light in his eyes is beating more and more. Sent quickly. Sect Master Wu too. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Wu Jia hurriedly said, hey, avoid those people and come out alone, it took a lot of time, and I hope the Lord Holy Master will not blame it. Sect Master Wu can come. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he glanced at Lu Gui again, it's also hard for you. Lu Gui hurriedly waved his hand. It's not hard, it's my honor to serve the Holy Master, and it's also that Sect Master Wu flew here with his disciples, hee. There was a period of eyes expression on his face during the speech, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. Yang Kai casually threw him a jade bottle and said, this is where you may need to use you after this reward. Go back and cultivate. Lu Gui took it and was overjoyed. Thank you, Lord Holy Master. Last time, he brought Yun Zan and Ruan Shenyu of the Independent Pride Alliance to see Yang Kai, and he got a bottle of spirit pill as a reward. With that bottle of spirit pill, his strength has grown tremendously. Today, Yang Kai rewarded him with another gift. Bottle. Lu Gui is naturally happy. Holding the jade bottle tightly, Lu Gui asked cautiously, to adults, if there is nothing wrong with me here, the disciple will retire first. If you leave for a long time, it will make those people suspicious. Go. Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Gui hurried back. When Yang Kai was talking to Lu Gui, Wu Jia just stood by and listened quietly and didn't mean to interrupt. Those gloomy and unpredictable eyes had a weird look, as if he was thinking about something. It wasn't until Lu Gui left that Wu Jia asked in a hoarse voice, how can you have contact with the disciples of the Battle Soul Hall? Yang Kai smiled and said, when you attacked the Nine Heavens Holy Land, I placed a chess piece in the Battle Soul Hall. I didn't expect it to be useful this time. Well, take back the hands and feet you moved on him and leave him alone. One life, maybe it will still be useful. Wu Jia laughed sullenly, and said with admiration, the Holy Master really looks like a torch, you can see this, it seems that your spiritual cultivation is stronger than mine. If not, when he came to the peak before, Wu Jia would not have been aware of Yang Kai's existence. An extraordinary three-layer warrior is stronger than his own spiritual consciousness as a warrior in the Holy Realm. What is the concept? Wu Jia's heart was deeply shocked. As he spoke, his fingers moved, and after a while, a terrifying thing like a grimace floated back from the direction Lu Gui left, and disappeared into Wu Jia's body. Sect Master Wu, how did you come here? Yang Kai said with a solemn expression, talking about business. In Boulder City, Yang Kai released his spiritual sense, and when he sensed the existence of Lu Gui, he couldn't believe it. Since Lu Gui is here, it means that the people from the Battle Soul Hall are here, so the people from the Netherworld sect and Post Xuanfu must also be there. These three forces were the three parties that were enemies of the Nine Heavens Holy Land at the beginning. These people are hundreds of thousands of miles away from here, and they ran to this endless snow-capped mountain without any trouble. Their actions are really intriguing. Although Yang Kai had some guesses, he still had to find Wu Jia to confirm it. Aren't you chasing after me? Yang Kai squinted at Wu Jia and asked with a smile. Wu Jia pondered for a while, and said, it can be said that, but it is not for you, we are here to find someone. Who are you looking for? Yang Kai stared at Wu Jia with a scorching gaze, and he was reluctant for a moment. Under his gaze, even Wu Jia could faintly feel a sense of oppression coming towards him. He couldn't help frowning. This person should have something to do with the Holy Master, and looking at your nervousness, it seems that you have already guessed the purpose of our coming here. So, the Holy Master really knows the secret of the coffin bearer. Do you know where the coffin bearer is hiding? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and sighed, thinking that they really came for the coffin bearers. When he first met Wu Jia, he had been vaguely aware of this, saying that a warrior named Yao Di in the Battle Soul Hall had witnessed him being taken away by the coffin bearer in Raging Fire City. That's why Po Zan Palace and Battle Soul Palace are chasing Yang Kai fiercely. However, Yang Kai didn't care at that time and felt that these two forces were not enough to be afraid of. But they didn't think that after more than 2 years, they actually inquired about this endless snow mountain, and they came here directly. Do I know it has nothing to do with you? Tell me what you know, how did you find this place? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Wu Jia laughed and said without any nonsense, it's very easy to find here, the origin of the Holy Master is mysterious, and both Zhang Ao of Post Xuanfu and Cao Guan of Battle Soul Hall have lost face, these two naturally I will inquire about your origin and information. Only then did I know that the Holy Master is a person from the Soaring Sky sect. What is even more interesting is that you are not from the Soaring Sky sect, but come from a remote rural area. Before Soaring Heaven sect, I went to the nearby Thunder Light sect and served as a guest minister. Well, I learned from the disciples of the Thunder Light sect that the first time you appeared nearby, you came out of the snow-capped mountains. Yes, and that appearance was your first appearance after you were captured by the coffin bearer, so you can't help but think of something. The mind is meticulous enough. Yang Kai snorted coldly. He was captured by the coffin bearer back then, and then appeared in the snow-capped mountains, which would indeed allow interested people to spy on some useful information, making people think that the coffin bearer was hiding in this endless snow-capped mountain. And in fact it is. Wu Jia's expression was solemn. Zhang Ao and Cao Guan hate you to the core, and they covet the hidden power behind the coffin-carrying man. Naturally, they will spare no effort to inquire about this information, and it is not too much trouble, just ask any questions. Asked. But, Wu Jia changed the conversation, although I have already found out about this, I feel that the coffin-carrying man is hidden in the snow-capped mountains, but this snow-capped mountain covers a vast area, and trying to find a person here is tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhang Ao and Cao Guan were not willing to bring people here. Then why are they here? Yang Kai frowned. Wu Jia paused and smiled bitterly. To tell the truth, Lord Holy Master, the three of us chased you for a few months 2 or 3 years ago, and after losing your trace, the three of us returned to our respective sects. Zhang Ao and Cao Guan have been worried all day long that the Nine Heavens Holy Land will take revenge once its vitality is restored, so they are thinking about finding a backer who can compete with the Nine Heavens Holy Land, or relocating the entire sect. But not long after, there is a mysterious the guy found Zhang Ao and asked him to inquire about you, and this time he entered the snow mountain because of this guy. Mysterious guy. Yang Kai was stunned. How mysterious? It's impossible to guess. Wu Jia looked solemn. This person is wrapped in a black robe, and it is impossible to tell whether it is a male or a female, and his cultivation is unfathomable. He is also accompanied by another person, it looks like him. His subordinate, this subordinate, has the level of the peak of the first level holy realm. Yang Kai's expression changed involuntarily. A subordinate has the cultivation of the first level holy realm, so how strong is this mysterious person? This time, the matter is led by this person. My Netherworld sect can't be alone, and can only be involved. What is the origin of this mysterious person, don't you know? Wu Jia shook his head slowly. He only promised us that this time, the Nine Heavens Holy Land will not pose any threat to us. That's why Zhongao and Cao Guan worked so hard. Not only did they greet relatives and friends, but they also spent a lot of money to invite the nearby Jiyu Yudongtian and Rashaman to come together. Quote. Yang Kai nodded. The snow-capped mountains are so big, they naturally need manpower to find them. Although there are no top experts in Jiyu Yudongtian and Luoshaman, those warriors can still use them to find people. The reason why Ran Jing and Mao Dao went to Boulder City to find Duan to refine the poison-proof pills should be the highly poisonous poison emitted by the body of the coffin bearer. Although Wu doesn't know who that guy is, but I think there are very few people in the world who have reached his level of cultivation, and, whether it's that mysterious guy or his subordinates, there is a rush of energy flowing from his body. Uncomfortable smell. What breath? Wu Jia pondered for a while, then shouted in a low voice, Demon Qi. Yang Kai suddenly changed color. You mean that person is from? Wu Jia slowly shook his head. I don't know about that, I just feel that their auras are a bit similar. I think you'd better not interfere in this matter, it's not Wu Mo who can help. To be honest, I stayed there and felt like my life was hanging by a thread all day. I have my own measure. Yang Kai nodded slightly. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 856. After meeting with Wu Jia, Yang Kai confirmed his speculation that these people came to the endless snow mountain for the purpose of carrying coffins. The snow-capped mountains are boundless, but at this moment there are thousands of warriors looking for it. I am afraid that it will not be long before they can find the place where the coffin-carrying man hides. Yang Kai was restless in his heart, and his alchemy skills were still a little off. If not, he could now find the coffin bearer and enter the Shaoshuan realm in the blood coffin secret treasure. What he cares more about is the powerful mysterious man mentioned by Wu Jia. This is a huge variable. From the fearful meaning in Wu Jia's words, it is not difficult for Yang Kai to infer that the mysterious guy is the third-layer saint. Top powerhouse. There are really not many people in the world who have reached this level of strength. Who is the one? Yang Kai was puzzled. Lord Holy Master. Wu Jia called out softly when he saw that he was wandering outside and had not moved for a long time. Yang Kai came back to his senses and was about to speak, when suddenly his expression turned cold. He looked up and down Wu Jia with a deep meaning, and laughed strangely. What's wrong? Wu Jia frowned, not knowing why Yang Kai's attitude had changed, and the way he looked at himself became strange. Wu Jia, I remember you said that the purpose of your nether sect is to collect money from people and eliminate disasters for others, right? Yes, Wu Xuan has always used this as the foundation of his sect. Wu Jia nodded sternly. That's why we can have enough materials to hand over to the Nine Heavens Holy Land in these years, and we can further develop our sect. Then, how many benefits have you received from others? Yang Kai said with a stern expression. Even I dare to betray you, you are not small. Wu Jia was stunned, took a few steps back, and asked suspiciously, what do you mean? Yang Kai stared at him deeply, and the power of divine consciousness burst out, rushing into Wu Jia's mind. The latter's face changed greatly, and he relaxed a lot after realizing that Yang Kai had no murderous intent. After a while, Yang Kai took back the power of his consciousness and nodded lightly. It seems that you don't know anything about it. You mean? Wu Jia finally reacted and looked around with a pair of eyes like ghost fire. After a while, Jia smiled strangely, his eyes showed deep jealousy, and quietly moved closer to Yang Kai. Come out, what's the point of hiding your head and showing your tail? Yang Kai suddenly sighed. Amazing, you can see the flaws in this. You deserve to be the person that my lord likes. What do you think, Lord Holy Master? Surrounded Yang Kai and Wu Jia. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai shrank his eyes and looked over there, his eyes fixed on a handsome middle-aged man, and he shouted in disbelief, Yu Mo. The person who spoke was not a stranger, but a strong man that Yang Kai knew. Mojiang, Yu Mo, the demon master who entered the first-level holy realm in the Sand City. Beside Yu Mo, there was a person wearing a black cloak, his whole body was shrouded in pitch black, his breath was flat like an ordinary person who had never practiced, but this person gave Yang Kai a lot of pressure. On the contrary, Yang Kai didn't even take a look at the other powerhouses who appeared. Boy, I haven't seen you for a few years, you have grown up a lot. Yu Mo smiled calmly, with a calm expression as if he had settled for Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at him, then turned his gaze to the mysterious man in black, and said with a wry smile, "Since Yumo is here, then Master Shui Li must be here too." Hearing this, the mysterious man wrapped in black giggled for a while, like a silver bell. Hearing this sound, the powerhouses gathered around showed lost expressions, as if they had never expected this extraordinary strength. The mysterious person is actually a woman. The hat on his head was lifted, revealing a gorgeous face, very beautiful. Zhang Ao from Pozan Mansion, Cao Guan from Battle Soul Hall and the others all showed lost expressions when they saw this face. It seemed that their whole minds were attracted by her appearance. Speaking of which, although Shui Li's appearance is not bad, she is not the top-notch appearance, but her strength is high and she is in a prominent position, so she naturally has an amazing temperament. Humph! Yumo snorted coldly. Zhang Ao and the others just woke up like a dream, and quickly looked away, feeling uneasy. "Boy, you made this seat easy to find." Shui Li sneered softly, "It has been 3 years since you escaped from Shachang, and this seat has never spent so much on anyone. So thoughtful. Then I'm really honored." Yang Kai laughed, very calm and not afraid. "Lord Shui Li," Wu Jia murmured to himself, the words that Yang Kai called this mysterious woman just made him hear something, and he couldn't help but think of something. After a while, his body shook and exclaimed, "Magic Zhang Shui Li." It was only now that he finally figured out what the mysterious man was. In an instant, the green aura was a little chaotic, and there was a chill in the depths of my heart. In the demon border, under the demon lord, there are 4 major demon generals, each of which is the top powerhouse, and the demon general Shui Li is one of them. Wu Jia never imagined that this person would actually go deep into the human territory, and even encouraged and controlled Zhang Ao and others to work for her. And what she drew was obviously Yang Kai. What is there for this young holy master to be so concerned about? The demon introduced the words Shui Li into the ears of Zhang Ao and the others, causing them to widen their eyes and look at Shui Li, as if to confirm whether the situation was like this. Shui Li ignored them at all, and her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, flashing a desire called possession, extremely greedy. "Lord Shui Li dares to come here, so you won't be afraid of being besieged by the powerful human race. You are not very popular here." Yang Kai smiled. Heart is also very depressed. When he heard Wu Jia talk about the strangeness of this mysterious man, he was still guessing who this guy was. He thought it might be the magic general Gushi. Although he and Gooch had never met, the demon general tried to kill him again and again. It is not surprising that they will send people to chase and kill them here. Even the magic general Mongo is possible. After all, when Yang Kai was very weak, he killed his distraction with the magic chain. Meng Jie should have remembered his breath. The only thing I didn't expect was that the person who came was actually Shirley. Yang Kai felt that he didn't have much hatred with her. Although he escaped from the Sand City, he didn't do anything to harm her interests and majesty. And she still chased after him herself. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Shui Li chuckled lightly, "If you are afraid, this seat will not come. Although there are many powerful people in your human race, who will stand up for you. Lord Shui Li really is a bold art master." Yang Kai snorted coldly. "However, you made me feel a little surprised. It's just a matter of strength growth. This is a matter of course. How did you find out that this seat has brought people here? With your current cultivation level, you should not be able to notice it." Hearing this, Wu Jia also looked at Yang Kai curiously. What happened just now was too sudden, he didn't even know that someone was following him. If it wasn't for the sudden change in Yang Kai's attitude, he would have been kept in the dark. "Lu Gui is dead." Yang Kai's expression was gloomy. "He is a chess piece that I placed among you. Once he dies, I will naturally notice." "So it is." Shui Li nodded slightly, thinking that it was the immortal young man who had just killed that exposed their existence. "Lord Holy Master, it's not easy to do." Wu Jia and Yang Kai stood together, looking around with fear, and said in a low voice. "It's not easy to handle." Yang Kai also frowned. "If I knew Shui Li was here, I wouldn't have called you here, it's my problem." He thought that there were only Zhang Ao and the others, but he didn't want to have a top powerhouse in the 3rd layer holy state. If Wu Jia wanted to hide from her perception and come to meet him, he would definitely reveal a lot of flaws. "Wu Jia, you have disappointed me too much. It turns out that you colluded with this kid." Zhang Ao suddenly shouted, "No wonder you didn't have much energy 2 years ago. It seems that Brother Wu's nether sect doesn't want to have a foothold in this world." Cao Guan also said yin and yang strangely. "Are you threatening Wu?" Wu Jia looked at the two of them coldly. "So what? Zhang Ao snorted coldly. It's too late to look back now, considering everyone's friendship for so many years. As long as you catch this kid now, we won't make it difficult for you. Yang Kai glanced at Wu Jia intentionally or unintentionally, with some precautions. The latter laughed and said, "You are not mistaken. I don't know the true identity of this person. Now that you know that she is the demon general Shui Li, you have to work for her. Have you got water in your head? Anyway, this is the end of the matter, and we have no way out. The big deal is this time, and we will migrate to the demon border together." Zhang Ao drank, looking like a broken jar, and suddenly looked at Shui Li flatteringly. "I just don't know if the adults are willing to accept it, eh? Yes, there are some unused places near my Sand City, covering a vast area, with a territory of tens of thousands of miles. As long as you are willing, it will belong to you. This seat likes watching your human race infighting." Shui Li giggling. A radius of tens of thousands of miles. Zhang Ao and Cao Guan were greatly moved, and their eyes showed greed. The territory of tens of thousands of miles, what is this concept? If it can be mastered, it will provide great help to the development of the sect. Seeing their appearance, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. These two idiots didn't know the landforms near Sand City, nor did they know that the territory Shirley was talking about was obviously the Sand Sea. If Zhang Ao, Cao Guan and the others are really thrown there, I am afraid that it will not be long before only a few strong people are left. It is ridiculous that these two people are still happy, they are really stupid. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 857 The Same Power. The crowd looked around, and Shui Li was sitting here in person. She secretly felt that it would be difficult for Yang Kai to fly even with his wings attached, so he didn't rush to start. Raise your eyebrows. That Yumo was also standing beside her, with a look of laziness on his face, but his spiritual sense was locked on Yang Kai. Once he found out that Yang Kai was escaping, he would immediately block it. This deliberate targeting made Wu Jia, who was standing beside Yang Kai, uncomfortable, and couldn't help but feel a sharp sword on his neck. Holy Master, this time, Wu can't help you. Although I won't work for that woman, if I continue to stay, Wu may die here. You're asking for more blessings, it's really a crisis. Wu will leave immediately, Wu Jia said softly. Well, you don't have to worry about me. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and his attitude towards Wu Jia couldn't help but change. He didn't expect Wu Jia to help him, as long as he wasn't like Zhang Ao and the others. And if he wants to leave, I am afraid that he has to tear the space to escape under the eyes of a strong man like Shui Li. I just don't know if he can escape successfully. With Wu Jia's current strength, if he casts a tear to the void, he will run out of oil, and it will be accompanied by huge risks. If he fails, he will die without a place to die. On the contrary, he had already understood the true meaning of tearing the void, and the situation was much better than Wu Jia. Sir, do you want to do it now? Yumo looked impatient, and asked softly beside Shui Li. Don't worry, I still want to have a good chat with him. Shui Li chuckled and shouted at Yang Kai. Boy, if you are wise, don't resist, just follow this seat back to Shachang, I will not be hurt. Your life is. Speaking, his expression turned gloomy, but if you dare to resist, you will have to suffer a little bit. Interrupting your hands and feet is the lightest punishment. If it is not good, I will also ruin your cultivation. Quote. Sir, don't gossip with him, this kid is as slippery as a loach. Once he finds an opportunity, it will be difficult to seize it. Zhang Ao shouted impatiently. Yeah, my lord, last time we chased him for a few months and didn't catch him. This kid is the new holy master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. He has mastered the incomparably exquisite Nine Heavens divine skill. After catching him, he forced him to ask who came out with the Nine Heavens divine skill. The cultivation method and their inheritance are. Cao Guan also urged him, for fear that Yi Chengmeng would have too many dreams. The last time they attacked the Nine Heavens Holy Land was because they didn't seize the opportunity, and they were escaped by Yang Kai. Shut up, my lord is doing things, how can you speak? Yumo gave Zhang Ao a cold look and shouted. Zhang Ao didn't speak, his heart was resentful. His cultivation base was a lot higher than Yumo's, but at this moment he could only swallow his anger, and he was naturally dissatisfied. Do you think this seat is here for the Nine Heavens divine skill and inheritance? Shui Li gave them a sarcastic look. What is that? Zhang Ao and Cao Guan were both stunned. If it wasn't for these things, why did this woman come here from the demon border not 100,000 miles away? Yang Kai's brows also wrinkled, and he said loudly, Lord Shuili, I haven't done anything to offend you, right? Although we didn't get along very well in Shachang, I can be regarded as helping you create a lot of benefits. Why did the adults push me so hard? This is the most incomprehensible part of him. If there are not enough interests, it is impossible for people like Shuili to leave the magic border easily. Is there anything about yourself that attracts her? Want to know why? Shirley laughed softly. Yang Kai looked solemn and nodded lightly. Forget it, I've found you anyway, and I'll ask you to contribute later, so it's okay to let you understand. Shuili suddenly became more talkative, listening to the meaning of her words. It seemed that she wanted to solve Yang Kai's doubts. Everyone cannot help but look forward to, listen intently. Unexpectedly, Shuili waved her hand, and the surging true essence poured out, directly isolating the others, leaving only herself, Yang Kai, and Yumo. Yang Kai's face changed slightly, but he turned his head and looked around, but he couldn't see anything. Only a navy blue light curtain shrouded the top of his head, and even Wu Jia, who was leaning on his side, disappeared. This woman, the means are really unfathomable. Yang Kai had a look of fear. Shuili's beautiful eyes showed excitement and excitement. With a flick of her jade finger, a ray of essence shot towards Yang Kai, without the slightest murderous intent. Yang Kai frowned and did not evade. The ray of light was like a rainbow, rubbing Yang Kai's arm and hitting him. Sigh, with a soft sound. A tingling sensation came from Yang Kai's arm, and the blood of Yin Hong mixed with Jin poured out, but the flesh and blood in the wound on the arm was constantly squirming, and in just a moment the wound was healed. As expected, Shuili's eyes burst into a frenzy as she stared at Yang Kai's wound and muttered. Yumo stood beside her, frowning, looking a little unclear. Are you curious why, as a demon general, I am targeting you like this? Shuili asked. Yang Kai nodded. Haha, Shuili smiled tenderly, the flowers trembled, that's because the same power flows in your blood. Saying this, Shuili suddenly stretched out her finger and scratched on her jade arm, a scar appeared on her fair arm, and blood flowed out of it. Sir, Yumo exclaimed, but the next moment he froze in place. Because of the blood flowing from Shuili's arm, there was actually a faint golden glow, but it was very weak compared to Yang Kai's. And the wound is also slowly healing under a magical power, and the speed is much worse than Yang Kai, and the two cannot be compared at all. Devil God Golden Blood, Yang Kai exclaimed. You really know? Shuili was so excited that her pretty face was a little distorted. How can you have Demon God Golden Blood? Yang Kai looked at Shuili in disbelief. I also want to ask you this sentence. Shuili took a step forward, and the pressure like a collapse of a mountain fell from the sky, making Yang Kai's body short and almost breathless. The golden blood of the demon god. Yumo's expression changed endlessly, the blood of the legendary great demon god. How could this kid have it? Isn't Jinmeng the color of the yang attribute true essence he cultivated? Could he be one of my demon clan? People. Saying so, looking at Yang Kai inconceivably, his demeanor has undergone a subtle change. He's a human. Shuili shook her head slowly. As for where he got the demon god's golden blood, we'll have to ask him. The demon god's golden blood is similar in color to his yang-type true essence. I've been fooled. If I hadn't watched his last battle in the death battle arena, I wouldn't be sure. So, the adults suddenly didn't want to kill him at that time. Was it for this reason? Yumo suddenly realized. Back in Shachang, Shuili didn't want Yang Kai to continue to live, but after watching the last battle in the death arena, Shuili suddenly changed her attitude and ordered Yumo to capture Yang Kai alive. Yumo never understood why Shuili's attitude had changed until now. The adult has the golden blood of the devil in his body, so isn't that the descendant of the great devil? Yumo looked excited and shouted excitedly, looking at Shuili with more and more respect. The great demon god is the object of worship of the entire demon race. Even though he has passed away for countless years, his majesty and influence have not diminished in the slightest. Demons of all dynasties wanted to reproduce the glory of the great demon god when he was alive, but no one could do it. There is also a legend circulating in the demon race that although the great demon god died, his inheritance still exists, but unfortunately no one has found it. Now that Shuili has the golden blood of the devil, she deserves to be the descendant of the great devil. That's why Yumo is so excited. With time, it is very likely that Lord Shuili will become a demon lord, which is a supreme achievement. But Shuili slowly shook her head. This seed is not a descendant of the great demon god. I also accidentally obtained some demon god's golden blood many years ago. It is all thanks to those demon gods' golden blood that this seed has achieved today's achievements. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, "But this kid, the devil's golden blood in his body seems to be more abundant than this one. He clearly knows some secrets of the great devil. It is very likely that he even knows where the inheritance of the great devil is hidden." Yumo's eyes lit up, and he looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. If it is true as Lord Shirley said, then finding the inheritance of the great demon god through this kid may not be able to reproduce the glory of the demon race in that era. Thinking of this, Yumo's blood rolled and he was extremely excited. "Boy, shouldn't you have made it clear to me now?" Shui Li smiled and looked at Yang Kai. "In front of this seat, don't think about any tricks. Since I found you today, I won't let you run away again." "Sir, what do you want to know?" Yang Kai asked indifferently, still not showing any signs of panic. "Where did you get the golden blood of the demon god? What if I don't say it?" Yang Kai sneered. Shui Li was stunned for a moment, then nodded lightly. "Then you will have to suffer a bit. You can ask if you are disabled, and I have to tell you one thing. The devil's golden blood is very wonderful. If you don't cooperate obediently, if I kill you, I will draw out the blood from your whole body and condense it, and you will also get the golden blood of the devil in your body. I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Yang Kai snorted coldly, and now he understands it. Shui Li came for the blood in her body, while Zhang Ao and Sao Guan came for the coffin bearers, and they all had something to do with her. So Shui Li would use Zhang Ao, Sao Guan and others, but Shui Li was afraid unexpectedly the coffin bearer who was targeted by Zhang Ao and others was the key to solving the problem. "Crazy," Yumo shouted angrily, looking violent. "The last time I let you escape, this time you can't leave." While speaking, a body of demonic energy rolled over, and the whole person turned into a black mist, shrouding Yang Kai, and in the black mist, there were flashing patterns of various ferocious beasts, lifelike and suffocating. Yang Kai's expression changed, and the silver leaf-like holy level high-grade secret treasure appeared, and while waving, the layers of silver waves rolled forward, blocking the black mist that was coming towards him for a moment. The next moment, a silver wave swept all around like a tidal wave, breaking the navy blue light curtain made by Shirley at once. Yang Kai flew into the sky like a big pung with wings. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 858 Lord, save your life. In normal battles, Yang Kai is reluctant to take advantage of the power of the artifact, but the enemy in front of him is the demon general Shui Li, so he took out the silver leaf artifact that was a high-grade saint. Otherwise, there is no way to break through Shui Li's spiritual blockade. The silver light was blazing, and the spiritual sense locked on Yang Kai was forced back all of a sudden. Shui Li lost her mind, and Yang Kai had already jumped into the sky. What a powerful artifact! Shui Li also felt the terrifying power contained in that artifact, her brows furrowed and her expression unhappy. Yumo has turned into a stream of light, chasing after Yang Kai. The magic energy surged, and while playing a subtle martial skill to block Yang Kai's path, he grinned. "Did you run away?" Yang Kai turned a deaf ear and waved his hand in a slashing gesture in front of him. The next moment, a dark crack suddenly appeared in the void. Yumo's expression was stunned, and he stared at the void like an endless abyss. His spiritual sense penetrated into it, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no response. The pitch-black abyss was like an invisible beast that could swallow even his spiritual sense. "Yumo is back," Shui Li hurriedly greeted her. Although she didn't know what kind of tactics Yang Kai had used, there was an aura that made her feel uneasy. In the induction, the space in which he is located seems to be somewhat fragmented. At the same time as he shouted, his hands were flying, and the pitch-black magic essence was like silk, flying straight towards the place where Yang Kai was. Half of Yang Kai's body had already got into the crack in the void, but he still didn't have time to escape. Shui Li's attack hit his shoulder, and there was a sound of bone dislocation in an instant. The violent energy burst out, causing some signs of instability in the torn void cracks, and the void turbulent flowing inside rushed like a trapped beast. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai plunged in, and before leaving, gave Shui Li a resentful and jealous look. The cracked void quickly closed, and the whole world suddenly calmed down. At the top of the snow-capped mountain, Zhang Ao, Sao Guan and the others were pale and looked up stupidly, all stunned. Yumo also fell to the ground with a pale face, frowned, and asked in a deep voice, "Sir, what method is this?" "I don't know." Shui Li slowly shook her head and felt a little, her face gloomy as ice. "People are already hundreds of miles away." "What?" Yumo was horrified. The human boy was still in front of him the moment before, but the next moment he appeared 100 miles away. How did he do it? Even with the cultivation base of Lord Shui Li, I am afraid that there is no way to move such a long distance in such a short period of time. Could it be that there is a void corridor in the void? Staring carefully, Yumo didn't find any clues. What about the person who was with that kid just now? Shui Li turned her head and looked around, and found that Wu Jia was no longer there. Escape, Zhang Ao hurriedly replied. Waste. Shui Li gritted her teeth and scolded. A group of people surrounded the place, and they all ran away. It's not surprising that Yang Kai can run. That kind of method is so amazing that even Shui Li can only do it a little bit. Interference, unable to intercept, the other person only has the cultivation of the first level holy realm, how can he escape? Sir, are we going to chase? Yumo asked softly. Of course I have to chase. Even if I chase him to the ends of the earth, I will catch him. This time he won't try to escape. Shui Li snorted softly, her body turned into a rainbow light, and she quickly left. Yumo hurriedly followed. Zhang Ao and Cao Guan looked at each other. The latter said, Brother Zhang, what should we do? Keep up, what else can I do? Zhang Ao couldn't help smiling bitterly. He didn't expect that the mysterious person who encouraged him to come to this endless snowy mountain would be the magic general Shui Li, but the matter has come to this point, he can only go one way, to dark. Otherwise, the news of his collusion with the demon general will spread, and his Pozan Palace and Cao Guan's War Soul Hall will definitely be pointed out by thousands of people, and he will not be able to gain a foothold in the world at all. Now he can only hope that Mrs. Shui Li's words will be counted, and when this happens, he will give the territory tens of thousands of miles to him and Cao Guan to manage. A group of experts from the Holy Realm and the Transcendent Realm started their movements one after another, chasing after Shirley in the direction where she disappeared. 100 miles away, a space suddenly became twisted and folded. The next moment, a crack appeared, and Yang Kai came out of it, his face pale as paper. The power of the demon general is indeed well deserved. After a few coughs, Yang Kai gritted his teeth in hatred. He thought he had the means to tear the void, and he could easily escape, but he did not expect to underestimate the tyranny of Shirley. She really doesn't understand the magical power of tearing the void, but for a powerhouse like her, there are different paths, the same way, and a random move can destroy Yang Kai's plan to escape. However, thanks to being able to tear the space apart, Yang Kai would never have thought of leaving under such a strong man even if he tried his best. Divine sense was released, and after a little perception, Yang Kai's expression changed. Shui Li was actually approaching her quickly, and she was only 50 miles away from here. I'm afraid it would not take a few dozen breaths to catch up here. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai tore the void once again and escaped into the void crack. Shui Li, who was rushing towards here, suddenly stopped her steps, and the terrifying spiritual thoughts spread silently around, her expression gloomy. After a while, Yumo caught up, saw her standing still, and asked strangely, Sir, have you caught up? Shui Li slowly shook her head. The breath disappeared, and I don't know what method he used. It seems that he can punch a void corridor and instantly move to 100 miles away. There is such a method in this world. Yumo was surprised. In ancient times, there were a lot of methods that we didn't know about, and that kind of magic is not something we can guess at all. Shui Li said and then waved her hand. Stop talking, I want to find his location. HMPH, I thought in this way, I can escape from my life. It is too underestimated by this seat. Yumo immediately fell silent and stood beside Shui Li and waited quietly. In the boundless darkness and nothingness, Yang Kai gasped for breath and sat down cross-legged with a helpless expression. Shirley's chasing speed is too fast, and he consumes too much power to tear the space. And even if he escaped a few hundred miles away, it wouldn't help. I'm afraid it won't take a while for Shui Li to catch up. So he didn't plan to go out. Hiding in this turbulent void, Shui Li couldn't catch him even with the best means. Take out some medicinal herbs and take them, adjust your breath. Time passed slowly, and the strength that Yang Kai spent gradually recovered. The injury suffered by Shui Li was not serious. Under the influence of the devil's golden blood, he had basically recovered at this moment. Just when Yang Kai was bored, he suddenly heard some unusual movements. His face changed suddenly, and he listened quietly. After a while, Yang Kai got up with a strange expression and flew in one direction of the void. As he approached, the movement became more and more obvious. It seemed that someone was struggling to breathe, and he looked like he was about to die. After a while, Yang Kai finally came to the place where the news came. Looking around, he looked stunned and exclaimed, Sect Master Wu. In front of that, in a turbulent void, Wu Jia, wrapped in a green aura, was struggling endlessly, trying to get rid of those turbulent currents, but the more he struggled, the slower his movements became. The turbulent flow of the void is like a swamp, constantly pulling at his body, trying to devour it. Wu Jia looked embarrassed, his strength was in disarray, and the green aura that had been wrapped around his body seemed to have dimmed a lot, as if he had reached the point where the oil was running out. Yang Kai never thought that he would encounter Wu Jia in this void. Wu Jia didn't even expect that. Just as life and death were on the line, Yang Kai's voice came from his ear, and when he looked up, he found that Yang Kai was standing not far away, and the turbulent void that made his heart palpitate and panic flowed from Yang Kai's. The foot flowed past, but the other party was walking on the ground without being affected in the slightest. Overjoyed, he begged, "Holy Lord, save your life." Yang Kai laughed dumbly, waved his hand, and the mysterious power burst out, and the turbulent void that entangled and pulled Wu Jia suddenly became obedient and regular, as if it was smoothed out by Yang Kai. Wu Jia took the opportunity to jump out of it and hurried to Yang Kai's side, his face pale, and he said with a dry smile, "Thank you, Lord Holy Master, for saving your life, you are so timely." "You're welcome." Sect Master Wu also used that method to escape. Yang Kai instantly realized some problems. Wu Jia's appearance here will definitely tear the space, but thinking about it now, when he left from the top of the snowy mountain just now, he did not find any trace of Wu Jia. He must have wiped his feet before he made any moves. Oil. Yeah, Wu Jia nodded hurriedly, but I don't want to be unfavorable, I couldn't leave here, and I almost died here. Well, it's really dangerous here. Yang Kai nodded. Wu Jia looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. But I see the means of Lord Holy Master, it seems that he has already understood the true meaning of this place. It's better than you, Yang Kai admitted rudely. Wu Jia's face darkened, he said nothing. Speaking of which, he taught Yang Kai the method of tearing apart the space, but he didn't expect that the other party was actually better than Blue, and he was much stronger than him. In any case, Wu Jia was very fortunate to have received the life-saving grace of others just now. Shui Li is chasing me, I can't leave for the time being, don't rush to leave, just recover here for a while. Yang Kai looked him up and down and said, if you go out, you will definitely be caught by that woman. Quote, recovering right here, Wu Jia couldn't help but stunned, his eyes bulging out. Something wrong, no problem, it's fine with your protection. Then Wu is welcome. Wu Jia was also a smart person, so he stopped talking nonsense immediately, took out the medicine pill and spar, sat down cross-legged, and ran the profound art. Yang Kai didn't bother him either, just silently observing the endless void. He really didn't expect that if two people tore the space into this place at the same time, they could still meet. He thought this was an independent space, but now it seems that no matter who is tearing the space, this excessively used void is universal. That's why he met Wu Jia together. It seems that there are still some hidden mysteries that I haven't spied on. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 859. In the endless snow-capped mountains, in midair, Shui Li stood there with a gloomy expression on her face. Yu Mo stood aside, guarding the surroundings. Zhang Ao, Cao Guan, and their relatives and friends who followed, all stopped below and looked up. Brother Zhang, this woman has been here for a long time, and there is no movement at all. Did you let that kid escape? Cao Guan felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart and said softly. Zhang Ao's face is not very good looking, and his spiritual sense is always on the outside. Hearing this, he said, I don't know, but I can't find out that kid's breath. That woman's methods are better than mine, maybe she found some traces. Bar. That kid's growth is too terrifying. When I chased him last time, I could barely get rid of him, but this time I couldn't grasp his whereabouts at all, and his cultivation level actually reached the extraordinary third-layer realm. Zhang Ao took a light breath, so keeping him is a disaster. No matter what this time, I have to kill him, lest he really grow up and seek revenge from me in the future. Brother Zhang said, I hope that woman isn't a mere appearance. The voices of the two were very soft, and naturally they were not worried that Shui Li would listen to them, otherwise they would not dare to talk about a demon general like that. After waiting for a while, Shui Li suddenly opened a pair of beautiful eyes, showing a puzzled and suspicious look. Her cultivation base is detached. Although she doesn't understand what means Yang Kai has used to move 100 miles in an instant, and completely hide her aura, she still uses her super keenness to find some traces of Yang Kai. But what makes her feel strange is that Yongkai doesn't seem to be in this world, but in another space. That space is so strange and unpredictable that even she doesn't dare to investigate, and the spiritual sense cannot reach there at all. This feeling is like standing in the distance, looking at Yongkai from a distance, only to see a vague figure, ethereal and boundless. With a sneer, "Think you can't do anything if you hide this seat?" Saying this, a head of hair danced, and the dark strands of hair fell off her head, and the rich and surging magic energy attached to the strands of hair, making those strands wander and wriggle, and suddenly turned into strands. A terrifying fang-toothed snake swooped forward fiercely. Seeing her move, Zhang Ao, Cao Guan and the others were shocked and looked up. A strange scene was imprinted in his eyes. The space in front of Shirley seemed to have turned into a calm lake, and the fangs and poisonous snakes plunged into it, and all disappeared along with the ripples. No one knew where they went. Even Shui Li had a thoughtful look on her face. Her supernatural power has the effect of tracking attacks, of course, only if she can grasp some traces of Yongkai. On weekdays, even in the face of a strong enemy, she is reluctant to use it. After all, every time she uses it, she has to lose a lot of hair. Although Shui Li is a magic general, she is also a woman. There is no way for her hair to fall. If it grows back, if it is used too many times, it may become bald. How could Shirley accept that look? But this time, in order to force Yongkai out of the hiding place, Shui Li had to spend her whole blood. But even with this magical power, Shui Li couldn't accurately determine Yongkai's position. Fortunately, both the divine sense and the magic essence were attached to the hair. Those attacks would find Yongkai autonomously, and there was no need for a violent attack. She is worried. He gritted his teeth and sneered. His heart was ruthless. Once Yongkai was forced out, he would definitely want him to look good. In the void, Wu Jia is still recovering. He does not have Yongkai's huge resources, and it will naturally take some time to recover. Yongkai is observing this strange and unpredictable space like an endless abyss, wanting to see if there is anything special about it. At this moment, a feeling of palpitations and unease suddenly arose. All the pores of the body were closed, and the hair stood on end, as if some danger was quietly approaching him. Yongkai's expression changed, and he focused on the surroundings. Shish! A sharp sound of breaking the air sounded, and in the distant void, there seemed to be hundreds of hideous and terrifying poisonous snakes, swimming their bodies and rushing towards their position. Yongkai detected Shui Li's aura from those viper-like attacks. Every poisonous snake contained terrifying power, and hundreds of them attacked together, and Yongkai couldn't help but give birth to a sense of horror that he was about to die. Wu Jia also hurriedly opened it, and hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" As soon as the words were finished, there was a cold war. "Sect Master Wu, it's time to go." Yongkai's face was ugly. He really didn't understand why Shui Li would attack into this void. But looking at it like this, Shui Li herself did not come, probably couldn't come. Yongkai couldn't help but relax a lot. He waved his hand to tear open a crack and rushed out. "Wait for me," Wu Jia screamed and immediately followed. Just after leaving the chaotic void, Yongkai scolded, "Stinky bitch." At this moment, Shui Li's spiritual sense was firmly locked on his body again, and it was as difficult to get rid of as a maggot in the tarsus. 100 miles away, Shui Li smiled sharply. Her pretty face was twisted, her beautiful eyes turned to Yongkai's direction, and she bit her teeth. "I think you won't show up for the rest of your life." The delicate body flickered, and the person was gone. Yu Mo quickly followed. Zhang Ao, Cao Guan, and the others looked at each other with a helpless expression, and they hurriedly used their movements to chase after them. In this chasing battle, they felt like a puppet pulling a string, with no independent choice and right at all. They could only chase after Yongkai's ass to eat ashes. "Is that woman chasing after him again?" Wu Jia quickly asked when he saw Yongkai's expression was not good. Yongkai glanced at him faintly and nodded slightly. "It's dead now." Wu Jia couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Sect Master Wu, it should be too late for you to regret it now." Yongkai frowned at him. "Repent of what?" Wu Jia was stunned. "Clear the line with me, like Zhang Ao and Cao Guan, serve that woman." "Holy Master, stop joking." Although Wu is a sinister villain, he also knows that serving that woman is nothing more than scheming with a tiger. Zhang Ao and Cao Guan are destined to be abandoned by her. Isn't it self-defeating when I go to her? Oh, Sect Master Wu is very far-reaching. Yongkai was surprised. Wu said a few years ago that I don't have any other strengths except that I know current affairs. Wu Jia smiled. "Okay, so now you have two options." Wu Jia's expression was shocked, and he quickly clasped his fists. "Please also ask the Lord to give pointers. Separate from me and run for your own life." Shirley's target is me now, and she probably won't care about your life or death. You can run away as much as you want until I get caught by her." Quote. Wu Jia frowned, and did not make a choice immediately, but asked, "What about the second one?" "With me, I'll follow you," Wu Jia replied immediately without thinking about it. Yang Kai glanced at him stunned. Wu Jia smiled and said, "Although the Holy Master looks a little annoyed and angry, he is not panic at all. Probably there is a way to escape, although I have a chance to escape, but if you are caught, and I can't survive, Shui Li won't kill me, and Zhang Ao and Cao Guan will kill me too. So it's better to follow you to be safe. Besides, Wu Mo was saved by you just now. The grace, leaving you now, what will it be like?" Yang Kai stared at him deeply and grinned. Sect Master Wu is very smart. The Lord has won the prize. Then let's go, Yang Kai said, waving his hand and tearing out a space crack, and Wu Jia and Tu escaped into it. Arriving in the excessive chaotic space, the next moment, Yang Kai felt that Shui Li's attack followed his own breath. Not frightened or afraid, I identified the position below, and left this void, calmly. With a flash in front of them, the two came to the top of a snow-capped mountain. Without a single pause, Yang Kai tore apart the space again. After performing 3 times in a row to tear apart the void, in just 10 breaths, Yang Kai has taken Wu Jia away thousands of miles away. Wu Jia couldn't help showing a look of surprise. He found that every time he came out of the void, the surrounding environment would become colder, and it seemed that the two were constantly going deeper into the snow-capped mountains. After thinking about it for a while, Wu Jia was shocked. "Lord Holy Master, can you identify the direction in that void?" "Let's be so." Yang Kai replied while taking out the medicinal pill and taking it to restore the power of consciousness that he had consumed. Wu Jia's face became weird, and he found that the more he came into contact with this Holy Master, the less he could see through him. This method of tearing apart the space was taught to him 2 or 3 years ago by himself, but in such a short time, he not only spied the true meaning of this magical power, but also found the position in it. Wu Jia couldn't imagine how he did it. Back then, in order to comprehend this magical power, it took more than 10 years of time to barely touch the threshold. Counting the one used just now, Wu Jia has only used it 3 times in his life. "Where are we going?" Wu Jia gathered his thoughts, stopped thinking about it, and asked in a deep voice. "You'll know after a while." Yang Kai squinted his eyes and let out his spiritual sense, looking for the correct position in the wind and snow. At the same time, Shui Li, who was nearly 1,000 miles away, also rushed towards this side non-stop, tumbling in her demon essence, her delicate body wrapped in Changhong, and her speed was outrageous, constantly closing the distance between Yang Kai and Yang Kai. She is bound to win the demon god golden blood in Yang Kai's body. As long as she can get the golden blood of the demon gods, Shirley is even confident that she can challenge the current demons. If you are lucky, you might be able to find out some secrets of the great demon god from Yang Kai. How could Shirley miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? For this, she did not hesitate to venture into the human territory, and only brought Yu Mo here, and even the Shacheng side has not been back for several years. During her investigation, Yang Kai was constantly going deep inside the snow mountain, seemingly moving forward with a purpose, which made Shui Li even more excited. For some unknown reason, Shui Li always felt that where Yang Kai was going now might be related to the great demon god. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 860 There is always one day. 2 changes today. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the endless snow-capped mountains, Yang Kai and Wu Jia ran for their lives, with Shui Li following behind them, getting closer and closer. Wu Jia was sweating constantly. Although Shui Li's breath was in the distance, it frightened him like a snake and scorpion. Suddenly, Yang Kai's pace stopped, his spiritual sense was released, he felt a little bit, turned his head to look in one direction, and said with joy, "Here." While speaking, his body swayed, and he was already 100 feet away. Wu Jia did not dare to delay, and followed behind Yang Kai. After a while, Yang Kai dug out an extremely hidden hole that was almost hidden by snow. Yang Kai's face was filled with a smile, and he dived in. Seeing that he seemed to be quite familiar with this place, Wu Jia couldn't help showing a thoughtful look, but he didn't ask any more questions and also ran into the cave. Inside the cave, the cold air was terrifying, and the coldness was so cold that even the soul of a person could be frozen. As soon as he entered this place, Wu Jia had to gather his strength to resist the chill from all around. While looking around, he followed Yang Kai forward. After a long while, Yang Kai stopped and stared blankly ahead. Following his gaze, Wu Jia instantly rounded his eyes, stepped back a few steps, and exclaimed, "The coffin-carrying man." In front of that is the bottom of the cave, and at this moment, there is actually a person with pustules all over his body, as if his entire body has been rotted, leaning on the wall of the cave, motionless. Wu Jia had never seen the coffin bearer, but he still recognized him at a glance. Because he was carrying a blood-red coffin behind him. Eerie. But what made Wu Jia strange was that the coffin-carrying man actually seemed to be frozen, wrapped in a thick layer of ice, with a strong death energy flowing in his body, and there was no vitality. "It's him that Zhang Ao and Cao Guan are looking for." Yang Kai chuckled. "Yes, looking at you like this, you really have something to do with the coffin bearer." Wu Jia's expression changed, and he faintly felt that he was about to witness a secret that has made the world worry and guess for countless years, and he couldn't help but feel a little deep in his heart. Excited emotions spread. "Well, there is a connection," Yang Kai admitted without hesitation, and did not pay any more attention to Wu Jia, but squatted down and whispered in the ear of the coffin bearer, "Senior, senior." The coffin bearer didn't respond. Wu Jia couldn't help frowning and watched silently, although he could sense that this coffin-carrying man was just like the legend, a person who had already died, but since Yang Kai called out like this, he must have his plans. After calling for a long time, the coffin bearer suddenly had some unusual reactions. The death energy shrouded in his body became a lot more active, and there was a crackling sound from the ice layer that sealed him, as if it was about to break out of the ice. Wu Jia narrowed his eyes and paid attention for a moment. Clack clack. The ice layer cracked open the dense crevices like spider webs, and the unpleasant deadness became more and more intense. With a crisp sound, the ice layer suddenly burst into powder, and the coffin bearer, who should have been dead for an unknown number of years, slowly opened his eyes. Wu Jia was horrified and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Because in his senses, when the coffin bearer opened his eyes, an aura that was much stronger than him suddenly revealed. The breath of the Holy Two-Layer. That is to say, this coffin-carrying man is actually a strong man who has entered the Holy Two-Layer. At least, he had this state when he was alive. And his eyes were dull, like a pair of dead fish eyes that made people feel terrifying. "Senior, I want to go in." Yang Kai stared at the coffin bearer, wondering if he could understand it, but at this time, Yang Kai can only give it a go. Fortunately, the coffin bearer seemed to understand what he said. His dull eyes brightened for a moment, clearly conveying joy and excitement, and the next moment, his burly body like a mountain stood up. The rich dead aura and the rotten aura on his body radiated out, containing violent toxins, making the entire cave filled with ice crystals and jade to become smoky. As strong as Wu Jia, he couldn't help feeling a little dizzy, and quickly held his breath. A red light suddenly bloomed from the blood coffin behind the coffin bearer, and the tightly closed coffin slowly cracked a gap. Yang Kai grinned. "Thank you, senior." While speaking, he couldn't help but say, grabbed Wu Jia, who was on guard, and rushed into the blood coffin. At the same time, Shui Li's beautiful eyes lit up, who was rushing towards here, and exclaimed, "Demon Qi. Aura of the great demon god." The speed is a little faster, and it seems that she can't wait to reach the place where the breath that excites her is revealed. Magic Castle. Li Rong, the leader of the ancient demon clan, stood quietly at the height of the castle, looking at the chaotic sky, with a different look on her pretty face, as if she was waiting for something. There were light footsteps behind her, and Li Rong didn't need to look back to know that it was Han Fei. Sure enough, a moment later, Han Fei, who was dressed in a plain and light outfit, stood beside her and looked into the sky with her. One has an excellent demeanor, the other is pure and clean. The breeze blowing the long hair and dresses of the two of them, has become the most beautiful scenery in this Shaoxuan world. Many disciples of the ancient demon clan passed by below, and they inadvertently saw this picturesque scene, and they all lingered. But when they thought of the methods of Lord Li Rong and Lord Han Fei, they all shrank their necks and left quickly, not daring to take a second look. "Hey," Han Fei suddenly sighed softly and lightly opened her red lips. "Sir, do you remember how long it has been?" Li Rong shook her head. "There are no sun, moon and stars here, and I can't grasp the passage of time, but at least it has been 5 or 6 years. Maybe longer." Han Fei nodded slightly. "When will we be able to see the outside world again?" Li Rong sighed quietly. "That depends on the growth of that guy. Yeah, everything depends on how long it will take him to grow up." When he left from here, he was only at the 7th or 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary. The level of alchemy seems to be at the spiritual level. Saint level mid-grade pills are at least a dozen years old. Lord Li Rong is so optimistic about him. With his achievements in alchemy, it is not difficult to improve the level of alchemy, but if you want to refine holy pills, you must have a matching cultivation level. Alchemy meets the requirements, and you can't lose your cultivation, just a dozen years is enough. Han Fei tilted her head to look at Li Rong, stretched out her jade hand and stroked the hair next to her ear. It won't work for more than 10 years, then wait for 20 years, 30 years, and one day my family will be able to leave here. Li Rong smiled slightly, a look of longing on her pretty face. The ancient demons have been banned here for too long, and they have waited for too long. Generations have passed away, but they have never seen any hope of leaving. Now, in their generation, there is finally a glimmer of light, and that person also has the demon eye of destruction. Li Rong and Han Fei both believed that this was the arrangement of the great demon god, who had arranged for them to save them from this mysterious small realm. We can wait, but he has no one to escort him on the way to grow up. We can't say if there will be any accident, Han Fei said with some worry. Li Rong's heart tightened, and she didn't dare to think about it anymore. This question is also what worries her the most. With Yang Kai's aptitude, as long as there are no accidents, he can definitely grow to the level they require, and he is afraid that something will happen to him outside. The ancient demon family was banned in this Shaoshuan world, and even if they wanted to help, they couldn't help him. Even if it doesn't meet our requirements, come over if you have time, and report safe. Li Rong said in a complaining tone. If Yang Kai wants to come in, it is very simple, as long as he finds the coffin slave, he can enter this place at will, and if he leaves, Li Rong and the others will also contribute together. So Li Rong couldn't understand why there was no news from Yang Kai for so long. Han Fei's expression darkened. Hua Mo said, he may not come back. What do you think? Li Rong turned to look at him. I think he will come back. Han Fei replied without thinking. When he left, he quietly left as so many spar. He doesn't look like a cold-blooded person. If he doesn't plan to come back, if so, there is no need to leave those things at all. He left us the spar, obviously wanting us to develop well during this time, and when he can take us out one day, it will also become a force to help him. Quote. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. I think so too, Hua Mo. I don't know him well, so I will inevitably be suspicious. Han Fei nodded slightly, and suddenly said excitedly, but thanks to the crystal stones and medicinal pills he left behind, the realm of the clansmen has grown rapidly over the years, and there are even 2 more leaders who have reached the holy realm, even me, and Hua Mo is also about to break through. Yeah, I really have to thank him for that. Li Rong also looked happy. Before Yang Kai left, he left behind a large pen of crystal stones and refined medicinal pills, which were urgently needed by the ancient demon clan. They have been banned here for countless years. They have already used up the spar, and they can't refine the medicinal pills. Some of the spirit herbs and spirit medicines collected in the past were taken directly, but now there are medicinal pills that can be used, and the effect is much better. Have those 2 newly promoted leaders stabilized their realm? Li Rong asked with concern. It's stable. Hua Mo has been teaching them all the mysteries of entering the holy realm by their side, and they understand it quickly. That's good. Go back, my lord, it's windy here. Li Rong glanced at the sky faintly again, and walked back with Han Fei. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of clicking in the sky. The 2 beautiful women stopped their steps and looked up. In an instant, their beautiful eyes trembled violently, and their pretty faces were full of surprise. In the sky, a bright red light suddenly appeared, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, fell from the sky and fell to a place dozens of miles away from the Mogu castle. Faintly, Li Rong and Han Fei even saw a familiar figure descend in the red light. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 861 The Man is Back. Looking at each other, Li Rong and Han Fei turned into 2 streams of light, blazing into the distance. At the same time, Hua Mo, who was teaching the 2 newly promoted leaders in Mogu Castle, also stood up abruptly, released his spiritual sense, and after feeling it, the expression on the old face became extremely excited. He shouted in a low voice, "You 2 come with this old man." While speaking, he hurriedly ran out. The 2 new leaders nodded slightly and followed Hua Mo. The entire Mogu Castle was turbulent. The clansmen of the ancient demon clan stood in different positions, and turned their eyes to the direction where the mutation came. Every time, when senior coffin slave arrests people, such a scene will appear, so when they see this scene, they suddenly realize that an outsider has entered this Shaoshuan realm. The leaders are clearly going to deal with this. It's just how powerful the Comer should be, to actually startle all the 5 commanders. The clansmen of the ancient demon clan were full of suspicion. Only a girl named Guaner clenched her fists with excitement, and muttered in her mouth, "I'm back. That person is back, we are saved." The relationship between Yongkai and the great demon god, apart from a few commanders who know about it, only Guaner knows best, so she can conclude that the person who entered the mysterious small realm this time must be Yongkai. Apart from him, senior coffin slave should not let anyone enter here. A few dozen miles away, Yongkai and Wu Jia descended along the red light. After standing firm, Yongkai immediately noticed that several tyrannical auras were rapidly approaching here. With a slight smile, she thought to herself that Li Rong and the others might have been eager to wait, so they rushed over so impatiently. However, what made Yongkai a little surprised was that there were actually 5 people who entered the Holy Land, and whether it was Li Rong or Han Fei, there seemed to be some significant improvements in their strength. Naturally, these tyrannical breaths could not hide Wu Jia's perception. After confirming the level of the person's cultivation, his expression changed. "Lord Holy Master, what is this place?" "Xiao Xuanji," Yongkai replied casually and greeted Wu Jia, "Come with me." Wu Jia's face changed a bit, but he didn't ask any more questions, just followed Yongkai step by step. This is actually a small mysterious world, something he could never have imagined. He clearly remembered that he was pulled into the blood coffin by Yongkai. Could it be that the mystery of the blood coffin behind the coffin bearer, which has troubled the world for countless years, is actually a small mysterious world? Moreover, the aura in this mysterious Xiaoji also made him a little concerned. It seems that there are many demons who are active here, so that the energy of the whole world is stained with many traces of demonic energy. The demonic energy on the 5 powerhouses rushing towards this side is even more remarkable. What is this new holy master of the 9 heavens Holy Land doing? Have you stepped into something incredible? Wu Jia felt uneasy in his heart. After a while, 2 beautiful figures descended from the sky and landed in front of Yongkai. "Lord," Li Rong hurriedly shouted, a different kind of light flickered in her beautiful eyes, as if she didn't expect Yongkai to really come over. Just now, she was still complaining to Han Fei that Yongkai didn't come here often to keep him safe, but he didn't expect him to appear in front of her very soon. Han Fei has seen the Lord. Han Fei was as cold as ever, and while greeting Yongkai, a pair of beautiful eyes were scrutinizing Wu Jia. Under her gaze, Wu Jia couldn't help but feel a hint of tension. The green aura entangled in his body wandered uncertainly, swallowing like a snake. He moved closer to Yongkai without a trace, as if he was looking for a sense of security. As soon as he spoke, Wamo also brought the 2 new commanders over, and when they first met, he looked like old tears. "Lord, you are back, and this old man knows that you will not abandon our clan." Of Yongkai he laughed. "The Wamo commander is too much. Since I promised you to take you out, I will naturally not break my promise." "Well, didn't I come here this time?" Han Fei glanced at Wamo and snorted softly, thinking that she didn't know who was talking about the Lord in my ear all day and probably won't come back. "Hey, you have 2 more Saint Realm." Yongkai looked up and down the 2 people behind Wamo. Although he felt a little familiar, he didn't know their names. "I have seen the Lord." The 2 quickly clasped their fists. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. "Thanks to the supplies the Lord left us, the 2 of them can achieve today's achievements." "Well, this is the Silver-Tooth Commander, this is the Blood Halberd Commander." After some introduction, Yongkai barely remembered the names of the 2. Han Fei's beautiful eyes were strange. She looked at Yongkai and whispered, "The growth of the Lord is so fast, why are you now in the 3rd-level supernatural state? Could it be that you have been away for many years?" After hearing her say that, Li Rong and Wamo only remembered to investigate Yongkai's cultivation, and they were instantly stunned, filled with surprises. "It won't be long, maybe 5 or 6 years. Yongkai did a little calculation and replied, "Well, I don't have time to chat with you now, I will talk while walking." Seeing his dignified expression, Li Rong and the others couldn't help but look solemn, and faintly realized that something was wrong. While walking to the Mogu castle, Li Rong glanced at Wu Jia, then leaned over to Yongkai and asked in a low voice, "My lord, who is this person?" Yongkai said casually, "A friend outside, you can ask him about the specific situation later, I am here to make alchemy." "Alchemy?" Li Rong exclaimed, "Could it be that Well, someone is looking for senior coffin slave, and someone is chasing me, so I have to take you out as soon as possible, otherwise things will become very troublesome. Who dares to do this? Li Rong's aura suddenly changed, becoming very sinister. A demon general named Shui Li. Yang Kai frowned. She seemed to have accidentally acquired some demonic golden blood a long time ago, and then set her sight on my blood. Magic general. Han Fei raised her eyebrows. Then I want to see it. Let's see what the level of demon generals of the demon clan is today. There will be a chance. Yang Kai stared at her and laughed. When the few people were advancing side by side, Wu Jia didn't know whether it was intentional or not. He pulled behind and silently observed the terrain and the cultivation of the 5 people in front of him. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. I don't know where the 5 people are here. The 5 people are all in the Holy Realm. The most powerful beautiful woman should only have the cultivation of the 2nd level Holy Realm. Although it is only 2 level, the coercion she brought when she was angry just now, but no less than the pressure Shirley brought to herself. Wu Jia even suspected that this woman was no worse than Shirley. The other 4 are all in the 1st level holy state. The 2nd beautiful woman and the old man should have reached the limit of the 1st level state. Whether it is the strength or breath in the body, they are much more condensed than themselves. If he really wanted to start with any of them, Wu Jia guessed that he only had the chance to escape. The remaining 2 guys should have just broken through, which was confirmed from the conversation between Yang Kai and them just now. But it was these 2 Saint Realm Masters who had just broken through, and Wu Jia felt a sense of inferiority, and he didn't know why Wu Jia felt pressure from them. Who are these people? Why are they so weird? And their name for Yang Kai also made Wu Jia care about it. His heart was full of doubts, but Wu Jia knew that silence is the truth of Jin, and followed behind the crowd without saying a word. After a short while, the group returned to Mogu Castle. In the distance, Yang Kai saw many members of the ancient demon clan standing in front of the castle, looking towards this side. In the crowd, a young girl excitedly waved her hand and shouted, Yang Kai, Yang Kai. Looking towards her following the voice, Yang Kai smiled and raised his hand to say hello. This girl named Guaner was the one who had been in charge of taking care of him since he was arrested, and was also Li Rong's personal maid. This little girl is too arrogant. Li Rong scolded her teeth and said to Yang Kai, Master, don't pay attention to her, wait for me to go back and teach her a good lesson, let her know the difference between honor and inferiority. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. You don't need to do this, and you guys don't want to shout one by one, I'm very uncomfortable. Then what should it be called? Li Rong was surprised. What did you call me in the first place? The 3 old leaders looked at each other's memories, and couldn't help blushing. When Yang Kai was arrested, the 3 of them called him a human boy, a despicable human, a stinky boy, etc. How dare you call it that now? After entering the Mogu Castle, Guaner ran over in a hurry, first bowed to a few commanders, and then excitedly followed Yang Kai, chattering non-stop. It seemed that she didn't speak after Yang Kai left. Li Rong also laughed and shook her head. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't show a displeased expression, she didn't scold Guaner. After talking for a while, he suddenly looked at Wu Jia and asked, who is this guy who is not a ghost or a ghost? Why did you bring him in? Wu Jia's face darkened. Yang Kai shook his head, did not answer her question, but looked at Li Rong and said, I will use the underground secret room, and I will come out in 2 or 3 days at most. How is the situation outside? You can ask Wu Jia, he will give it to you. You answered it. Okay. Li Rong and the others looked solemn and nodded quickly. Hey Lord Holy Master. Wu Jia hurried forward, pulled Yang Kai aside, looked uncomfortable, and said in a low voice, Wu Mo is here, will there be no danger? Yang Kai laughed in surprise. No, you can rest assured. But why do I think that these people are from the demon race? Wu Jia looked puzzled. They are demon race people, and they are not ordinary demon race people. Yang Kai laughed and patted Wu Jia's shoulder. That's it, time is short, I'll go to work first, you can do it yourself. Bar. While speaking, Yang Kai had already left. Wu Jia shook his head helplessly. Li Rong and the others stopped on the spot and didn't follow Yang Kai, remembering what Yang Kai said just now, they were all looking forward to it. 2 or 3 days, just 2 or 3 days, the cage that has trapped the ancient demon clan for countless years can be broken. Brilliant. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 862. Several ancient demon clan leaders eagerly looked at the direction Yang Kai left, unable to calm down for a long time. Lord Li, it's time for the clan to know this exciting news. Wamo said in a deep voice. Li Rong nodded lightly, it's about time. Saying this, Mei Mei looked at Wu Jia with full eyes, and smiled gently. Listen to the Lord, is your name Wu Jia? Yes. Wu Jia's expression was a little embarrassed and uneasy. Before, he and Yang Kai were chased and killed by a demon general of the demon race, and they had to flee into this Shaoshuan realm. Now there are 5 other demon race leaders standing in front of him, a strong man in the holy realm. Wu Jia couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness that he had just left the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den again. Fortunately, these people have no malice towards him, and their relationship with Yang Kai does not seem to be shallow. If you are a friend of the Lord, then you are not an outsider. Please come with me, we need to inquire about the situation outside. Li Rong nodded lightly, and headed towards the castle. Please, Han Fei greeted indifferently. Wu Jia forced a smile and had to follow behind Li Rong. It just so happened that he also had a lot of questions that he wanted to ask these demon powerhouses. In the underground secret room in the fort, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and did not rush to refine the holy pill immediately. Instead, hold your breath and let yourself become calm. This secret room was used by him when he practiced demon god transformation, so he was familiar with it when he came here. His current level of alchemy should be at the limit of a saint-level low-grade alchemist, only one step away from a middle-grade alchemist. But that doesn't mean that it's impossible to refine saint-level middle-grade pills. With the help of the spirit formation and the 10,000 medicinal liquid, it should not be difficult to refine a holy-grade mid-grade pill. After letting go of body and mind, without desires or thoughts, the scenes that he had experienced flashed in his mind like a quick glance, and these scenes were all related to alchemy. Yang Kai purposefully recalled these scattered memories from the experience and knowledge he had spied on from the true alchemy technique, as well as the trials and achievements he had experienced so far in learning alchemy, and gradually connected together. He seems to have become an outsider, looking at another self, gradually growing on the way of alchemy, from the lowest level of ordinary level to earth level, heaven level, mysterious level, spiritual level, holy level. The other one has grown steadily and rapidly in the alchemy technique in a very short period of time. One after another immortal elixir has been refined. Each elixir seems to be a new life, full of vitality, vitality. Eventually grow to the point where he can easily refine holy level low-grade pills. Yang Kai opened his eyes, and an indescribable confidence spread throughout his body. He was very sure that refining the saint-grade middle-grade pill in his current state would definitely succeed. All kinds of spiritual level holy level spiritual herbal medicines that have been collected over the years have been taken out and placed in front of them regularly. The spiritual sense was released and rushed into his own small pill furnace, where a spiritual formation that could improve the success rate of pill refining was depicted. With one hand, he picked up a medicinal herb, and with a burst of golden light, his true essence condensed into his hand, like a small burning sun, burning and burning the impurities in the medicinal herb, condensing the medicinal liquid. After a while, the medicinal liquid was condensed, green and dripping, like a green teardrop, exuding a compelling aura. The true essence wrapped this drop of medicinal liquid and was suspended beside the pill furnace. Yang Kai picked up another medicinal material and cooked it like the same method. After a while, the spirit formation in the pill furnace was also painted. Blindly medicinal herbs are condensed, and everything is carried out in an orderly manner. In front of Yang Kai's eyes, there is only the world of alchemy, and only the medicinal materials in front of him. He temporarily forgot the role of the holy pills he had refined. There was no pressure on his body and mind, and all his actions were reckless and flowing. In the underground secret room, the scent of medicine permeates. In a palace in the Mogu castle, the 5 leaders of the ancient demon clan had solemn expressions. After they learned about what happened in detail from Wu Jia, they only understood why Yang Kai rushed over so eagerly to refine it. The holy pill that helped them get out of trouble. Time waits for no one, and he was forced to do so. Shui Li should have found the coffin bearer. If Wu Mo expected it well, she should be fighting the coffin bearer now. Wu Jia said while looking at the expressions of the 5 people. That demon general named Shui Li has the cultivation of the 3rd layer holy realm, right? Li Rong asked in a deep voice with her brows condensed into a line. Yes, he is one of the top masters in the world. The 4 demon generals of the demon race are all of this cultivation base. Lord Li, before the death of senior coffin slave, he should have only cultivated at the 2nd level of sanctification, and his body has been rotten for many years. I'm afraid it won't last long against that devil general. Han Fei's face was full of anger. I rushed out to help Senior Coffin Slave. Senior Coffin Slave should not be the woman's opponent, but as long as the woman still wants to inquire about the clues of the great demon god, she will not kill. So don't worry for the time being, we only need to wait 2 or 3 days before we can act. Li Rong said softly, and suddenly remembered something. But according to the Lord, that woman accidentally got some demonic golden blood a long time ago, refining it into her body. I hope she won't use any demonic supernatural powers. Well, if that's the case, it will be troublesome. Devil's magical power. Wu Jia's eyes narrowed, his expression changed, and he asked hesitantly, what you said, could it be the legendary great demon god? It's the great demon god. Hua Mo nodded sternly. The corners of Wu Jia's mouth twitched, not daring to ask any more questions. It's about the great demon god, but it's not something he can inquire about at will. The more he knows, the harder it will be to escape. Just as a few people were talking, a chaotic aura suddenly came from outside, and the entire Shaoshuan realm seemed to be shaking a little along with the sound of clicking. Li Rong's pretty face turned cold. Huodi got up from the chair, and the next moment she was outside, looking up at the sky. The rest of the people rushed out in a hurry. It's already started, Li Rong said quietly. It should be that the devil general is fighting with Senior Coffin Slave, which has affected us here. Dare to attack Senior Coffin Slave and make her look good when I go out. Han Fei snorted coldly. Wu Jia suddenly remembered that he and Yang Kai entered here through the blood coffin behind the coffin bearer, and couldn't help but worry. If the Coffin Slave Senior loses the battle, the blood coffin behind him will be destroyed. What will happen here? Quote. Li Rong glanced at him, pursed her lips and said with a smile, this small mysterious world was created by the great demon god with great supernatural powers, and it is sealed in that blood coffin. If the blood coffin is destroyed, then this place will be fragmented, and people will live in it. We here will be banished into the endless void, and we will never find a way out. Wu Jia's face turned pale, and he murmured, I hope that Senior Coffin Slave can last longer. Everyone present, although the leaders of the ancient demon clan were a little worried, they were not impatient, but the most urgent thing was the foreign Wu Jia. The leaders obviously had some confidence in the Senior Coffin Slaves, and they were even more convinced that Shui Li would not rashly destroy the blood coffin. If she still wants to inquire about the secrets of the great demon god. The changes in Shaoshuanji caused panic among the ancient demon clan. The 3 leaders, Hua Mo and Yinya Shuiji, had to go to appease them. They also ordered Li Rong to spread the news that Yang Kai was refining the holy pill, out. The ancient demon family suddenly boiled, and they all looked forward to it, full of anticipation. 1 day has passed, 2 days have passed. As time passed, the Shaoshuan world became more and more unstable, and after 2 days, the turbulent Shaoshuan world suddenly calmed down. Aware of this change, the expressions of Li Rong and the others darkened. They knew that this situation would occur, either the Coffin Slave Senior repelled the Devil General, or the Coffin Slave Senior was defeated by the Devil General. The latter is more likely. After all, the opponent of Senior Coffin Slave is a top powerhouse in the 3rd layer holy state. Senior Coffin Slave has guarded this small mysterious world for countless years. Although no one from the ancient demon clan living here has seen him or knows what he looks like, everyone respects him sincerely. It was precisely because of him that he was dispatched every 10 years to search for someone who could rescue the clansmen from outside, and finally found Yang Kai, allowing Li Rong and the others to see hope today. But now, the ancient demon clan was about to get out of trouble, but Senior Coffin Slave encountered a powerful enemy. Li Rong and the others were more anxious than anyone else, and they couldn't wait to get out of here to see what happened to Senior Coffin Slave. But if Yang Kai did not refine the holy pill, they would not be able to get out of trouble, and even if they were anxious, there was nothing they could do. At this moment, the energy of heaven and earth in Shaoshuanji was once again chaotic, gathering in one direction in all directions. Everyone's expressions were shocked, they felt it, and they were pleasantly surprised. They noticed that the place where the spiritual energy gathered was the underground secret room that Yang Kai used for alchemy. Faintly, there seems to be a fresh scent of Dan wafting over there. Looking up, he felt subtly nervous. After a while, the energy of the heavens and the earth stabilized, and after a while, a figure appeared over there, and everyone only felt that Yang Kai had appeared in front of them. Lord, Li Rong called out regularly, her voice trembling a little. Yang Kai grinned and spread out his hand. I live up to the trust, the refining is successful. In his hand, there is an elixir the size of a khaki longan, emitting a dense light. Several pairs of eyes stared at the holy pill, and Hua Mo's eyes were full of tears. However, how to use this thing is up to you guys. Yang Kai frowned and solemnly handed the holy pill to Li Rong. There is only one holy pill, but the ancient demon clan has thousands of people. Yang Kai really doesn't know how to distribute the medicinal effects of this holy pill. I can handle this matter with Han Fei. Li Rong held the holy pill tightly, looked at Han Fei and flew away, heading for the highest point of Mogu Castle. We're going to gather the clansmen too, Hua Mo said, and the two of them quickly left with Yinya Shuiji. Yang Kai looked up and saw that Li Rong and Han Fei seemed to be arranging something at the top of the Mogu Castle. Subtle energy fluctuations emanated from there, obscure and unclear. And under the summons of Hua Mo and Silver Tooth Blood Halberd, the clansmen of the ancient demon clan were also gathering there. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 863 Don't Joke. In the high place of Mogu Castle, Li Rong and Han Fei were busy arranging, Hua Mo, Yinya, and Blood Halberd were also arranging for their clansmen to gather together. Yang Kai recovered himself while watching. Standing beside him, Wu Jia's expression changed, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. If Sect Master Wu wants to ask, just ask. Yang Kai chuckled. Wu Jia pondered for a while, then clasped his fists and said, then Wu must be bold. Dare to ask the Holy Master, what is your relationship with the demon people here? If I say that they are my subordinates, do you believe it or not? Yang Kai squinted at Wu Jia with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Wu Jia looked solemn, staring at Yang Kai for a moment, before nodding, Wu Moxen. He stayed here for 2 days, and from the names and attitudes of the Saint Realm powerhouses towards Yang Kai, he could infer the truth of some things. Now Yang Kai even admits it himself, how can Wu Jia not believe it? How can the Holy Master have such a group of subordinates? They are the people of the demon race. What happened to the demon race? Yang Kai chuckled. Since ancient times, people and demons have been at odds with each other. Wu Jia was stunned and took it for granted. What can help me is what is useful to me, whether he is a demon or not. Speaking of which, everyone is a creature in the world, do you have to be so clear about it? Wu Jia stared at Yang Kai in a daze, and his mind couldn't turn around for a while. Unlike Yang Kai, he came to Tongshuan continent later. The creatures born and raised on Tongshuan continent will have a sense of rejection and distrust towards foreigners, and Wu Jia is also the same. Yang Kai's open-minded appearance made him a little unacceptable. After thinking for a while, he said solemnly, but Lord Holy Master, have you ever thought that if the matter here spreads out, you may never be able to stand on the territory of the human race, even with the 9 heavens holy land and your teacher's door? Soaring Heaven sect will be implicated. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't care what the world thinks, I can't get others to tell me what to do. If anyone wants to trouble me, just do it. Wu Jia wriggled his mouth, and said somewhat speechlessly, the Lord of the Holy Master is indeed extraordinary. He shook his head again, but there is one thing that Wu Mo doesn't understand very much. The strength of this group of demons is quite good, and there are 5 strong people who enter the Holy Realm. Moreover, the demons have high origins, even more than our human race. Arrogant, with their cultivation and strength, how could they become your subordinates? No demons have ever become subordinates of human beings, it is better to let them die happily if they suffer such humiliation. But Wu Jia saw that Li Rong and the others were not only very respectful to Yang Kai, but also willingly belonged to him. Because I am the descendant of the great demon god. Yang Kai grinned. Wu Jia's face changed suddenly, he said with a dry smile, Sir, don't joke. Yang Kai didn't explain, just said, what plans does Sect Master Wu have in the future? Plan, Wu Jia frowned, I don't think about it for the time being, let's get through this difficulty first. But don't worry, Lord Holy Master, I won't say anything about what I've seen in the past few days. Yang Kai nodded slightly, I know Sect Master Wu, so I don't need to promise me anything. Wu Jia didn't say much, and together with Yang Kai, looked towards the heights of Mogu Castle. Over there, Li Rong and Han Fei seemed to have finished their arrangement. She held the holy pill that Yang Kai refined in her hand, with a pious expression, and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. The next moment, she and Han Fei both had strong magic energy pouring out of their bodies. One after another brilliance bloomed at the feet of the two of them, and it was faintly visible that it was a mysterious formation. In the flickering light, the profound pill in Li Rong's hand suddenly burst open, turning into a dense mist, falling from the sky and covering the people of the ancient demon clan gathered together. Those clansmen did not dare to neglect, and they ran the exercises one after another to absorb the medicinal effects of the holy pill into their bodies, and everyone showed a look of joy on their faces. Clack clack, there was a sound of blood and bones squirming. Yang Kai was surprised to find that these ancient demon clan members seemed to have undergone some subtle and strange changes at this moment, and the shackles that had been blessed on them were shattered. Let them regain their freedom. This scene lasted for a full hour, and the bursting mist gradually disappeared, and all of them were absorbed by the ancient demon clan. Li Rong and Han Fei opened their beautiful eyes and looked down with smiles on their faces. Lord Li, everything is in order. Hua Mo stood at the bottom and shouted loudly. Have you packed everything? Li Rong asked. Take everything you need to bring. Okay. Li Rong nodded lightly, with a look of excitement on her pretty face, and raised her voice. Today our clan will leave here. Clan people, remember this place with your own eyes. This is how many times my clan has lived here. 1,000-year-old place. You will not come back in the future. Every member of the ancient demon clan turned their heads and looked around with complicated expressions on their faces. Since they were born, their wish was to leave here and go to the outside world, but when it came to this moment, their mood was still inexplicably sad. After all, this is where they were born and raised. Several leaders, please come up. Li Rong waved. Hua Mo and Yinya Shuiji hurriedly flew to Li Rong's side. The five of them looked at each other and nodded in unison. The next moment, the power that was enough to break the space was displayed, tearing the chaotic sky apart. Their method is not the same as Yang Kai's tearing space, they just use a specific method to open the exit of this mysterious small realm to the outside world. The last time Yang Kai left, Li Rong and the others used this technique to send him away. I'll go out and have a look first, you protect the clan and keep up. Li Rong said, and immediately rushed towards the crack. After her figure disappeared, Han Fei and the others arranged for the clansmen to pass through the entrance in an orderly manner and leave this Shaoshuan realm. In the endless snow-capped mountains, Shui Li looked down solemnly, and Yu Mo also had an ugly expression. Not far away, Zhang Ao, Cao Guan and the others were even more terrified. Below, several snow-capped mountains were razed to the ground, which was the result of a battle between a two-layered saint and a third-layered saint. Poisonous gas and rotten gas permeated the vast area, and no one dared to go down to investigate easily. The white and flawless snow-capped mountain seemed to have become a poisonous swamp. People with a little weaker strength, smelling the poisonous gas and rotten gas, will die on the spot and turn into a pool of pusa. Several post-Xuanfu disciples who went to investigate have suffered like this. This damn coffin bearer, who is also a member of the demon race, dares to fight against this seat, what a shame. Shui Li's pretty face twisted, and she cursed angrily. A few days ago, she came here chasing Yang Kai's disappearing breath, and found the trace of the coffin bearer in a cave. Before she could investigate, the coffin bearer suddenly attacked her. In the face of a living dead whose strength has reached the second level of sanctification, Shui Li also complained a lot. It took 2 days of hard fighting to smash his body into pieces. Even so, after he was smashed, the poisonous and rotten gas that had been in his body for countless years spread, so that Shui Li had to temporarily avoid the edge, while using the means to blow disperse the poison gas below, while waiting for the opportunity. She was particularly concerned about the blood coffin protected by the coffin bearer. From the blood coffin, Shirley smelled an exhilarating breath of the great demon god. She could almost conclude that the blood coffin must have something to do with the legendary great demon god. Zhang Ao, Cao Guan, and the others watched eagerly, feeling helpless. They came for the coffin bearers, but the fruit of victory now in hand actually gave Shirley a head start. In the face of this devil general, they have no temper at all, they can only wait and see the change, and the bitterness in their hearts surpasses Wanglian. The poisonous gas and rotten gas shrouded below gradually became weak, and after a while, you can go down to investigate the situation. At this moment, a ray of red light suddenly bloomed, and an aura that made Shui Li feel uneasy spread out. Hua Rong paled and looked intently, only to see a figure flickering out of the red light. Ling Li waved his hand in midair to shake off the few remaining poisonous and rotten gas, glanced around, and his expression suddenly became cold and severe. She found pieces of flesh and blood scattered around, belonging to the coffin bearers. Second-layer saints. Shui Li looked at the beautiful woman who suddenly appeared in surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with puzzlement. She clearly felt that the woman who suddenly appeared contained a very strong demon essence in her body, and she was clearly a member of the demon clan. Why did such a woman suddenly appear here? The other party also seemed to be aware of her existence. From a short distance away, the cold eyes stared at her, and she was not afraid, and even had a taste of hatred and provocation. Shui Li smiled silently, her strength was a little higher than the opponent, she was naturally confident. Brush brush. One after another figure flashed out from the red light, each of them was a member of the demon race. After showing up, these demon race people were centered on the woman who appeared first, and everyone looked for a foothold. After standing still, he looked around curiously and excitedly, with a very excited expression on his face. Feeling the cold around him, he picked up the snow on the ground and made bursts of admiration and exclamation. As if they had never seen these things. It was late at night, and the cold moonlight poured down. The crooked moon and the looming stars also caught their attention, and they looked up one by one, pointing at the sky. Shui Li and the others were stunned, they all froze in place, their brows condensed into a ball, wondering where so many demons came from. The ancient demons who have been banned for countless years, watching this wonderful world, leisurely gave birth to an illusion of reincarnation, their bodies trembled slightly, and it was difficult to suppress their excitement. Many people even burst into tears and screamed in the sky. The scene was lively. Shirley's group has become a spectator and is not taken seriously. It was not until Yang Kai and Wu Jia followed Han Fei out of the mysterious small realm that Shui Li's sharp and beautiful eyes turned towards him, her eyes full of greed. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 864. It's time for a good lesson. In the snow-capped mountains, nearly 1,000 ancient demons walked out of Shaoxuanji and scattered in this huge area. Not far away, headed by Shui Li, Yu Mo, Zhang Ao, Cao Guan and others were on guard, curious, wondering where this group of people came from. Suddenly, the energy of heaven and earth became messy. Those ancient demons who came out of Shaoxuanji seemed to have sucking power of different sizes from their bodies, frantically swallowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around them. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 10 miles was completely absorbed. The energy of heaven and earth from farther rushed in quickly and was continuously absorbed by the ancient demons. In the sky, the situation changed, and waves of terrifying power were pressed down. Everyone's face changed greatly. However, the ancient demons showed their expressions of surprise, opened their bodies and minds, and welcomed the baptism of the power of that day. Wu Jia watched with a strange expression, and after a while he exclaimed, "Breakthrough!" This scene, this movement, is clearly a sign of an imminent breakthrough, and this is not a breakthrough for one or two people. Among the nearly 1,000 ancient demons, more than half of them are on the verge of breaking through. For the rest, the strength in the body seems to have increased a lot in an instant. Yang Kai's expression also changed, and suddenly recalled that when he came to Tongshuan continent from his own world, his strength was also improved in an instant. After the invisible shackles that were sealed on the body were shattered, they were nourished by this world, and their realm and cultivation would naturally improve. The situation facing the people of the ancient demon clan at the moment should be similar to that of themselves. Turning his head to look around, Yang Kai was surprised to find that among the ancient demons who were about to break through, Han Fei and Wamo were the ones who made the most noise. The two of them commanded the powerhouses who were the first-level saints, and they had already cultivated to the limit. If they broke through at this moment, they would become the second-level saints. The breakthrough of the Saint Realm powerhouse is no joke. The two seemed to know this as well, and immediately began to use their movements to escape far away so that the power of heaven and earth generated when they broke through would affect other clansmen. Yang Kai glanced at Li Rong nervously, and was surprised to find that this beautiful woman was radiant, with high spirits and beautiful eyes. Obviously, when she left Shaoxuanji and set foot here, her strength improved a lot. The same is true for Silverfang and Blood Halberd. Lord Li, Yang Kai called beside her, should the clan spread out? There are too many people to break through, and the power of heaven and earth brought together by the gathering makes even his heart palpitate. But at this moment, it is not a wise move to disperse the strong enemy. No need. Li Rong shook her head slowly. Did your lord forget what my clan's biggest capital is? Han Fei and Wamo have already left. As long as the power of heaven and earth when they broke through does not affect the clan will not something. Quote, hearing what she said, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that the biggest capital of the ancient demon clan was the tyrannical physical quality. For warriors of the same level, the physical quality of the ancient demon clan is much stronger than any other. And they can also expand the magic pattern. Make the body stronger. To withstand the baptism of the power of heaven and earth, it is precisely the tyrannical physical quality that is needed. Li Rong didn't look worried at all, so Yang Kai naturally relaxed. And the biggest problem right now is not the breakthrough of the clan. My lord, is that woman a demon general today? Li Rong looked at Shui Li from a distance and asked. Well, the powerhouse of the third level of the Holy Land. It's not bad. Li Rong chuckled lightly, scrutinizing Shui Li. Finally, my demons haven't declined too much. At the same time, Yu Mo also frowned and said beside Shui Li, Sir, what should we do now? Looking at the appearance of these people, it seems that many of them are about to break through. Do you want to? Shui Li slowly shook her head. They are from my demon race, although I don't know why they stay with that human boy, but if they do something at this time, it may cause their hatred. Ask them when they are done. If you can, bring them back to Sand City. 4 are in the first level holy state, and 1 is in the second level holy state, very powerful. If they can be subdued, then my Sand City will be stronger than the other 3, above. What the Lord said is. Yu Mo bowed his head in response, and said no more. There are a lot of demons who suddenly appeared, and there are also a lot of masters. If they can really be conquered, they will definitely become a great help. At that time, the strength of the other 3 demon generals will not be comparable to that of Lord Shui Li. They don't seem to be planning to stop our clan. Li Rong looked at Shui Li from a distance and pursed her lips and smiled. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The woman probably thinks that you are not opponents, so it doesn't matter if you let you break through. Then she might be taken aback. Li Rong said meaningfully. Yang Kai glanced at her in amazement, seeing the confident look in her beautiful eyes, and couldn't help but think. He had never seen Li Rong make a move, and he only knew that Li Rong's cultivation was probably at the level of the second layer saint, which was a level lower than Shui Li's. But listening to the tone of her speech at the moment, it seemed that she didn't take Shui Li in her eyes at all. Yang Kai grinned, silently and mysteriously, secretly looking forward to it. He wanted to know what the scene would be like if these 2 women fought. While hundreds of clansmen are breaking through, they are watching the changes. The atmosphere in the snow-capped mountains is mysterious and solemn. Rumble, click, the terrifying power of heaven and earth in the sky suddenly landed, like snakes with fangs, smashing into the crowd. There was a muffled sound, and many ancient demons who were breaking through suffered some injuries in the first round, with blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. If it is a breakthrough by one person, with their physical quality, there is no fear of being hurt by the power of heaven and earth, but with so many people gathered together, even the power of the sky and the earth has become terrifying. Several people shared it evenly, and there were some signs that they could not bear it. But instead of the slightest panic, the injured ancient demons all laughed, their expressions were rebellious, their flesh and blood were wriggling, and they stared at the sky in an even more defenseless posture, waiting for the arrival of the second round of heaven and earth power. It is full of anticipation. It seems that the more violent the power of the world, the better. Wu Jia had been hiding far away, for fear that he would be implicated. Yang Kai also flew to his side at this moment, quietly watching. Mad. The corners of Wu Jia's mouth twitched. These people are simply lunatics. How can they be baptized by the power of heaven and earth like this? They are just courting death. This is not necessarily. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. Lord Holy Master thinks they can endure it. Someone was injured in the first round of baptism. It's hard for Wu to imagine that they can endure to the end. At this time, it is obvious that they should all spread out and break through. How could they gather together? Wu, I really can't figure it out. Ordinary demon race people probably can't hold on, but they are not ordinary demon race people. Yang Kai chuckled. Wu Jia frowned at him, feeling even more confused. Demons are demons, how can there be any difference between ordinary and extraordinary? Rumbling. The power of heaven and earth continued to descend, bombarding the heads of the ancient demons like a disaster, causing them to be injured and bleed continuously. But this group of people seems to be really crazy. The more blood they bleed, the more excited they are. At night, everyone's eyes are shining brightly, like wild wolves, they look terrifying. Broken Profound Palace, the disciples of the Battle Soul Hall all looked at this side with a look of horror, and even people like Zhongao and Cao Guan were trembling in their hearts. The scene of hundreds of people breaking through together is extremely spectacular. In the distance, there were earth-shattering movements from 2 places. That was caused by the 2 leaders, Han Fei and Hua Mo, when they broke through. Nowhere is weaker than this place, and it is very scary. Shui Li looked at her beautiful eyes with a gleam of surprise, and she felt more and more that this group of demons should be brought under her command. Everyone here, no matter the level of cultivation, regardless of age, exudes the purest demonic aura in their bodies, violent, bloody, cruel. Shirley appreciates it. I secretly felt that this was the real demon race. Unable to contain her excitement, Shui Li raised her voice and shouted, "Over there, that woman, what's your name? Where did you come from?" Li Rong smiled softly and lightly parted her lips. "Are you talking to me?" "Yes." Shui Li nodded sternly. "This seat is one of the 4 great demon generals today. Shui Li, tell me your name and your origins." Both belonged to the demon race, and their realm cultivation was one line higher than that of the other party. It was only natural for Shui Li to speak in this tone. "Since you are a demon general, can't you see the origin of my clan?" Li Rong waved down her sleeves and turned to Shui Li with a dignified manner. Shirley couldn't help frowning, and said displeased, "Should I see this?" Li Rong chuckled lightly. This seat. Even a demon general would dare to call himself the seat in front of me. Has the present demons really forgot the ancient history?" Hearing her say that, everyone's expressions became weird. Shui Li even looked at Li Rong with a sneer, with a bad look on her face. She was clearly enraged. The reason why she didn't stop the promotion of this group of demons was entirely because everyone came from the same clan and wanted to subdue them, but she didn't want this woman who seemed to be the leader to be so arrogant. Dare to say this to Shui Li, there is only one demon lord in the world. Even the words of Demon Venerable sometimes are not very useful in front of Shirley. Don't take this seat's love for talent as cowardice. Shui Li snorted coldly. If you are not from the demon race, this seat has already started, how can you break through in such a leisurely manner? Just 2 levels of sanctification. Even if you dare to be presumptuous in front of this seat, you should teach me a lesson. It's time to teach me a good lesson. Li Rong's pretty face also turned gloomy. My clan has been out for thousands of years, and I didn't expect that you, who are from the demon clan, have already forgotten. Take you to pay homage and let you have a little memory. Shui Li's eyes narrowed, and she shouted, "Who are you?" To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 865 Legend 1 Vein. In the endless snow-capped mountains, 2 powerful and beautiful women faced each other tit for tat, as if they were about to fight. And both of them are beautiful women. This made everyone look forward to it, wondering what the outcome would be if the 2 of them really fought. What makes people feel strange is that the beautiful woman with a slightly lower strength is calm and unhurried, but the demon general Shui Li, whose strength is one line higher, has a dignified expression and seems to be a little afraid. This has left many people puzzled. Li Rong glanced at the clansmen who were advancing to break through, and felt that they had reached the last moment, so she was no longer polite, and said coldly, "Senior coffin slave, you killed it, right?" "You mean that coffin bearer?" Shui Li looked gloomy. "So what? As a member of my demon race, you dare to attack this seat, and it is not a pity to die. Okay, just admit it." Li Rong took a deep breath, her full breasts undulating exaggeratedly, a trace of sadness appeared on her face, and she whispered, "Senior coffin slave has sacrificed countless years for our clan, but I didn't expect that at this last moment, I didn't get to see him. Demon General Shui Li, you will pay for it." While speaking, the magic energy in the body suddenly rolled, turned into a black mist and charged straight towards Shui Li. Courageous. Shui Li couldn't stop sneering, seeing that Li Rong actually took the initiative to do something with her. She didn't hesitate, she immediately swayed and greeted Li Rong. The 2 beautiful and plump figures collided in an instant, and the violent power suddenly erupted. Everyone's mind was drawn, and all looked up at the sky. "Master, Holy Master, the group of demon race people you were looking for is a bit abnormal." Wu Jia's face twitched, and he whispered beside Yang Kai. Ordinary clansmen gathered together to break through. That beautiful woman who was the leader actually took the initiative to challenge Shui Li, obviously hitting an egg against a stone. Although there is only a small difference between the second layer and the third layer, the real combat power is vastly different. Wu Jia felt that Li Rong would soon be defeated. He had already seen 6 directions, listened to all directions, and prepared to wait for a while when Shirley didn't notice him and put oil on the soles of his feet. It's not normal. Yang Kai chuckled, probably because he was locked up for too long. Having said that, Yang Kai could also understand Li Rong's mood. Coffin slave was beaten to pieces by Shui Li, and her flesh and blood spilled in this world, how could she not be angry? In the beginning, there was no rush to seek revenge for Shirley, it should be out of the intention to protect the clan. Now that the promotion of the clansman is almost complete, she can't wait to get started. In the sky, 2 beautiful women fought to the death like enemies in a sea of AA blood. Circles of dark magic energy spread around, and between the collisions, subtle energy fluctuations were conveyed, making everyone present shrink their eyes and their hearts shudder. The battle between the masters on the second and third floors of the Holy Realm is rarely seen. Yang Kai, who has been paying close attention to it, can't see who is stronger or weaker than the two of them. But judging from the fluctuating degree of that breath, Li Rong should have been suppressed. Lines of pitch-black magic energy spread like poisonous snakes, and in an instant, they turned into giant pythons, opening their fangs and rapping and biting at one of the figures. At the same time, the aura of Shirley's spirit gradually intensified and slammed into a certain place in the void. In that place, Li Rong, who happened to appear, was stunned. It seemed that she was affected by Shui Li's consciousness attack. Before she could react, those pitch-black giant pythons devoured her in one bite. The exclamation sounded, and Zhang Ao, Cao Guan and others who were watching the battle were shocked, and they were astonished by Shui Li's means. The powerhouse who entered the holy two-layer realm had been defeated in less than half a stick of incense under her hands. Zhang Ao paid himself that if he was against Shui Li, the time he could hold on would only be shorter. That beautiful woman who appeared out of nowhere has already performed very well. Chi chi chi. Just as everyone exclaimed, a light sound came from the bodies of the giant pythons that could reach the sky. The next moment, the light bloomed and the giant pythons were torn apart. Li Rong broke free from it. There was a wisp of red blood on the corner of her thin and tender mouth. It was in that battle that he suffered a bit of a loss. Shui Li looked at her in a good way, and smiled contemptuously. How dare you be presumptuous in front of this seat? Obediently submit to me, and I can save you from death. Li Rong reached out and wiped the corner of her mouth, looking at her indifferently without saying a word. After a while, she slowly closed her beautiful eyes, and her aura underwent an earth-shattering change at this moment. From her delicate body, black demonic essences that were visible to the naked eye poured out. Those demonic essences danced endlessly like snakes, and gradually climbed up Li Rong's delicate body and disappeared into her clothes. But on her gorgeous face, there was a strange black pattern. With a wild beauty, devil change, what Li Rong cultivated was the most orthodox demon god transformation. Although it couldn't be compared with Yang Kai, it was able to greatly improve her combat power and chi and blood power. She was originally a two-layer saint, and after the magic pattern unfolded, she had a wild and violent aura, which was almost the same as Shui Li. Seemingly drawn by the demon transformation she cast, the ancient demons who were at the last moment of promotion also roared, roaring like sleepy beasts. A stream of magic energy escaped, and everyone's cheeks, as well as the exposed skin, were covered with different levels of magic lines. In the sky, the last round of the power of heaven and earth was bombarded, and those ancient demons screamed in the sky, without condensing any power at all, and only endured the destruction contained in the power with their bodies. There was a crackling sound from the flesh and bones, and invisible air waves spread from their feet. At this moment, hundreds of people all rose to a small level. Shui Li's beautiful eyes trembled violently, and Yu Mo's expression became solemn at this moment, his hands and feet trembled. When the two of them saw the magic pattern, they remembered a long-standing legend at the same time. Who are you? Shui Li screamed like a mad woman. She seemed to have recognized the origins of Li Rong and the others, but she didn't dare to say those forbidden words. Which clan do you belong to? According to legend, in the era when the great demon god was in the limelight, there was a small branch of the demon race, which was dedicated to serving the great demon god. They were personally cultivated by the great demon god and possessed the most noble blood of the entire demon race except the great demon god. The name of the demon general is simply not enough in front of this clan. When any demon people meet them, they have to be respectful. They are the servants of the great demon god and the glory of the entire demon race. In that era, any demon race person took entering this branch as the highest pursuit. But they never accept outsiders, they just reproduce by themselves. Although the number is small, they have incredible power. Almost everyone from this clan can leapfrog battles. The best among them are better able to fight a few ranks without falling behind. At that time, the demons of this small branch followed the great demon god to conquer the world and made great contributions, and they also represented the great demon god and ruled this world. They are the henchmen of the great demon god, a symbol of invincibility. According to legend, when they were fighting with all their strength, they would be covered with something called magic lines. The magic lines contained the power of the great demon god. But since the fall of the great demon god, this branch has disappeared. That branch is called the ancient demon clan. After so many years, no one knew whether the legend of the year was true or not. Many people even thought that the branch of this legend was just made up by people to increase the prestige of the great demon god. But now this scene that only existed in the legend appeared in front of Shui Li. The magic lines that covered it well explained all of this. Shirley felt incredible power from these magic patterns. Recognize it? Li Rong looked at her sarcastically and nodded lightly. I finally have some eyesight. Impossible, Shui Li hissed and screamed, the demeanor of a demon general had already disappeared, you should have perished a long time ago. According to historical records, it was the adult who buried you personally, because you offended you and cannot offend you, the power of. As a demon general, Shui Li naturally knows some secrets that others don't know. She also heard a lot about the records of the ancient demon clan. It is said that for some special reasons, the great demon god deliberately wiped out the ancient demon clan before he fell. So Shirley always thought that this branch was long gone. If you don't believe it, just verify it yourself, use your body. Li Rong snorted coldly and took the initiative to attack for the second time. When Shui Li was lost, Li Rong had already rushed in front of her, Qian Yu pointed it out, and a little light flashed. The light seemed to have the power to capture the soul, making Shui Li look a little dazed. Sir, Yu Mo exclaimed, and when he was about to go up to help, the two new commanders of the ancient demon clan, Yinya and Shuiji, who had been holding their troops, had already dispatched. He smirked and attacked Yu Mo from left to right, causing him to be in a hurry in an instant, and his clone was flawless. There was a scream, and Shui Li flew backwards like a paper kite, and there was a blood hole with a deep bone on Shenshou's shoulder, and the blood that covered the faint golden glow flowed out. Just because you are worthy of the golden blood of the great demon god. Seeing this golden glow, Li Rong's expression suddenly became cold and stern. Shui Li was extremely embarrassed, so she quickly stabilized her mind. During the shock just now, it was not right for Li Rong to accidentally succeed. Now, facing this powerful ancient demon clan, she did not dare to be careless. This is a legendary family. It was not until now that she knew that the other party really had the capital and strength to fight her, even though the cultivation base was a small level lower than hers. What are you still doing? Yu Mo, who was being attacked by Yinya and Shuiji, roared, if you want to survive, come up and help, or you will all die. These words were shouted at Zhang Ao and Cao Guan, who were dumbfounded. Hearing this, Zhang Ao, Cao Guan and the others looked at each other with a very complicated expression. As soon as they gritted their teeth, they rushed forward with secret treasures, ready to help Yu Mo. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 866 Blood Escape. The battle between Shui Li and Li Rong was basically the highest duel in the world. With the strength of Zhang Ao and Cao Guan, they would not dare to interfere at will. So they rushed up immediately, trying to relieve Yu Mo. Broken Profound Palace. The two forces of the Battle Soul Hall have a total of 4 Saint Realm, among them Zhang Ao is the second layer Saint Realm, and his strength is not bad. The commander's arrogance was suppressed. With 5 enemies and 2, even if the two of Yintooth and Blood Halberd displayed the demon god transformation, they would still be in danger. Holy Master, do we want to help? Wu Jia's eyelids jumped, and he couldn't help asking. No need. Yang Kai shook his head, Wu Jia couldn't help much in a battle of this scale. Yang Kai originally planned to take action, but after some induction, he realized that it was no longer necessary. In the distance to the left and right, 2 figures are galloping fast. It was Han Fei and Wamo who had successfully made a breakthrough. The former has an icy aura, while the latter has a strong aura. Before anyone arrived, the sensational pressure had already come. The two people, Yinya and Shuiji, who were struggling, looked happy, and their attacks became more and more violent. The pure white snow-capped mountains were almost shrouded in pitch-black magic essence, making this piece of the world seem to be shrouded in darkness. Shish! One after another, the ice ridges that contained the power of destruction shot over the sky and covered the sky, attacking the group of Zhang Ao and Cao Guan, and the crisis came. In the depths of the snow-capped mountains, countless strange black hands poked out and grabbed them. At the same time, Wamo was like a ghost, blazing from below, and the subtle energy fluctuations came out of his hands, slapping the enemy's position fiercely. Suddenly attacked, Zhang Ao, Cao Guan, and the others were in a state of embarrassment. Except for Zhang Ao, who was a little more powerful, all the others in the Holy Realm were beaten and retreated, almost dying on the spot. They are finished. Yang Kai snorted coldly, no longer paying attention to the battle here, but turning his attention to the higher sky. There, the battle between Li Rong and Shui Li had reached a fever pitch. The latter suffered a small loss when she was shocked, but after stabilizing her mind, she still did not lose. The two beautiful women-level characters seem to be facing each other, and they are evenly matched. A circle of strange energy and soul fluctuations are washed away there. Those fluctuations are very subtle, and it seems that the whole world is moved. Under those fluctuations, Yang Kai felt that the whole world had a precursor to collapse. I was horrified, knowing that this was the influence of the top powerhouses in the battle, and I watched more and more intently, trying to learn something useful from it. But what disappointed him was that Shui Li didn't seem to have the arrogance that she used to be, and she always felt a sense of restraint when facing Li Rong. When she realized that Han Fei and Wamo had arrived, she no longer had the desire to fight. Under the bright moon, the two figures separated at a touch. Looking 100 meters apart, the two beautiful women looked at each other with great solemnity. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed with infinite murderous intent and hatred, but Shui Li's eyes were full of fear and hesitation. The ancient demon clan is the legend of the entire demon clan. Li Rong is only at the level of the second level of the Holy Spirit, so she can stand against her demon general. If she is allowed to grow to the third level, I am afraid that the current devil will not be her opponent. Realizing this, Shui Li's heart was shaken. She wondered if she should continue to fight against the leader of this legendary clan, and secretly regretted killing the coffin bearer hastily before. If not, everyone can sit down and have a good talk. After all, they are all members of the demon race, so there is no need to kill each other in front of these humans and let outsiders see the joke. But as soon as she met Li Rong's eyes, Shui Li knew that this hatred could not be resolved, it had reached the level of endless death. Silver teeth clenched tightly, Shui Li shouted in a low voice, "Ancient demon clan. I have seen it today. Lord Demon Lord will come to you, I hope you will be as arrogant as you are today." While speaking, the delicate body squirmed like a snake, and there was a dislocated sound from the bones, and a strange bloody aura suddenly escaped from Shui Li's body. Li Rong's beauty changed, and when she realized what she was going to do, it was too late to stop her. Bumpa! The muffled sound came out, and the demon general Shui Li exploded into a cloud of blood mist in the midair, as if it was already a dead end. Yang Kai and Wu Jia, who were watching the battle below, were stunned. They never thought that Shui Li would be so decisive, and she was not at the level of exhaustion. But faintly, Yang Kai still had an uncoordinated feeling in his heart, secretly feeling that Shui Li couldn't just die like this. Blood escape. Li Rong gritted her teeth and sighed, her eyes staring at the blood mist that exploded in the void. She waved her hands, and a strong and surging force shrouded it, but the blood mist quickly dissipated between heaven and earth. Let her play blank. At the same time, beside Yu Mo, who was being forced by Han Fei to be in a hurry, who was severely injured, drops of blood emitting a faint golden glow suddenly appeared strangely. Those fresh blood-wrapped Yu Mo turned into a ray of blood with the momentum of thunder, and fled far away. Li Rong turned around suddenly, looking in that direction with a gloomy expression, her teeth were gnashing, her heart was filled with hatred, but she had nothing to do. She didn't expect that Shui Li would actually do such a move. Although this move would consume a lot of vitality, it was the perfect way to escape. Once it was used, Li Rong couldn't stop it. Because this is the supernatural power that belongs to the great demon god. It seems that she was quite lucky when refining the golden blood of the devil that she accidentally obtained, from which she realized some mysteries belonging to the great devil. However, just when everyone thought that Shui Li had successfully escaped, a ray of golden light suddenly burst out from a distance of dozens of miles. In that sky, a golden chain was swayed by an invisible big hand, and there was a clattering sound. The golden chain was not so long, like a golden river piercing the sky, exuding the purest yang attribute aura. The breath spread here, causing all the ancient demons to frown, showing uncomfortable expressions. "Lock the magic chain," Yang Kai exclaimed. At a glance, he recognized this chain-like secret treasure, which he got from the trapped dragon stream in the High Heaven Pavilion. Using this magic chain, Yang Kai killed the distraction of the demon general Meng Jie, and killed the evil master Yang Bai of the Canyon Evil Land. After coming to Tongshuan continent and entering Soaring Sky Sect, Yang Kai returned the magic chain to the original owner. Now it should be in Chuling Xiao's hands. Which, do you think I have no one in the human race? Is this a place where you come and leave when you say it? The voice seemed to contain infinite magic power, which was deafening and disturbing. All the people who heard this voice were full of blood and flushed. At the same time as the sound sounded, the magic chain was pulled towards a certain place in the space like a long whip with an incomparable power. After a while, Shirley's screams rang out from everyone's ears. The blood was prosperous, and in the bright red blood light, Shui Li's embarrassed figure faintly appeared, and she fled at a faster speed. Yang Kai's expression became weird. He felt that the owner of that voice seemed to be the founder of Soaring Heaven sect, Chuling Xiao. Lord, Li Rong quickly came to Yang Kai's side, her pretty face dignified, and she said solemnly, "The person here is very powerful, and his secret treasure seems to be very restrained by the people in my demon race. If something happens in a while, the Lord wants to clear the relationship with my clan. Stay out of it. I will lead the clan to hide in this snowy mountain for a while." Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled dumbly. "No, I will handle this matter." Li Rong looked at him in amazement, but she was very obedient. She just nodded and said nothing more. Shui Li sensed that person's aura and left suddenly. "Right." Yang Kai thought thoughtfully. "It should be." Li Rong nodded. "She can't beat me alone. If there is another one, she won't be able to leave if she wants to." No wonder. Yang Kai was relieved. No wonder she was fighting evenly with Li Rong when she suddenly displayed such a strange magical power and quickly left here, so she was aware of it. This woman has a very sensitive sense of smell. By the way, I heard what you said about blood escape just now. Do you know the means she uses? Yang Kai asked with a frown. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the supernatural power of the great demon god. Li Rong nodded lightly. Lord, don't have to be jealous, you will naturally understand when the golden blood of the demon god in your body is concentrated to a certain extent. I'm not jealous, I just asked casually. Yang Kai chuckled. Demon god's magical power. I refined a drop of demon god's golden blood and obtained the divine power of distraction. That ray of distraction is still being nurtured, and it will be able to play its role one day. But I didn't think that Shirley actually realized the supernatural powers that belong to the great demon god. Shui Li fled. Zhang Ao and Cao Guan didn't dare to resist anymore. They gathered in one place and looked at Han Fei and the others who surrounded them with complicated expressions. This time, they followed Shirley to this endless snowy mountain. They thought that they had found a big backer, and they would not have to fear the revenge of the Nine Heavens Holy Land in the future, but they didn't want things to develop to this point. The last time they united and attacked the Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai recruited the great senior of the monster race as a helper, and they beat them all over the place to find their teeth. This time, this guy is even more outrageous, and I don't know where these demon race people came from. Even the demon generals have been driven away. They are just like lunatics, completely unreasonable. At this moment, Zhang Ao, Cao Guan, and the others couldn't help but admire Wu Jia. To a certain extent, Wu Jia did have a far-sighted vision, which was incomparable to them. Frightened in his heart, Zhang Ao's expression did not change, and he shouted, "My strong human race is coming here soon, you demon race people don't run away, when will you wait?" At Wachengkong Data. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 867 Old Guy. The golden light and majestic anger that injured Shui Li just now made Zhang Ao and the others see hope, and secretly felt that as long as the master arrived here, they would be safe and sound. That's right. Cao Guan also echoed, "Everyone, we don't want to be enemies with you either, it's just that we were deceived by Shui Li's cheap handmaid, so we shouldn't think about it. Let's just say goodbye, how about never seeing each other in the future? It shouldn't be tied." The people of the ancient demon clan did not answer, and only turned their inquiries to Yang Kai. Zhang Ao and the others suddenly realized that he was the one who could decide their own life and death. When they remembered that they were embarrassed by the Nine Heavens Holy Land 2 or 3 years ago, and that they had chased and killed Yang Kai for so long, they couldn't help but beat the drums, while secretly gathering strength. Watching Yang Kai vigilantly. I was afraid that a word of killing would come out of this kid's mouth. Fortunately, the strong human race who had injured Shui Li from a few dozen miles away also rushed over quickly. After realizing the number of people who came, Zhang Ao and the others looked overjoyed. His expression suddenly became unscrupulous. Because they found that there were not only one person, but 5 people. One was in the 3rd level holy state, and the 4 were in the 1st level holy state, and the lightning and flint flashed not far from the crowd, frowning at this side. The one headed by him is white-haired and immortal. Although he is not well known, he is one of the strongest people in the world at first glance. The 5 Saint Realm powerhouses who came here, 4 men and 1 woman, just glanced at the scene, and all turned their attention to Yang Kai, showing puzzled expressions. The woman even quietly gave Yang Kai a look, bit her teeth lightly, her mouth squirmed a few times, and she didn't know what she was talking about. But looking at that mouth shape, it seems to be cursing. The arrival of the 5 people increased Zhang Ao's confidence and clasped his fists over there and said loudly, I dare to ask you what you call them, and which force are you from? The old man in the lead glanced at him and frowned, heavenly soaring sect. Chu Lingxiao. Chu Lingxiao. Zhang Ao's face was happy when he heard the words, and he said loudly, it turned out to be Brother Chu, it's really disrespectful, I've heard Brother Chu's name for a long time, and when I see it today, it really lives up to its reputation. Even the evil General Shui Li fled away. People admire. Who are you? Chu Lingxiao looked at the ancient demon clan, then at Zhang Ao and the others, and asked in a deep voice, not seeming to be impressed by their compliments. Zhang Ao and Cao Guan hurriedly reported their names. Broken Profound Palace Battle Soul Hall. Chu Lingxiao pondered for a while, and said interestingly, what are the 2 people who are far away from hundreds of thousands of miles here? And they are so excited. Seeing that he seemed a little blamed, Zhang Ao couldn't help but feel a sudden shock. Although this place is not close to the Soaring Sky sect, it is considered a site near Soaring sect. Those outsiders who pass by this place should have informed the owner of this place, but this time they came to Snow Mountain, they only paid a lot of money to invite the nearby ancients. 2 forces, Yudongtian and Rashoman, came to help. Because there are no strong people in these 2 forces, Zhang Ao and Cao Guan are not worried about what waves they will find. And what Li Rong was most afraid of was the chain-like secret treasure that had injured Shui Li just now. That pure yang attribute aura can quite restrain the demon essence in the demon race, especially when it is displayed by a master like him, its power cannot be underestimated. After eating that much, Li Rong estimated that it would take a month or 2 for Shui Li to fully recover. Old guy. Yang Kai raised his brows and laughed in surprise. He didn't respond to Li Rong, but clasped his fists and saluted Chu Lingxiao, this disciple has seen the ancestor. Ancestor. Li Rong couldn't help covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly, as if she couldn't believe that Yang Kai had such a relationship with this human race powerhouse. Zhang Ao and Cao Guan were also startled, and then they suddenly realized that they had indeed inquired about this aspect of the news before. Yang Kai was born in Soaring Heaven sect. It's just that I was so excited just now that I forgot for a while. Come here, Fei Yujiao, who had been standing behind Chu Lingxiao, yelled. Come on. Yang Kai looked helpless and hurriedly walked over there. In front of a few people, Yang Kai laughed dryly, looking awkward. On the other side, the ancient demon clan, Zhang Ao, Cao Guan and others all looked at this side with strange eyes, listening intently, wondering what they would say. Unexpectedly, Chu Lingxiao just waved his hand and cut off everyone's investigation, turning that area into an impregnable forbidden area. Why did the ancestors and the 4 uncles come here? Yang Kai's face twitched, and he looked at the few people in front of him with some unease. Kang Yan said in a deep voice, when the witch arrived here, the patriarch had already sensed it, but I didn't know why she came here, so I kept watching it secretly, and didn't show up until the battle happened today, taking advantage of the witch's escape. Give it a heavy blow, but unfortunately it seems to have been run away by her. It turned out to be like this. Yang Kai suddenly realized. Although Chu Lingxiao has been secluded in that secret room all the year round, there is a strong person like Shui Li within 1,000 miles, and he still can't hide his perception. In an instant, Yang Kai had a clear and profound understanding of Chu Lingxiao's tyrannical strength. In the past, he had been guessing what kind of cultivation this ancestor had. Now it seems that it is indeed the 3rd level of the Holy Land. After all, he had killed a demon general back then. Stinky boy, aren't you discussing the Alchemy Avenue with Elder Du in Boulder City? Why did you come here? Fei Yu was both angry and funny. Last time, Mina went to Heavenly Sect to pass Yang Kai's message to her. The word of mouth said that he wanted to stay in Boulder City for a while, so that his uncle didn't have to worry. Fei Yu believed it was true, so she didn't go to Boulder City to find him, but she didn't want to meet here. It's a long story, let the nephew start talking about it. Yang Kai's head was big for a while. Tell us what you can say, what you can't say, don't force you, the old man is also very curious. Chu Lingxiao looked at Yang Kai with a smile, and his face was pleasant, and there was nothing because Yang Kai was too close to the ancient demon clan. Blame. Yang Kai glanced at him, then looked at the 4 uncles, and found that they were all looking at him with a searching look. Nodding slightly, Yang Kai said, the disciple said that the ancestor and several uncles should not be too surprised. HMPH, what can you do to surprise us? Fei Yu pouted. I have to talk about it not long after my nephew came to this Tongshuan continent. Yang Kai thought for a while, and explained his encounter with the coffin bearer in Raging Fire City. When he heard that he was captured by the coffin bearer walking, Caught in a small mysterious world, Chuling Xiao and several uncles all showed surprised expressions. Yang Kai, who has the proud golden body of a demon god, did not dare to say it, but only said that he made the ancient demon clan a condition to let them submit to him. Although there are some loopholes in these words, and there are many unclear points, Chuling Xiao and several uncles did not ask much, and only listened quietly. After understanding why those demon race people were close to Yang Kai's side, Chuling Xiao pondered, so, they completely obey you. Kindness. There won't be any resistance. No, Yang Kai said solemnly. Chuling Xiao stared at him deeply, as if he wanted to see the depths of his soul, and it took a while before he retracted his gaze and nodded lightly. That's good, although you are young, but you are calm, you shouldn't be able to do it. If something endangers mankind, since they obey you, they can also be regarded as a force in their hands. But remember, power is a double-edged sword. If it is not used properly, it may hurt yourself. Yang Kai was thoughtful and nodded his head. This disciple has written it down. And you have to be mentally prepared to be hated and targeted by countless people. If you don't have this kind of awareness, I advise you to give up them. Once you accept them, the road in the future may be full of thorns, and you will be known or recognized by many people. People you don't know are regarded as enemies of life and death. Chuling Xiao woke up with a solemn expression. This disciple has this consciousness. The old man has nothing to say. Chuling Xiao smiled slightly, but the Soaring Heaven sect can't tolerate them. Where are you going to put them? You can't take them to the magic border, can you? Unfinished to be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 868. If this group of ancient demon clansmen were really placed in the Soaring Sky sect, not to mention what outsiders would think, the disciples within the Soaring sect might have some conflict with the ancient demon clan. And it would also have an impact on Soaring Heaven sect's reputation. Outsiders may think that Soaring Heaven sect has colluded with the demon race. Hearing Chuling Xiao's question, Yang Kai didn't hide it, and said sternly, the place where they will be placed, the disciple has a plan in mind. Oh, let's hear it. I want to take them to the Nine Heavens Holy Land, which is at the very edge of the human domain and borders the demon domain. If they are placed there, there should be no problem. Nine Heavens Holy Land, Kang Yan frowned, you are very familiar with that place. How could people agree with you to bring the demons over there? And I heard that a big change seems to have happened in the Nine Heavens Holy Land, and now it has been occupied by a great master of the demon clan. Fei Yu also said with some worry, if you go there now, even if you have acquaintances, you will find them. No, the great senior of the monster race has the top cultivation base of the third layer saint, but it is not easy to talk about. Yang Kai scratched his head, and whispered while observing the words and expressions, I don't hide from a few uncles, the disciple is the new holy master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. The four uncles were stunned for a moment, and all looked at Yang Kai stupidly. Even Chuling Xiao was stunned for a moment. After a long time, Kang Yan looked at Yang Kai hesitantly, little junior nephew, are you joking, or are you serious? Do you think I'm joking? Yang Kai shrugged. New holy master. Li Wan's mouth twitched, as if she hadn't reacted. Fei Jian thoughtfully nodded and said, well, I did hear that there is a new holy master in the Nine Heavens Holy Land, and he is not very old. As he said, he looked up and down Yang Kai, as if he wanted to see point clues. Stinky boy. Fei Yu gritted her teeth and scolded in a low voice, what else are you hiding from us? Tell us everything. No more. Yang Kai shrank his neck. I originally planned to find a chance to tell a few uncles, but there has been no good time, so, hee. That monster race great senior, can you handle it? Chuling Xiao looked at Yang Kai with a slightly worried look. Relax, patriarch, I have made an agreement with that monster race great venerable, the Nine Heavens Holy Land is just to let them guard it for a period of time, and this time I will take it back there. You really have such power in your hands now. Chuling Xiao glanced at Li Rong and the others who were standing there, closely following them, and smiled slightly, although this old man doesn't have a good impression of the demons, but from the looks of them, they really care about you. It was the woman who fought the witch just now, right? Yes. Surely killed the coffin bearers, and the hatred with them cannot be resolved. That's good. These demons, you can decide for yourself. If it wasn't you who was standing in front of this old man would never have let it go. Thank you ancestors. Yang Kai looked grateful. Chuling Xiao and several uncles condoned and protected him. Yang Kai felt deeply. As Chuling Xiao said, if it is not him who is standing in front of him, he will not give up. Patriarch, what about the group of Kozan Palace and Battle Soul Hall? Kang Yan frowned slightly, a gleam of unkindness flashed in his eyes. If you let them go, things will definitely be very difficult here. Spread the word. Chu Lingxiao's brows furrowed, and after a while, he said leisurely, this old man brought the 4 of you here today, and only intercepted the demon general Shui Li for a moment, and the others did not see anything. Hearing this, the 4 Shishu uncles of the Soaring Sky sect were stunned. After they reacted, they all looked at Yang Kai with deep meaning. He chuckled, and the laughter was intriguing. Kang Yan patted Yang Kai's shoulder. Little martial nephew, take care of yourself. If there is something unsatisfactory in the future, come back to the sect at any time. Soaring Heaven sect will always be your home. I'll keep Shishofeng's nest for you, remember to come back often. Fei Yu said with a smile. If it's not good, we will also go to the 9 Heavens Holy Land to see the majesty of your holy master. I heard that there are several saintesses there, all of them are beautiful and refined. Li Wan smiled meanly. Fei Jian was silent, just nodded slightly to Yang Kai. Several uncles. Yang Kai squirmed his lower lip, not knowing what to say, but felt his heart warm. Let's go, let's see if I can follow the witch's trail. She is probably badly injured after taking a blow from the magic chain. Chu Lingxiao's eyes suddenly became deep, looking at the distant void, the true essence the 4 of them were wrapped up, and the figure swayed, turned into a rainbow light, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Brother Chu, Brother Chu. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ao was shocked and hurriedly shouted. He didn't expect that Chu Lingxiao would just pat his butt and leave, and he didn't mean to rescue them at all. Brother Zhang, it seems that we have been abandoned, so Chu Lingxiao and this kid are clearly a nest of snakes and rats. Cao Guan's face was extremely cold. Realizing this, everyone felt uneasy. Thousands of people from the ancient demon clan all around were staring at them, and the faces of the 5 powerful people who entered the holy realm were covered with bizarre and wild demon patterns, and their auras were fluctuating. Zhang Ao, Cao Guan and the others couldn't help but take a few steps back, their strength secretly condensing, swallowing their saliva, looking at Li Rong and the others with fear and horror. Lord, how do you deal with these people? Li Rong asked softly. Yang Kai grinned and smiled silently. Seemingly aware of his murderous intentions, Zhang Ao exclaimed anxiously, Holy Master Yang, don't you have to kill them all? This time it's our fault, but leave everything in the line, so we can meet in the future. Zhang promises that everything he sees today will not be just say it out. Leave a line in everything. Yang Kai laughed, isn't this necessary? I don't think we will meet again in the future. While speaking, his expression was cold and solemn, and a word came out of his mouth, kill. Since the crisis of the 9 Heavens Holy Land, this group of people has been against him everywhere. Just now, they even tried to confuse right and wrong. If such people stay, they will definitely become a scourge in the future. Yang Kai is not a generous person, on the contrary, at some point he is even more stubborn. With his character, how could Zhang Ao and Cao Guan continue to survive? As soon as Yang Kai's order came out, the thousands of ancient demon clansmen screamed excitedly, grabbed all kinds of strange-looking secret treasures that looked old, and rushed towards the people in Po Xuanfu and Battle Soul Hall as if they had been beaten. The ancient demons have been banned for too long. They are the elites of the demon race, bloodthirsty, cruel, evil. The violence hidden in their bones has been suppressed for thousands of years and cannot be released, and now they finally have a chance to ease. Everyone used their greatest strength in an instant, and in an instant, like a tsunami, it swept the men and horses of Po Xuanfu and Battle Soul Hall, and rushed them to pieces. The 4 saints from these 2 forces were also targeted by Han Fei and others. Han Fei and Hua Mo, who were promoted to the 2nd level of saints, were in desperate need of a bloody battle to improve their understanding of the current realm, and they were naturally merciless. Although Zhang Ao has the cultivation level of the 2-level holy realm, he still has no power to fight back in front of the ancient demon powerhouse who has cast the demon transformation. Li Rong didn't even shoot, and the opponent's 4 holy realm were gone the power of parry. Blood splattered, and a scream resounded in this world, and the white snow-capped mountains were dyed blood red, extremely dazzling. One by one corpses fell down, and before everyone died, they seemed to have seen a terrifying scene, the boss staring with eyes. The ferocity of the ancient demon clan not only made the enemy tremble with fear, but even Wu Jia, who was standing on the sidelines watching, was stunned. They are simply inhumane when they fight. Even if they kill their opponents, they will be torn to shreds. The killed people do not have a complete corpse, but they are all in pieces. During the fierce battle, those ancient demons licked the corners of their mouths subconsciously, looked fiercely at their opponents, and seemed to enjoy this kind of slaughter. Even Guaner, who usually looks quirky, seems to have become a different person during the battle. Her tender body exudes a suffocating aura, her pretty face is hideous, and with the magic patterns covering her body, she is often able to approaching the enemy has already made the opponent lose their fighting spirit. Don't leave chickens and dogs. Li Rong gave a light command, waved her hands, and several rays of blood shot up into the sky. The gleam of blood rushed into the crowd like a pistol. Shrouded, struggling in the blood, unable to get rid of it at all, it made a miserable howl like a ghost, and a large area died in an instant. As her delicate body swayed, she had already attacked Zhang Ao. Wu Jia's lips were dry, and his body trembled as he stared at the scene in front of him that looked like Shira's purgatory, and was very terrified. Those ancient demons were like wolves, like tigers, cruel and madly laughing, shuttled through the sea of blood in the crowd, and killed one enemy after another. They seemed to like this kind of killing, no mercy, no holding hands, only to enjoy the killing to the fullest. Wu Jia finally realized the horror of this group of people, and there was a chill in his heart. Compared with the demons, this group of people is the real demon. The frenzied violence in front of him even indirectly affected his mind, causing his blood to boil. Gradually, his eyes became red, his hands and feet stopped shaking, and there was a desire to baptize blood in his heart. I can't wait to rush over and fight in person. Enjoy the throbbing in the bottom of your heart. Wu Jia. Suddenly, Yang Kai's low voice sounded in his ears. The voice entered his ears, causing Wu Jia's body to tremble, his red eyes suddenly regained clarity, and the bloodthirsty desire in his heart suddenly calmed down. When he regained his senses, Wu Jia broke out in a cold sweat, and quickly calmed down, guarding the Kingming of the Lingtai, for fear that he would be affected by the ancient demon clan again. Thank you, Lord Holy Master. Wu Jia thanked him in a deep voice, admiring Yang Kai more and more in his heart. This young man's cultivation base is one level lower than himself, but he can stay here peacefully without being affected in the slightest, and is obviously a bit stronger than himself in terms of mental cultivation base. Upon realizing this, Wu Jia was horrified. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 869 Who Has No Secret. Every time the ancient demons attacked, some enemies were cut off from their heads or bodies and splashed out. All kinds of pitch-black magic essences rammed through the crowd like trapped beasts, destroying the will and resistance of the disciples of Kozan Palace and Battle Soul Hall. They screamed, prayed, and died of despair. The pure and flawless snow-capped mountain has turned into an Asura purgatory. In a short while, the disciples of these two forces have been killed and injured more than 1,000. Zhang Ao, Cao Guan and the others had red eyes, roaring frantically, trying to resist, but in front of Li Rong and the others, they were powerless and could only be slaughtered. The transcendent realm was dead and wounded. The four entering the holy realm gradually became exhausted. Zhang Ao's tactics were extraordinary, and the aftermath of the attack even killed a few ancient demons who were not very powerful, which made Li Rong even more ruthless. Yang Kai paid attention to all this indifferently, and deeply realized what it means to eat the weak. As time passed, the fighting gradually subsided. There were corpses all over the ground, and the ancient demons were covered in blood, screaming in the sky, and it seemed that they couldn't hide the killing intent in their hearts. In the profound palace, a total of 4 people from the Battle Soul Hall were killed on the spot, and only one Zhang Ao was captured alive. The thick blood light wrapped around him like a rope, making him unable to move. Li Rong brought him to Yang Kai and waited for Yang Kai's decision. Standing in the center of this Asura purgatory, Yang Kai closed his eyes, indulging in the immense power of the world destruction demon eyes in the sea of Aaa consciousness, absorbing all the divine soul energy scattered in the heaven and earth. Zhang Ao waited in trembling heart, not knowing what kind of fate he would face. Cold sweat dripped from his high-spirited face, and looked at Yang Kai in horror. After a while, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and looked down at Zhang Ao in front of him. Holy Master Yang, Zhang Mo is still a strong person. This time you have a large number of adults, and if you surround me with your life, Zhang Mo will definitely surrender to you, and I will listen to you in the future. Zhang Ao hurriedly expressed his position, fearing that Yang Kai would kill immediately. Seeing him so timid and cowardly, Li Rong and the others couldn't help showing a look of contempt. One powerhouse. It's really not bad. I chased after me for a few months. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you. The power I have gathered is enough. You have one more. Not much, one less of you is not more, keeping you seems to be of no benefit to me. No, Holy Master Yang, you can do whatever you want me to do. Zhang Ao was terrified when he noticed Yang Kai's murderous intention, and turned his eyes to Wu Jia, and said in a low voice, Sect Master Wu, for the sake of our friendship for many years. Come on, help me with a word. Wu Jia sighed deeply. Brother Zhang. God's sin is still forgivable, self-doing is unacceptable. Wu Mo persuaded you 2 years ago to accept it as soon as you see it, but you insisted now that the situation is subverted. What do you want Wu Mo to say? Moreover, Wu Mo is also blessed by the Holy Master to survive, so how can he speak here? Seeing that Wu Jia had rejected his request, Zhang Ao couldn't help but feel a little disheartened and hurriedly said, Holy Master Yang, I still have a secret. As long as you promise not to kill me, I can tell it all. Secret? Yang Kai chuckled. Who doesn't have a secret? What is your secret worth to me? This secret may be related to the legendary mystery of the starry sky. I think Holy Master Yang should be interested. You are the Holy Master of the 9 Heavens Holy Land. Sooner or later, you will be able to break through to the top level of the 3rd layer Holy Land. Such a strong man, what I pursue is the avenue of the stars. Zhang Ao said in a low voice. Yang Kai raised his brows and couldn't help but become interested, leaned over and stared at him, and asked, why is it related to the mystery of the starry sky? Because Zhang has personally experienced it once, it seems that he is in the endless starry sky, surrounded by stars, which is very strange. My lord, this guy may be stalling for time, or just talking nonsense. Han Fei shouted coldly. Yang Kai raised his hand and gestured to Zhang Ao, continue talking. Seeing that he seemed to be really interested, Zhang Ao suddenly felt a lot of energy, and quickly said, and there is a very strange power surging there, even if Zhang is already at the 2nd level of the Holy Spirit, he can't bear it anymore. It seems that the whole person will be crushed to pieces. I think, only those who have entered the holy 3-layer realm can withstand such terrifying energy with the flesh. Yang Kai frowned. What Zhang Ao said was very similar to his experience in the starry sky. He couldn't help but think that what Zhang Ao said might be true, not a random fabrication, someone who has never been to the starry sky. It is difficult to accurately describe all of this. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai grinned. What you said is quite similar, but what does this have to do with the starry sky? How do you know that there is the starry sky? To be honest, Holy Master Yang, Zhang did not care at first, but one day I suddenly picked up a very strange stone in the sect, and the stone did not seem to belong to this continent. In the following years, Zhang often I found some strange scattered stones there, until one day Zhang got something. What? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. That thing is in Zhang's Chenken bag, you can check it out yourself, and after you read it, you will know whether Zhang is lying. Zhang Ao motioned. Yang Kai glanced at his Chenken bag, stretched out his hand and took it down. Just as he was about to open it, Li Rong hurriedly stepped forward. Lord, let me come. She clearly did not trust Zhang Ao, and was afraid that Zhang Ao would do something in her Chenken bag. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded lightly and handed the Chenken bag to Li Rong. Li Rong took it and opened the Chenken bag. Before she could examine it carefully, a strange force suddenly shot out from the mouth of the bag. It was printed directly into Li Rong's beautiful eyes and disappeared. Li Rong's movements were instantly stiff, and her delicate body trembled slightly, as if she was suffering from great pain. It's really weird. Han Fei's expression turned cold, and she slapped Zhang Ao with her palm before he got up, shattering the bones of his half-body. Don't kill me. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped him, his face gloomy as water. He hurriedly stepped forward to observe Li Rong's injuries. If it wasn't for Li Rong's initiative just now, I'm afraid it would be him who was recruited at this moment. I'm fine, it's just a ray of divine sense attack. Li Rong supported her forehead and said softly, the power of bewitching control has been resolved. Both of them were at the 2 levels of sainthood, so Zhang Ao's secret arrangement would naturally have no effect on Li Rong. Zhang Ao's eyes were sad, and he looked a little unwilling. What he didn't know was that even if this ray of spiritual sense attacked Yang Kai, it would still have no effect. He worked hard to lure Yang Kai to investigate the Chenken bag and control it in one fell swoop, but unfortunately he failed. After being hit by Han Fei, Zhang Ao spread out on the ground, gasping for air in pain, and looked at everyone with a complicated expression. Yang Kai laughed a few times, walked to Zhang Ao's side, and nodded slightly. You're not small. Tell me, how do you want to die? Zhang Ao's eyes were full of resentment and helplessness, and he didn't say a word, obviously knowing that he had no hope of escape this time. After watching him for a while, Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently. Kill it. Zhang Ao shouted angrily, kill me and you will never want to know that secret. He also wanted to make a last effort. It was Han Fei's fatal blow that answered him. Without anyone noticing, Zhang Ao's soul energy escaped from the sea of AA consciousness and was absorbed by Yang Kai. The divine soul escaped into the sea of AAAA knowledge, and Yang Kai carefully placed the divine soul power belonging to Zhang Ao in a corner. When he was free in the future, he would investigate it carefully. He was quite interested in the secret that Zhang Ao said before his death. Broken profound palace, not a single person in the battle soul hall died. Wu Jia, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but feel a bit sad, and even secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he deliberately talked to Yang Kai 2 or 3 years ago. Otherwise, today the fate of his nether sect will definitely be the same as these people, and there is absolutely no possibility of being spared. Wu Jia, aren't the dead people from your netherworld sect? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. Wu Jia shook his head slowly. When I was escaping, I called the deputy sect master and asked him to take someone away. Zhang Ao and the others are eager to chase you, and I'm afraid they don't have time to deal with it. The only people who died here are Po Xuanfu, the people from the Battle Spirit Hall, and even those from Jiyu Yudong and Rashaman seem to have been abandoned by them. This is the best. Yang Kai nodded lightly. My people don't seem to have gone far. Wu Jia felt a little. Holy Master, can I call them over? Yang Kai nodded and did not stop it. Lord Li, the newly promoted Yinya and Shui Ji did not rush over until then, holding a chenken bag in their hands, and reported, all the bones of the senior coffin slaves that can be found are collected. Here. Li Rong's expression darkened, and she reached out to take it. Yang Kai glanced at her and said softly, sorry, senior coffin slave has already fulfilled his wish. The Lord said yes. Let's take a rest here tonight. You are all used to the outside world, and you are ready to pack up. We will leave tomorrow morning. Yes. Li Rong took the order and went busy with Han Fei and the others. It was only at this time that the magic lines covering the ancient demon clan gradually dissipated, and the strong and substantive evil spirit gradually disappeared, and the suppressed atmosphere between heaven and earth finally eased a lot. Nearly 1,000 people of the ancient demon clan also died in this battle, but there were only a small number of them, only 20 or 30 people. Those who were still alive buried them in tears. I have longed for countless years, and I have looked forward to it for countless years, until today I finally came out of the Shaoshuan realm, but I didn't want to lose my life before I had time to see this world, and the surviving companions naturally felt sorry for them. But soon, the ancient demon family packed up their moods. The bright moon and the looming stars in the sky made them look forward to it for a long time, and they looked forward to the rising sun tomorrow, secretly imagining what kind of scene it would be like. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 870 Bloodstone. Late at night, the snow-capped mountains are extremely cold. However, the ancient demons were not affected at all, and there were even many people lying on the snow with their shirtless, feeling the coldness of the snow. The heavy snowfall of goose feathers in the sky also surprised them again and again, holding the falling snowflakes and shouting incessantly. Everything outside is extremely new to them. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in a corner, refining and absorbing the soul energy left by the people who died after this battle, and took their perception of the martial arts and the heavens as his own. Lord, Li Rong came over and called out softly. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked up. What's wrong? I found something very strange. What? Li Rong quickly handed over the things in her hands. Yang Kai took it, and the moment he started, he felt some unusual feelings, and he stared at a red stone in his hand, about the size of his fist. His eyesight is not bad now, because he has learned alchemy, so he also has some knowledge and insights on the world's rare treasures and spiritual herbs. But he still failed to recognize what the stone was. It showed a crimson color, and it was wet in the hand, as if it had just been fished out of the water, but there was no liquid on the hand. What makes Yang Kai feel the most strange is that there is a surging chi and blood power surging in this stone. If you listen carefully, you can even hear the sound of running water coming from the inside. A thick bloody smell filled the tip of the nose. Where did you find it? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. It's in the chenken bag that the person gave me just now. She was talking about Zhang Ao. Yang Kai looked shocked and hurriedly asked, can't you recognize what this is? Li Rong slowly shook her head, pondered, and said, maybe Commander Wamo can recognize him, he is the oldest in my clan. As she spoke, she let out her divine sense. Hearing her call, several leaders of the ancient demon clan gathered. The scarlet red stone turned around in the hands of several people, and several people shook their heads and said that they had never seen such a strange stone. Like Yang Kai, they were also quite concerned about the thick bloody smell, as if there was something hidden in this strange stone. Much like blood. Lord Holy Master, can you let me take a look? Wu Jia suddenly said. Yang Kai casually threw the strange stone over. Wu Jia took it and looked at it carefully. Immediately, a strand of true essence burst out from his fingertips. It seemed that some peculiar pulling force was generated, been dragged out. Seeing this scene, several leaders of the ancient demon clan couldn't help but widen their eyes. Wu Jia nodded slightly, handed the strange stone back, and said, if Wu was right, this should be a blood essence stone. Blood essence stone, Yang Kai frowned, Li Rong and the others also looked like they had never heard of it before. So, what Zhang Ao said before he died might be true. Wu Jia thought thoughtfully, I thought he was deliberately trying to attract the Holy Master, trying to do something secretly. You mean, what he said about the starry sky? Not bad. Wu Jia nodded solemnly, because this blood essence stone is not a product of Tongshuan continent, but something from the starry sky. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The starry sky is a legend on this continent, and no one has ever actually arrived there. The last time Yang Kai and Jai Yao went to the starry sky through the Millennium Magic Flower, they stayed there for a year, but the starry sky was vast and he couldn't explore more. After being promoted to the Transcendent Realm, he rushed back immediately. Does the Lord know that some unique products from the stars often appear on the continent? Naturally no. Yang Kai nodded, and I have seen it before. When he was in the Thunderlight sect, Duan took out a strange stone from the starry sky to resist the soul-blowing power of the Wind Eye, but after that time, the strange stone shattered. Most of these unique products are strange stones, maybe they fell to us inadvertently when they were drifting in the starry sky. Some have no effect, they are just ordinary stones, but some are priceless. That's what the blood essence stone is like. How do you know this? Yang Kai asked curiously. Wu Jia shrugged his shoulders. I knew someone before who owned this kind of stone, but the one he owned was smaller than this one. What is it for? Lord Holy Master may wish to pour real essence into it, you will know the specific purpose after trying it. Wu Jia smiled inexplicably. Yang Kai didn't ask much, holding the blood essence stone and pouring true qi into it frantically. In an instant, the blood was prosperous, and the red and heart-pounding color instantly shrouded the world. The blood essence stone gave birth to a peculiar power. Under the influence of this power, the blood that was swallowed and absorbed by the surrounding snow seemed to be alive, and it danced like a snake. It can be seen to the naked eye that there are subtle ravines in the snow. Shish! Tens of thousands of tiny blood flow spurted from within a radius of more than 10 miles, and they all got into the blood essence stone. The leaders of the ancient demon clan watched this bloody and majestic scene in amazement. The small blood flow from the lacing is clearly the blood of the people who died in the previous battle, but at this moment, all of them are swallowed up by the blood essence stone. It was like a bottomless pit, no matter how much blood it contained, it was not full. With the influx of blood, the bright red light on the blood essence stone became stronger and stronger, and a more intense bloody smell permeated out. After a while, the blood light gradually weakened, and there was no more blood flowing from the surrounding area. The snow-capped mountains that had been dyed red with blood once again became white and flawless, as if they had never been polluted. Yang Kai was amazed. The blood essence stone in his hand seemed to have life at this moment, exuding vigorous vitality. As soon as his mind moved, Yang Kai involved a piece of energy in the bleeding essence stone, and the energy showed a pink color, such as the curling smoke was inhaled into Yang Kai's nose. Yang Kai felt that the power of his own qi and blood had suddenly improved a lot. Flesh and body cells rejoiced, bursting with explosive power. This thing, Yang Kai's eyes showed joy, and he said to Li Rong, are there any seriously injured clansmen, bring one over here. Li Rong nodded lightly and hurriedly left. Return after a while and bring back a clan with a broken arm. Even if his arm was cut off during the battle, this ancient demon looked leisurely and didn't say a word. There was still blood gushing out from the broken arm, which looked extremely tragic. I have seen the Lord. The ancient demons quickly knelt down and bowed. Yang Kai's identity and the relationship between the ancient demon clan, Li Rong and others have carefully explained to the clansmen, and the clansmen are also able to accept it. Get up, where is your broken arm? Yang Kai asked. Throw it away. The clansman replied swiftly, as if he had thrown away something worthless, and at the same time looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, wondering why he asked this. Where did it go? Yang Kai's face darkened. Go and find it back. Oh, That clan was also upright, and without asking anything, Yiyan walked in one direction, looking like he was going to find his broken arm. Han Fei frowned slightly and said suspiciously, "My lord, don't you want to connect his severed arm?" "Try it." Yang Kai chuckled, "This thing contains a lot of vitality and energy, maybe it can make the broken arm reconnect." While speaking, he looked at Wu Jia. "Does the blood essence stone have this effect?" Wu Jia couldn't stop laughing. "I only know that it has a very powerful healing effect, and it has a lot of auxiliary effects on those who have practiced blood-based exercises and martial arts. As for whether it can be broken and reconnected, Wu does not know already. Not only does it have a supporting role for those who have practiced blood-based exercises and martial arts, anyone can use it." Yang Kai nodded lightly, examining the blood essence stone in his hand. "The product in the starry sky is really amazing. That when a wisp of blood can make me feel that my strength has increased a bit, and if I use it in battle, I might be able to turn defeat into victory by surprise." Hearing what he said, everyone showed interest in the blood essence stone. After waiting for a while, the ancient demon finally recovered his severed arm. It's just that after too long, the broken arm has become cold and stiff, as terrifying as a ghost hand. The incision is flat, and it should have been cut off by a sharp tool for easy connection. Yang Kai instructed him to pick it up by himself, and then pull the thick blood energy in the bleeding essence stone to cover the broken arm. The pink blood was squirming like earthworms, pouring into the wound. A group of people watched intently, and although they felt a little unbelievable, they were looking forward to it. The ancient demons looked like they didn't care at first, and they were reborn from a broken arm. Even the top powerhouses in the 3rd level Holy Realm could not do this. He only had the cultivation of the 9th level Immortal Travel Realm, although his physical body was enough. Powerful, but what is broken is what is broken, how can it be reconnected? So he didn't report any hope, but because of Yang Kai's identity and order, he couldn't refuse it. But with the influx of blood, the indifference on the face of this clan gradually subsided, becoming surprised, and then excited and ecstatic. His wide eyes were full of eager anticipation, and his body was trembling, as if he could not restrain his heart, of excitement. The severed arm, which was already cold and stiff, became warm under the influence of blood energy, and the part of the severed arm was as numb as ants gnawing, and he could even feel his fingers. I tried to move it a bit, and the middle finger really showed a small range. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes lit up, and they looked forward to it more and more. Time passed slowly, and Yang Kai continued to draw the blood energy in the bleeding essence stone and poured it into the broken arm of the ancient demon clan. Gradually, the wound on the broken arm even healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After half an hour, only a small trace remained, and it was completely impossible to see that the arm was severed. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 871. After another half an hour, Yang Kai received the blood essence stone and said to the ancient demon race, "Let's have a look at the event." The man quickly clenched his fist, and a crackling sound came out immediately, and a surprise light flashed between his eyebrows. Really connected. The expressions of Li Rong and the others were shocked, and they were all in disbelief. When the broken arm was reconnected, the impossible thing happened right before their eyes, which made them realize the extraordinariness of the blood essence stone. The flesh is connected, but the bones are not fully grown. Don't use too much force in the near future, remember to rest more. Yang Kai urged. The ancient demons nodded repeatedly, with tears of gratitude on their faces. Thank you Lord, thank you Lord. Although he didn't care after his broken arm, but now that his body is complete again, he is naturally happy. Go. Yang Kai smiled slightly. The man bowed respectfully and ran back excitedly. Yang Kai played with the blood essence stone in his hand, keenly aware that the blood energy inside it was consumed a lot. This is an interesting thing, it seems to be able to transform ordinary blood into a wonderful force, which has the effect of recovery and enhancement. The star product is really extraordinary. After looking at it for a while, Yang Kai casually threw the blood essence stone to Li Rong, and instructed, "Look to see if there are any clansmen in need of treatment. There is still a lot of blood energy stored in it. You don't need to be stingy, just use it." Yes, Li Rong replied quickly, and she was busy with the other leaders. There were only nearly 1,000 people in the ancient demon clan, and there was only one dead. Li Rong and the others attached great importance to each clan. After they left, Wu Jia slowly leaned over, stared at the ancient demon clan over there, and said with emotion, "They are a very powerful clan. Yang Kai glanced at him and nodded lightly. Sir, do you really want to take them with you? Yes. Wu Jia couldn't help frowning. So, the Holy Master is not willing to give up the power that he has obtained. Why give up? With them, there will be a lot of trouble unless the Lord takes them to the demon border or the neutral realm. Yang Kai shook his head and said bluntly, I want to take them back to Nine Heavens Holy Land. Wu Jia was taken aback, as if he had seen the scene of the Nine Heavens Holy Land fighting against these demons. And if you really go to the Nine Heavens Holy Land, you will be neighbors with the Netherworld sect. To be honest, Wu Mo doesn't really want to be involved with the Holy Master anymore. Wu Jia looked solemn and smiled bitterly. Yang Kai glanced at him and said leisurely, I will not force anyone, for the sake of your willingness to reconcile with me in the past, you still have the right to choose independently. Of course, I will not ask you to settle accounts with you in the autumn. You can go anywhere you want, and this time your nether sect has nothing to lose. Wu Jia nodded, suddenly smiled and whispered, Wu should really stay away from you, the Lord does not seem to be a quiet person. But, Wu's instinct tells me that the Lord is able to succeed. People of great events, I really want to see how far you can grow in the future, or be destroyed on the way. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. If I am destroyed, you can't escape death, but if I can grow up, Sect Master Wu will also gain a lot of benefits. Wu only asks for the extension of the sect. I promise you. The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Lord Holy Master, rest, you will have to leave after dawn. The Nine Heavens Holy Land is not too far from here, and there may be a lot of trouble on the way. Wu Jia said a word and respectfully retire. Thousands of feet high in the sky, a black cloud is flying rapidly, and in the black cloud, there are many figures standing tall in shadows, counting down to no less than 1,000. These are all ancient demons. Leaving from the snow-capped mountains and rushing all the way to the Nine Heavens Holy Land, we have to pass through the territory of many human forces. Such a large group of demons will definitely attract the attention of others. Yang Kai didn't want to have any conflict with others, and Li Rong and the others didn't want to. They could only fly high in the air, trying to avoid the sight of outsiders. In front of the black cloud, Wu Jia led the people from the Nether sect to explore the way, looking for some uninhabited places to walk. Tianshao sect, on Shishou Peak, Kang Yan and the others stood on the top of the peak, looking up at the billowing black cloud flying over from Tianshao sect. All of them laughed dumbly. This kid, Kang Yan slowly shook his head. I hope he's safe on this journey. Fei Yu muttered worriedly. There are so many experts in that group of demons, how can something happen? Ricky laughed, I think I should be worried about the people who find them. The little nephew's temper is not very good. If there is any conflict with people, he will definitely kill people. Once murdered, Yang Kai's position will be even more difficult. It's useless to worry, since the little nephew has made such a choice, he naturally has his plans. It's really interesting, as the Holy Master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, he can still command so many demons. This is what the little nephew wants to do. What are you doing? Several people couldn't guess Yang Kai's mind, just shook their heads and watched the black cloud leave quickly. In the dark cloud, after knowing the destination of this trip, Li Rong said in surprise, it turned out to be the Nine Heavens Holy Land, but the Lord is still the Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, which is amazing. What? Have you heard about the Nine Heavens Holy Land in mysterious Shaoji? Yang Kai glanced at her. I saw it from the records of the ancient books. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled, it is said to be a very powerful sect. In the time when the great demon god was still alive, this Nine Heavens Holy Land was one of the most powerful forces among human beings. The Holy Master seems to have fought against the great demon god once, but unfortunately he seems to have lost in the end, but the great demon god also suffered a little injury because of it, which is one of the few times that the demon god has been injured. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he nodded secretly. Li Rong saw this record from the ancient books, but he witnessed some scattered fragments while refining the drop of the devil's golden blood in the holy tomb, and knew that the battle was earth-shattering. The nearly 1,000-year-old demons were beaming with joy. Although they didn't know the destination of their trip, for them, it was the best gift to be able to leave the mysterious small realm and come to the vast world outside. So each one seemed very active, constantly looking around. All the way without a word, 10 days without incident. With Wu Jia leading the way, it saved Yang Kai a lot of trouble. More than 10 days later, when she was on her way, Li Rong suddenly frowned and looked down at a certain place. At the same time, Yang Kai also felt that, probably because of the passing of his group, he alerted the masters below, and several people from Transcendent Realm were following all the way, wanting to investigate carefully. Lord, do you want to send someone to send them away? Li Rong asked. Yang Kai pondered for a while and nodded slightly. Don't kill people, just let them not follow. Got it, Yinya, Li Rong snorted softly. The Silver Fang commander who was in the middle of the team immediately flew down. After a while, there was a brief battle fluctuation from below. After a while, Yinya chased after him and replied, in 3 or 5 days, they will be unable to move, and they have not been injured. Li Rong nodded approvingly. Well done, my clan has only reappeared in the world. If you can avoid trouble, try not to cause trouble. The team moved on, but as time went by and the distance traveled increased, the breath of the ancient demons still alarmed more and more powerful human beings. Every time, Silver Fang or Blood Halberd went down to deal with it, imprisoning those who came after, so that they could not pursue. Although he was merciful and never hurt anyone, the news that a large number of demons passed through the human territory spread like wings. As a result, on the way Yang Kai and his party are now, there are people waiting in advance. Most of the people who come here are the powerhouses who have entered the Holy Realm. Most of them are very sensible. When they realize that there are experts in the ancient demon family, they don't dare to come easily. They only follow from a distance, trying to find out some news. Occasionally, there were a few guys with eyes higher than the top who intercepted them head-on and made rude words, which also taught the experts of the ancient demon clan a lesson. These people are like maggots in the Tarsus, driving away one group after another. Yang Kai was very annoying, but he was helpless. The hatred between the human and the demons cannot be resolved overnight. It is inevitable that the ancient demons will be targeted. It is impossible to kill people because of such a thing. If they do, they will only become the public enemy of the world. After a full 2 months, the group of people rushed to the vicinity of the 9 Heavens Holy Land. And the number of chasing soldiers behind him has reached hundreds of people. These hundreds of people are all powerhouses above the transcendent realm, and there are as many as a dozen in the Holy Realm. Such power also made Yang Kai have to pay attention. It's time to have a good talk with them. Not in a hurry to let the ancient demons enter the 9 Heavens Holy Land, but to let them stay in the stretch of mountains for a while. Yang Kai took Li Rong alone and walked towards the place where the chasing troops gathered. More than a dozen miles away, after realizing that the ancient demon clan had stopped, this group of people also stopped, and the spiritual sense spread forward, spying on the movement there. The faces of every human race powerhouse were extremely solemn. Elder Chu, someone seems to be coming over there. One of them suddenly exclaimed. Everyone else nodded, indicating that they sensed Yang Kai and Li Rong's aura. One of the 3-level supernatural, one of the 2-level holy, neither of them has any intention to hide. It seems that they want to talk to us. Someone guessed. If not, how could only 2 people come here? Demonic thief, what have you got to talk about with them? Wait for them to come over and kill them directly. An old man with a ruddy face shouted, looking very hostile to the demons. Yeah, I just took this opportunity to ambush them. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at E+or-AC copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to A Unknown Currency First Release sent to vote for recommended votes, monthly passes, your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 872 Master and Servant. These hundreds of human race powerhouses come from 20 or 30 different forces. Although most of them have never met, as long as they apply for their names, they all have heard of each other. In particular, several of the powerhouses who entered the Holy Two-Layer are even more famous all over the world. The old man was one of them. Ignoring the clamor of those who hated the demons, the man named Chu Lao pondered for a while, and nodded slightly. If they have the will, they can talk about it. The old man also really wants to know, what are they? What are you going to do, and where are you going? This direction is not to go to the demon border, but to the direction of the demon domain. As he spoke, there was confusion on his face. You can talk, they didn't kill people along the way, and they don't seem to want to create too much hatred. Another man who looked like a scholar nodded slightly. This man looked only middle-aged, but he was actually older than 90% of the people present. To be big, he is also one of the few strong two-layer saints. The two of them spoke together, and the others did not dare to say anything, and they all said that they were following their lead. More than 100 strong human races waited solemnly. After a stick of incense, 2 figures appeared leisurely over there, striding towards this side. After seeing the appearance of the person who came, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Because among the people who came, the leading one was actually a young man with a great physique, wearing a black shirt that could be seen everywhere, and his steps were steady. Behind this young man was a dignified and mature beautiful woman. The beautiful woman's cultivation is enough to enter the holy level, and before the person arrives, it puts an inexplicable pressure on the 100 human race powerhouses so that everyone has to pay attention to him. But Chu Lao and others were surprised to find that even though this beautiful woman made them pay attention to vigilance, the seemingly ordinary young man had a temperament that people could not ignore. Even the light of the beautiful woman was faintly suppressed by him. The beautiful woman followed him step by step, like a guard, keeping a half-length distance from him without overstepping at all. This is clearly the action that the squire will only have when he follows the master out. Old Chu and several other top powerhouses looked at each other, and they all saw the doubts in each other's hearts. There was no way to infer what kind of relationship the two had. After a while, the young man and the beautiful woman stood at a dozen feet in front of the crowd. Looking at it from a close distance, Old Chu and the others found that the young man's eyes were like stars and his expression was bright. Even in the face of more than 100 human race powerhouses, he was still in a leisurely manner, without the slightest fear, but his eyes kept scanning. It seems to be examining the cultivation of these people. The beautiful woman also stood behind him, and there was a surging power fluctuation within her body. Old Chu and the others took a deep breath and looked solemn. As soon as Yang Kai stood still, he felt countless Taoist thoughts shrouded him, unscrupulously investigating his own cultivation base. Li Rong frowned, her pretty face was gloomy, she was about to shout, but Yang Kai waved her hand to stop it. With a grin, Yang Kai clasped his fists. You guys are not far away, following along all the way, it's really hard work, I have something I want to tell you guys clearly, don't know if it's convenient for you. Old Chu and the others frowned and turned their attention to Yang Kai. It was not until then that they were sure that the beautiful woman was really looking forward to this young man, otherwise he would not be able to speak on such an important occasion. Okay, the person who was called Lao Chu calmed down and smiled slightly, the old man and others also have this intention. While speaking, he stepped forward together with the Confucian middle-aged man and the red-faced old man who had been clamoring to ambush Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded secretly, knowing that the three in front of them were the three most powerful among them, all of whom had the cultivation of the second-layer saint. The three of them come from different forces, and when they come together, they can also act as representatives of everyone. That old Chu introduced himself. This old man is Chu Yi of the Tianshufu. Quote, saying that, he pointed to the middle-aged scholar and introduced, this is Fang Yubai from Yansuolo. He pointed to the ruddy old man with a hostile expression, this is Wu Zheng from the Free and Easy God sect. Yang Kai nodded one by one, beckoning him with a warm expression. I don't know how the little brother is called. Chu Yi asked Yang Kai with a burning gaze. My identity, some of you know, Senior Chu might as well ask how, I think it is easy to get the answer. Yang Kai smiled, and did not answer directly, but looked at a certain place in the crowd. There were a few people he was familiar with, probably Zhang Ao and Cao Guan met Yang Kai last time when they attacked the Nine Heavens Holy Land. It's just that Yang Kai didn't know what they were called. After Yang Kai appeared, these people showed a look of fear, and they seemed to recall the scene of Yang Kai killing the quartet between the Nine Peaks 2 or 3 years ago. Pretend to be a ghost, who do you think you are? Old Chu asks you something, just answer it. The red-faced old man Wu Zheng snorted coldly, disdain. Yang Kai was very puzzled, not knowing when he had offended him. It's okay, Chu Yi smiled and looked back, do you know the identity of this little brother? A few people walked out of the crowd immediately, came to Chu Yi, and said a few words in a low voice. After a while, Chu Yi showed a look of astonishment, looked up and down Yang Kai, and exclaimed, so the little brother is the new holy master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. This is really disrespectful. Fang Yubai and Wu Zheng looked at each other, obviously surprised. Senior is polite, Yang Kai smiled indifferently. Chu Yi suddenly looked straight again, narrowed his eyes, and said solemnly, since you are the new holy master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, then you should be a part of the human race, right? Of course it is, but why does Holy Master Yang walk with so many demons? And the relationship between you and this lady doesn't seem to be easy. Where is it not easy? Yang Kai laughed, it's kind of like a subordinate relationship, and, you're the master, she's the servant. Chu Yi frowned, boldly speculating. Never thought. Yang Kai simply nodded. Senior Chu's eyes are like torches, the kid admires. This group of demon race people are indeed my people, and now they obey me. Chu Yi was stunned for a moment, showing a look of disbelief. Fang Yubai and Wu Zheng also widened their eyes and looked at Li Rong inquiringly, as if they wanted to see some clues from her, but what shocked them even more was that Li Rong not only did not refute, but also a look of honor. This made everyone who saw this scene a little unacceptable. In the two-layered state of the Holy Land, although it has not yet reached the top level in this world, it is also a powerful one, and it is one of the few strong men in the world. This beautiful woman could even start a sect if she wanted to. She is fully qualified to do so. But such a strong man could actually be the servant of the new Holy Master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. This guy named Yongkai, he de he nang, and what kind of shocking means can he subdue a strong second-layer saint, willing to serve him? For a time, many people looked at Yongkai and Li Rong's eyes, and they became ambiguous. They vaguely felt that the reason why Yongkai was able to subdue Li Rong must be some very powerful abilities. Admiration and envy. Li Rong's expression turned cold when she noticed their strange gaze, and the huge spiritual sense spread out leisurely, causing everyone to be silent in an instant. Cough cough. Chu Yi coughed twice, his old face a little uncomfortable, and at that moment, he also wanted to be crooked. However, he quickly denied the ridiculous speculation in his mind. It is impossible for such a wonderful woman to be convinced like this. What's more, there are nearly 1,000 demon race people over there, and there are several saint realm people, so they can't have that kind of relationship with Yongkai Quan. Fang Yubai suddenly laughed. Although Holy Master Yang's words are unbelievable, since this lady doesn't refute, then we will take it seriously. It's just that Holy Master Yang, the master and servant, came alone, calmly, right? Some people don't care about us too much. These words were tricky, and suddenly aroused the hatred of many people. Those people all glared at Yongkai, as if they were going to attack immediately to prove that their means should not be underestimated. Yongkai smiled slightly, still indifferent, looked at Fang Yubai and said, "It's not that you don't take you all seriously, on the contrary, this can show the sincerity of the kid to talk to you. If I really brought a large number of people here, that's true, give you enough attention, but I'm afraid there is nothing to talk about and we will fight." Fang Yubai was stunned for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Holy Master Yang is really extraordinary, no wonder he was able to take over as the Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Can we have a good talk now? Yongkai smiled and nodded, looking at the three people in front of him. Fang Yubai nodded solemnly, and Chu Yi and Wu Zheng had no objection. Yongkai said, "You have followed us all the way, just because you feel the aura of a lot of demon activities, because you are worried, and you don't know our intentions, you will come to see, isn't it?" Quote. Not bad. The three nodded. There are so many demons on my human territory, and their strengths are quite good. It's hard not to think of something. The friends who gather here are all because of this, pursued. Then you can rest assured, because our destination is about to arrive, and we will not do anything to harm the human race. Quote, destination is coming soon. Chu Yi frowned, looking ahead, his expression changed. Holy Master Yang wants to bring those devils to the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Since it is my person, it is natural to arrange it in the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Is there any problem? Of course there is a problem. Wu Zheng snorted. Although you are now the new Holy Master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, the Nine Heavens Holy Land is also the territory of my human race. Now, how would you like to place so many demons? That's my business, don't bother Senior Wu. Yongkai looked at him indifferently. Senior Wu won't even care about other people's sects, right? You're going to risk the world's troubles, and sooner or later you will bring your own demise. Wu Zheng couldn't stop sneering. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 873 The Boy is Back. If there is a day, it will be the boy's own fault. Yongkai looked at Wu Zheng lightly, a little impatient. This guy seems to be especially targeting himself, which naturally makes Yongkai a little unhappy, and the other party is too busy. That Chu Yi pondered for a moment, then said loudly, Holy Master Yang, your Nine Heavens Holy Land is a golden signboard among my human forces. It has stood for thousands of years and is still prosperous. This old man heard that when he fought against the demon race, the Nine Heavens Holy Land also stood there. Ida's nothing but a lot of hard work. Eve heard a lot about the famous old man of Zuhuia's great elder. Now that you are in charge of the Holy Land, this old man would like to ask why you are the master of a sect, but you are willing to be involved with the demons. Since ancient times the devil does not stand apart. Holy Master Yang understands this. Of course I understand. Yongkai nodded lightly. However, these demon race people under me have been locked up in a mysterious small realm for thousands of years, until I accidentally entered that small mysterious realm a few days ago. I found them and brought them out. They haven't been in contact with the outside world for so long, and they have long forgotten their grievances against the human and demon races. I also ask the seniors to rest assured. The kid can guarantee that they will not do harm to the human race. Thing. Xiao Xuanji, have been banned for thousands of years. Is this true? There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd, and many people looked at Yang Kai with admiration, wondering why they didn't find that piece of Xiao Xuanji. If you find out by yourself, you might be able to conquer so many powerful and tyrannical subordinates. Yang Kai turned his attention to Li Rong, who said solemnly, yes, our lineage has indeed been banned for thousands of years, and it was not until 2 months ago that we saw the sky again. And we also swore in the name of the great demon god, this life. Only one person is loyal to the Lord, and only his orders are obeyed. We don't want to pay attention to the enmity between your human race and the demon race. What we are asking now is just a place to live, eh? Chu Yi was slightly moved and stared at Li Rong deeply. He is well aware of the position of the great demon god in the hearts of the demon race people, and no demon race person dares to swear in the name of the great demon god at will. Li Rong spoke so seriously, but Chu Yi believed it a little. There is also a place for you to live in the demon border, so you don't have to be in the 9 heavens holy land, right? Fang Yubai frowned. Since you are from the demon race, you should return to the demon border, and that's where you belong. Home. I can't go back. Yang Kai chuckled. Why? Because they had a fight with the demon general Shui Li a few days ago, and the witch was injured and escaped. If they really go back to the demon border, wouldn't they be self-inflicted? Magic General Shirley, she's hurt. When did this happen? Who hurt her? Another burst of exclamations came out, and many people were shocked and some couldn't believe it. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. They have already made an enmity with Shui Li, so it is impossible for them to return to the demon border, and in other words, they can attack a demon general. Although the blood of demon race people is flowing in their bodies, it is also the enemy of the demons. The enemy of the enemy is the friend, isn't it? Fang Yubai and Chu Yi looked at each other and nodded lightly. The latter said, if things are as you said, then it makes sense. Although the old man really wants to believe what Holy Master Yang said, the details will only be known after inquiries. If Senior Chu wants to inquire, I suggest you go to the Soaring Sky sect. When you fought against Shui Li that night, Chu Lingxiao, the patriarch of the Sky sect, was also present, and it is also his credit for Shui Li's injury. It turned out to be the one from the Soaring Sky sect. Chu Yi's eyes lit up, he suddenly realized, and nodded solemnly, Heavenly Soaring Sect, this old man will pass. Yang Kai he smiled. In short, although I have gathered a lot of demon race people, but I still say that, I will not do things that endanger the human race, but if anyone comes to trouble, then don't blame this holy master for not doing anything. You're welcome. Wu Zheng snorted coldly, looking unhappy, secretly feeling that Yang Kai was arrogant, and he didn't take people seriously. So, are you satisfied? If you are satisfied, please go away. I'm really embarrassed that you have been chasing for so many days. Well, maybe you can come to my 9 heavens holy land for a few days, and they have already arrived at the door. Quote. Hearing this, Chu Yi shook his head with a wry smile. No need, I heard that your 9 heavens holy land is now occupied by a great monster of a monster race. Holy Master Yang should think carefully about how to solve the trouble in front of you. But Holy Master Yang, this old man needs to say something more. Senior Chu, please say. Take good care of these demons under your command. Maybe they are not as peaceful as you see. If they do something evil one day, they will also damage the reputation of your 9 heavens holy land. Thanks for the reminder, I'll keep an eye on them. Chu Yi nodded lightly, glanced at Yang Kai with a complicated look, then looked at Li Rong before turning around and leaving. Fang Yubai pondered for a while, then nodded to Yang Kai and followed. As soon as the two of them left, more than half of the hundreds of human race powerhouses dispersed in an instant. Only the ruddy Wu Zheng stared coldly at Yang Kai and Li Rong with a resentful expression and did not leave. The human race powerhouses who stayed to watch mostly had expressions of fear on their faces. Yang Kai knew that people like Chu Yi and Fang Yubai were relatively easy to talk to, so after everyone talked for a while, they left. But this Wu Zheng and the people who were left behind seemed to be very hostile to aliens, and they were not at ease to let the demons stay on the human territory. Although the 9 heavens holy land has nothing to do with them. To put it nicely, they have the world in mind and the common people at heart. To put it uglier, that is enough to eat. Boy, I hope you can really restrain them, otherwise the consequences will be serious. Wu Zheng said a cruel word and left angrily. A large group of people gradually drifted away. Yang Kai waved his hand and smiled slightly. Let's go back too. Li Rong followed closely behind. Not far away, the powerhouses of the human race seemed a little reluctant, and one of them said to Wu Zheng, Senior Wu, are you just letting those demons stay in the Nine Heavens Holy Land? They are a group of scourges, something will happen sooner or later. Then what can we do? The Holy Master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land has accepted them. What can we outsiders say? At most, we will not interact with the Nine Heavens Holy Land in the future and isolate them. Wu Zheng snorted, although most of the people here neither had any contact with the Nine Heavens Holy Land, so he gritted his teeth and said, Chu Yi and Fang Yubai don't want to interfere, can't you see it? Senior Chu and Senior Fang are self-sufficient, which is understandable. However, Senior Wu is obviously different from them. If you really want to deal with those demon race people, there is a good strategy below, and it may be able to have some effect. One person laughed awkwardly. Oh, Wu Zheng raised his brows, let's hear it. The reason why Senior Chu and Senior Fang don't want to intervene is because they haven't caused trouble yet. But with the temperament of the demons, they will cause trouble sooner or later. Instead of waiting, we might as well help them. As long as they dare to kill and hurt others, I will thinking that the powerhouses of the human race can no longer sit back and watch, right? Not only will Senior Chu and Senior Fang come forward to deal with it, but they will also attract more and more powerful seniors. Wu Zheng's eyes lit up, he secretly felt that what he said was reasonable, and urged, tell me about it carefully. The man said happily, there are many people who hate the demons. As long as we spread the news that there are demons here, are we afraid that no one will come to trouble them? Once or twice, they may be able to endure, that surname is Yang. The kid can also be restrained, but if there are too many times, they will definitely violently hurt people, once they do so, hee. Someone else interjected. By the way, there are still many rare monsters in the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Their fur, blood, inner pills, and sharp teeth and claws are all good refining materials. I think there will be someone interested in this. Wu Zheng raised his brows, squinted at the two who were talking, and smiled grimly, enough treacherous. Senior Wu praised it. The two smiled shyly. Then let's spread the news quickly, don't exaggerate, just tell the truth, just hide the cultivation base and number of the powerhouse over there, don't be too scared to come over. Wu Zheng sneered. Senior Wu, see you. Returning to the place where the ancient demon clan stayed, Han Fei, Wamo and others immediately gathered around to ask about the situation. A bunch of boring people, you don't need to pay attention. Li Rong said indifferently, then looked at Yang Kai and asked, but my lord, that monster clan great senior seems to be still there now, how do you deal with it? A great senior is not easy to provoke. Well, you guys continue to wait here, I have to go over there and talk to great senior. Yang Kai frowned. It's easy to ask God to send God, but last time I had to provoke the demon clan great senior, and this time I don't know if I can get him out of the way smoothly. If it doesn't go well, you may have to turn around. Although I am not afraid of the demon clan with the power I have now, but if there is any conflict, it will not end well. After all, everyone will be neighbors in the future, and the Beast Sea jungle is nearby. After resting in place for a while, Yang Kai continued to take Li Rong to the direction of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Half a day later, in a palace in the Nine Heavens Holy Land, the great master of the monster race, who was closing his eyes and sensing the way of the heavens, opened his eyes and stared in one direction. Those deep, star-like eyes seemed to be able to penetrate many obstacles and saw Yang Kai and Li Rong at once. Yang Kai, who was walking, stopped his pace, grinned, and looked at the void. Li Rong's pretty face was even more dignified, staring at that space, her demonic energy secretly surging. After a while, the great senior was sitting in the hall before he retracted his divine sense and slowly shook his head. Master, what happened? Katie asked suspiciously from the side of the hall. That stinky boy is back. The great senior laughed, it seems that he wants to take back the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Katie frowned slightly. You mean Yang Kai, who else is there besides him? Great senior nodded lightly. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 874. 2 changes today. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Come back so soon, it's only been 3 years. Katie frowned, this place is much richer than the Beast Sea jungle. There are spiritual pills and spar, and we have gained a lot here in the past few years. The growth of the Lord, I don't want to give up here. The great senior looked at her with a smile. Then what do you think? This seat has agreed with him before, and it is only to take care of the 9 heavens holy land on his behalf, not to occupy this place. Now that he is back, it is natural that it should be returned to the original owner, and he is somewhat gracious to my demon clan. Without him, the problem of the transformation pool will not be solved. Is there no other way? You can be a rogue. The great senior laughed, as if he was joking, and waved, go and greet him. Katie bowed her head in response, and disappeared in a flash. On the periphery of one of the 9 peaks, Yongkai brought Li Rong to this place, and a burly figure descended from the sky. The ground shook for a while, and he couldn't help but shout, who is coming to my demon clan territory, or else don't blame Grandpa for being rude. As he said that, he shook his head, his majestic face was full of power, his eyes were round, and he glared at Yongkai and Li Rong, but the next moment the expression of this monster clan powerhouse was stunned and pleasantly surprised. Monster race territory. Yongkai also laughed. Brother Mad, isn't that right? This is my 9 heavens holy land, when did it become your monster race territory? Yongkai. The mad lion rushed forward while screaming. Li Rong's expression tightened, and after seeing that Yongkai had no instructions, she just stared vigilantly at the wild man with a mane in front of her. Hurry up. Rushing to the front, the mad lion laughed loudly. Haha, what kind of guy with no eyes? I think it's you. Why didn't you say hello in advance when you came over? Isn't this here to say hello? I haven't seen you for a few years, and Brother Mad seems to have grown a lot. Toffle. Mad Lion couldn't help but be overjoyed, thanks to the spar mind from you, and the medicinal pills refined by those alchemists, otherwise I wouldn't have grown so much. But compared to you, it doesn't seem to be anything. How come you are on the same level as me? The last time I saw Yongkai, he was one line worse than himself, but now, goodbye, everyone is actually a 3rd layer transcendent. Crazy Lion thought that he had progressed fast enough, but now compared with Yongkai, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. I said brother, you came back so soon, don't you want to go back to this place? Mad Lion asked with a bitter face. Yeah, it has been used for you 2 or 3 years, which is long enough, and you have mined a lot of spar and so on. It's only been 2 or 3 years. Mad Lion seemed very dissatisfied. Forget it, it's not my time to worry about this anyway. Are you going to see the great senior? The great senior should be on the mountain in the middle right now. In the palace in the middle. I will not accompany you. Lord Katie sent me here to guard the mountain gate, hehe. You don't need to accompany me, someone has already come to greet him. Yongkai chuckled, looking at the colorful mist that was approaching quickly from a distance. After a while, Katie flashed her wings and suddenly appeared in front of Yongkai. She just glanced at Yongkai lightly, and then turned her attention to Li Rong. As a powerhouse on the 2nd level of sainthood, Katie felt a pressure from Li Rong. This feeling was quite inexplicable, and she couldn't help but have the idea of AA competing with the other party. Miss Katie. Yongkai smiled and clasped his fists. Kai-Dai then retracted her gaze, looked at Yongkai and said, what are you doing here? Yongkai was stunned when he heard the words, and smiled lightly. Naturally, I will go to see the great senior and let him fulfill the previous agreement. Katie-Dai frowned and said solemnly, if it's about these 9 peaks, how about letting my family use it for a few more years? Is this bad? Yongkai was a little helpless, shaking his head gently. My people are still waiting to live here. It's only a few years. After a few years, we must retreat from here. Yongkai was slightly displeased and frowned. Is this the meaning of great senior or yours? Dazun is not someone who doesn't believe what he says. That's what I mean. If you promise, I can give you some benefits. What if I don't agree? I will let you agree. Kai-Dai looked at Yongkai stubbornly. Yongkai sighed and said impatiently, I'm too lazy to tell you. Li Rong, help me stop her. Yes. Li Rong responded casually, and with a flick of her delicate body, she appeared directly in front of Katie. Kai-Dai ignored her, she waved her hands, and the colorful rays of light shrouded Yongkai. There was an incredible power in the rays of light, and they wrapped Yongkai in groups in an instant, as if she wanted to bind him. But the next moment, Kai-Dai's beautiful eyes were stunned, because at this moment, she actually lost the trace of Yongkai, and in that colorful light, there was a strange energy fluctuation, and Yongkai disappeared like a ghost. When he sensed it again, his breath had already appeared in the mountain peaks more than 10 miles away. Katie was at a loss, and she didn't have time to think about what method Yongkai used to get rid of the shackles of her 2-layer saint realm. Li Rong's attack had already reached her, and she had to fight mentally. In front of the main hall, Yongkai appeared leisurely and walked straight ahead. Stepping into the main hall, I saw the great senior of the monster race looking at him with a smile on his face. Great senior, long time no see. Yongkai greeted him and walked towards him. The great senior shook his head and said, "It won't be long. It feels like I just saw it yesterday." The words of the great senior are too irresponsible. In a flash yesterday, it has been nearly 3 years. I have come to take back the territory that belongs to me. Yongkai retorted. Don't worry that I will stay here and not leave. Dazun laughed a little. Kai Dai made a move against you, I will reprimand her, but who did you bring? Why do I feel that her aura is a little weird? Quote. What's so weird? Like you, the cultivation base can be seen at a glance, but it's not like that when it comes to fighting. It seems that you can play beyond the level. Great Senior said solemnly. Hee, Great Senior thinks too much. Yongkai shook his head and did not discuss this topic further. Okay, give me half a month, and I will let the clansmen evacuate from here. The Great Senior's expression became serious again. I hope that after this incident, we can still be friends. That's natural. I also hope to get a lot of hard-to-find medicinal materials from you. Just like when the old Holy Master was alive, everyone gets what they need. This is the best. Great Senior nodded in satisfaction. Yongkai is also very satisfied. He thought that this trip would be a little rough, but he didn't want the Great Senior to talk like this. It seems that he is indeed a believer. When dealing with such people, Yongkai is also more at ease. After talking for a while, the Great Senior suddenly said, But boy, there is one thing I don't quite understand, can you explain it to me in detail? What's up? Why did I feel the demonic energy from you? Although it is very faint and weak, there are indeed traces of the demonic energy, and this demonic energy does not seem to be ordinary, it is a demonic energy of extremely noble bloodline, which is related to the aura of this seat. So a little bit similar. Yongkai's expression changed, and he knew that what Great Senior felt must be the breath of the Dragon Emperor. The main body of the Great Senior is the Red Flame Thunder Dragon, which is indeed related to the true dragon. As expected of a monster born, his sense of smell is quite sensitive. The last time I saw you, you didn't have this kind of aura. What have you encountered in the past few years? Great Senior stared at Yongkai and asked seriously. I didn't encounter anything, I just walked around and have a look. Great Senior laughed dumbly, knowing that Yongkai didn't want to say more, but he didn't force him. After agreeing on a time with Great Senior, Yongkai left, and only waited for half a month before coming over to receive the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Outside Jufeng, Li Rong and Katie were still fighting in the sky. Although it was not a deadly battle, the two strong men with the same cultivation level still fought earth-shatteringly. The fluctuation of the battle attracted many powerful monsters to watch from below, and the Mad Lion watched with relish. Who is more powerful? Yongkai leaned over and looked up at the sky to ask. The woman you brought is more powerful. She doesn't seem to have done her best, and Lord Katie has been forced to scrambling. The lion was in high spirits, and he commented on the other side. He smiled. Beauty fights, it's really beautiful, Katie. Lord Dai's clothes are all torn, it's really enjoyable to watch. Be careful that Katie listens to this and pulls out your tongue. Yongkai threatened. Isn't it? The lion was startled and said in a panic, I said it very quietly, so she couldn't hear it. The wall has ears. Yongkai smiled and looked aside. Following his gaze, the Mad Lion turned his head to look, just in time to see Catwoman with her ears pricked up, eavesdropping on the conversation here. After realizing that she was discovered, the cat girl smiled and stretched out a hand to the Mad Lion. It's okay if you want me not to tell Lord Katie, give me all your spar. Little auntie, I only have 10 spar stones left. Mad Lion begged with a bitter expression, you have a lot of elders, and Quan Dang didn't hear it. This kindness will be remembered by Mad Lion for a lifetime. I don't care, anyway, just give me how much you have. Yongkai smiled and shook his head, without paying attention to them, he shouted to the sky, Li Rong, leave. Hearing Yongkai's call, Li Rong immediately retreated, calmly. Mei Mu glanced at Kai Dai, flew down, came to Yongkai's side, and followed him. Ling Li was standing in midair. Katie gasped for breath, her chest heaving up and down, and her heart was full of lingering fears. She did not expect that the cultivation base of the same two-layered sanctuary, the opponent was actually much better than herself in battle. After fighting for so long, she was completely suppressed, and she never took the lead. On the other hand, looking at the other party, it is light. This woman is so amazing. Katie is both admirable and unwilling. After watching Yongkai and the woman leave, he pondered for a while, and then flew towards the direction of the main hall. Looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it seems that he has negotiated with the great senior. Although Katie is reluctant to give up the Nine Heavens Holy Land, she does not dare to touch the face of the great senior. If the great senior orders, she will do everything. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chen Dong's new book, Perfect World Novel, Everyone is Welcome. Since the title of the book is the same as that of an online game, please move to Perfect World Novel. Perfect World Novel Bar Portal. MF. KW equals AAAAA 1/2 A section AAAA micro. Welcome all the fans to Reunite. Chapter 875. Lord, is the matter settled? Li Rong asked softly on the way back. Well, the great senior is still good at talking, and he is willing to fulfill the previous agreement. Yang Kai nodded. That's good. Li Rong seemed to be relieved, and followed behind Yang Kai step by step, pursing her red lips, as if she wanted to say something, but she was hesitant to say anything. Aware of her strangeness, Yang Kai smiled. If you want to ask, just ask, don't be restrained. Since leaving Xiaoshuanji, he has discovered that the attitude of the ancient demon clan towards him has changed, becoming more respectful, obedient than before. Their attitude has invisibly raised Yang Kai's status in the ancient demon clan. This made Yang Kai somewhat not used to it. I'm just wondering if my clan has brought a lot of trouble to the Lord. Li Rong smiled apologetically. The hatred between the human and demon clan is too deep, and if we follow you, we will definitely cause some unnecessary troubles. Those strong human races who have followed along are the best proof. If you really fight with them today, no matter whether you win or lose, then the Lord will definitely be pointed by Wan Fu. This is the price you must pay for mastering your power, you don't have to think about it. Yang Kai shook his head. Also, I don't need to care what others think of me. What is useful to me is my friend. Dare to be right, I am not good. That is the enemy. It is simple and clear. What does the hatred between humans and demons have to do with me? Li Rong's beautiful eyes were bright, and she was secretly surprised that Yang Kai's thoughts were so open-minded. Even their ancient demon clan, who have been imprisoned in the Shaoshuan realm for thousands of years, still has a deep-rooted thought of rejecting dissidents. If they are not of our race, their hearts must be different, and the eyes of the same clan and foreign clan will naturally be different. Same. But here in Yang Kai, there is not much concept of race. He accepted the ancient demon clan, and even dealt with the demon clan's great master and called the demon clan's strong brother. It seemed that he had no scruples, which made Li Rong surprised again and again. Lord, please rest assured. After everything is settled, I and the other leaders will definitely restrain the clansmen, so that they will not conflict with the original inhabitants of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, nor will they do anything to embarrass the Lord. Li Rong guaranteed. You don't have to do it deliberately. For me, you are my people, and so are the people in the Nine Heavens Holy Land. I will level this bowl of water. Thank you, Lord. Li Rong was slightly grateful. Yang Kai didn't have any prejudice against them because he was from a human race. Li Rong secretly felt that the ancient demon clan had followed a good master. Once again, returning to the place where the ancient demon clan stayed temporarily, Yang Kai told several leaders that he would take over the Nine Heavens Holy Land in half a month, and asked them to arrange for the clan to stay here for half a month and prepare to enter the Nine Heavens as soon as the time limit expired. Peak. The commanders took orders and went down to make arrangements one after another. There is no problem living here for half a month. The ancient demons have just reappeared in the world not long ago. Any place is fresh and curious to them, and they can take this opportunity to explore and familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. After all, he may have to live in the Nine Peaks for a long time in the future. The ancient demons were sent out in groups of 3 or 5 to inquire about the surrounding situation. Those who stayed behind began to make simple shelters, searched for ingredients, and were very busy. A slight sound of footsteps came from the side, and Yang Kai, who was sitting in the shade of a tree, looked around and saw Wu Jia, who was wrapped in a black robe, walking towards him. When he was near, Wu Jia nodded slightly. Lord Holy Master. What about the disciples of your Netherworld sect? Yang Kai asked. He didn't seem to see anyone from the Netherworld sect just now. I have asked the deputy sect master to take them back first. Well, they will send some living materials over after a while. It's work. Your Majesty is polite. Wu Jia smiled. From now on, everyone will be neighbors, so trivial matters are nothing to worry about. After a pause, Wu Jia asked again, how is the Holy Master going to handle the matter of Pozan Palace and Battle Soul Hall? What do you think? Yang Kai asked back. Wu Jia pondered for a while and said solemnly, although Zhang Ao, Cao Guan and the others have died in the endless snow-capped mountains, the Transcendent Saint Realm powerhouses owned by these two forces have suffered heavy losses, but they still have some disciples. There are a lot of sects, there are 3,000 or 4,000 people. These 3,000 or 4,000 people do not have many masters, but they are the foundation of their respective sects. All killed. Wu Jia was startled and his face turned pale. Yang Kai continued with a smile, it's not realistic, and it's not a good idea to drive away. It's hard to guarantee that they won't wander around here, adding to the chaos. The Holy Master said yes. Wu Jia nodded in agreement, moreover, they must not know that Zhang Ao, Cao Guan and others have died in Wangquan. Once they know, there will be unrest within them. At that time, it was a mess that couldn't be cleaned up. Tell me what you think. Yang Kai looked at him. Being down means absorbing. 2 sects, so many disciples, there are always some people with outstanding aptitudes. In the future, they can become masters of one side. If they are cultivated, they can also become their mainstays. Absorb, it's okay, you can do it yourself. Yang Kai waved his hand. Wu Jia was stunned. Didn't the Holy Master appear? I'm not interested in those people, and I have brought a group of demon race people, so it's not easy to show up. Yang Kai smiled and said with great meaning, Sect Master Wu can take this opportunity to strengthen the strength of the underworld sect. Those who can absorb it will be absorbed, and those who cannot be absorbed will be driven away. Broken Profound Palace, Battle Soul Hall is also a good force, and there must be a lot of storage inside. Wu Jia's expression changed, and after thinking for a while, he clasped his fists excitedly, thank you, Holy Master, for your accomplishment. The 3 forces near the 9 Heavens Holy Land have always been dependent on the 9 Heavens Holy Land to survive. Among them, Pozan Palace is the most powerful. Zhang Ao also has the cultivation of the 2nd level of the Holy Land, followed by the Battle Spirit Hall, and the Nether Sect is the existence at the bottom. Now that Wu Jia has such a golden opportunity, why is he not excited? In these 2 sects, there is no strong man who can fight against him. As the head of a sect, if he can't even handle this matter, it will be a waste of him to cultivate to the Holy Realm. Wu Jia seems to have seen the scene where his nether sect absorbs the nourishment of the other 2 forces and grows. In addition to being excited, there is also some sadness. If it wasn't for Zhang Ao and Cao Guan doing their own crimes, how could he still be in the early days of Wu Jia? I secretly felt that following Yang Kai really had a great future. It didn't take long, and I didn't do much, so I had a great opportunity in front of me. In the excitement, Wu Jia immediately stated that he would return to the sect to deal with the matter immediately, and by the way invited Yang Kai to follow him to the Nether sect for a few days. Anyway, he has to wait here for half a month, so he naturally wants to take this opportunity to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. Yang Kai declined his invitation. Your Nether sect is only a few hundred miles away from here. I'll talk about it when I want to go there. It's over at this time. Yang Kai looked at the busy ancient demons and felt that it was not a good choice to leave them now. Wu Jia didn't ask for it, and he left after pleads guilty. One day later, the disciples of the Nether sect returned and brought back a large amount of living materials, enough for thousands of people to live here for half a month. Li Rong and the others were very satisfied with Wu Jia's show of affection. Tents are set up in this jungle, and the ancient demons live in groups with curiosity, and they are very busy every day. In the largest tent, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the thick fleece blanket, immersed in the sea of AAAA knowledge, and began to purposefully refine the group of soul energy that belonged to Zhang Ao. 2 months ago, after Zhang Ao's death, the world destruction demon I pulled out his soul energy, and Yang Kai arranged it in a special corner. Yang Kai mainly wanted to spy on his memory and see what he said about the secrets of the starry sky before he died. Without using the world-extinguishing demon eye to purify this mass of energy, Yang Kai just carefully pulled him with his heart, and probed and peeped little by little. After a person dies, the soul energy left behind contains the person's life experience, as well as all his emotions. If you leave it alone, it won't take long for it to dissipate between the heavens and the earth. Of course, there are also strong souls that are strong enough to last for a long time, and then they can find a suitable body, and then they can take the body. Such divine soul energy is complex and dangerous. Even experts who specialize in the power of divine consciousness would not dare to easily spy on and read other people's thoughts, because one carelessness will affect one's own nature and memory, and even one's own thinking can also become disorganized. Yang Kai has the fire of divine consciousness, so he dares to do this. He also had to be careful. While peeping, he didn't let Zhang Ao's memory and thinking affect him. Once he found such signs, he would immediately kill them. Scene after scene flashed before Yang Kai's eyes, all of which were things that Zhang Ao had experienced before his death. These scenes were intermittent, very incoherent. Yang Kai looked at it like a horse and ignored it. The power of divine consciousness is quickly consumed, and almost every 2 hours, Yang Kai has to rest for a while. Continue to investigate until recovery is complete. It was not until 5 days later that Yang Kai finally got a glimpse of the secret of the starry sky from the scattered and useless memory. Indistinctly, you could see a rocky forest, with stone pillars standing on the ground full of green grass. It was here that Zhang Ao picked up a lot of strange stones. The blood essence stone was also found by him here. In the field of vision, Zhang Ao seemed to move some hands and feet, and the entrance of a void corridor suddenly opened. After hesitating for a long time, Zhang Ao burrowed in. The next moment is in the vast starry sky, surrounded by stars, and the terrifying power of the void is added, which makes Yang Kai feel the same. When he wanted to spy again, this scene was inexplicably interrupted. When his own consciousness returned, Yang Kai sighed. Although he couldn't spy on where the stone forest was, it should be in Pozan Palace. With a movement of his divine sense, the world destruction demon eyes opened, and a golden light shot down, and Zhang Ao's divine soul energy was completely purified. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chen Dong's new book, Perfect World Novel, Everyone is Welcome. Since the title of the book is the same as that of an online game, please move to Perfect World Novel. Perfect World Novel bar portal. MF. KW equals AAAAA 1/2 A section AAAA micro. Welcome all the fans to reunite. Chapter 876 I Know Who She Is. After finding out Zhang Ao's memories about the secrets of the starry sky, Yang Kai directly refined his soul energy. Gained his perception and understanding of Tiandao and martial Dao. My own Xinxing cultivation base has been subtly improved a little, but it is not significant. With the improvement of Yang Kai's strength, the benefits of refining a person's soul energy after death are getting less and less. However, with this method, Yang Kai will never have to worry that he will encounter bottlenecks in his cultivation. As long as he kills some high-level warriors at the right time and absorbs their insights, Yang Kai can continue to cultivate smoothly on the premises that the strength of the flesh can keep up. With Yang Kai's current Xinxing cultivation base, there is no obstacle before he arrives at the third layer holy state. Concentrating his mind, Yang Kai slowly got up and was about to go out to take a look when suddenly Han Fei's stern shout came from not far away. Who? The next moment, a chill that pierced through my heart spread out, and there was the sound of clothes hunting by my ears. It seemed that Han Fei was chasing him out. Yang Kai frowned, walked out of the tent, and saw many ancient demons gathered together, pointing in one direction. Lord, Li Rong rushed over in a hurry. In order to protect Yang Kai's safety, her tent was next to Yang Kai's tent, no more than 5 feet apart. What happened? Yang Kai asked, and at the same time released his spiritual sense to check the situation over there. It seems that someone has been spying on this side for the past few days, but we haven't been able to find out who it is. Commander Han Fei should have been aware of it before chasing it out. You didn't even find it? Yang Kai was surprised. That person's ability to conceal his aura is very powerful. He seems to be able to completely hide himself, as if he didn't exist. Li Rong's brows condensed into a line. That's interesting. Yang Kai grinned. Although Li Rong only had 2 levels of sanctification, she was in no way inferior to a demon general in battle. Who was an enemy that she couldn't even detect? The only person who can do this in the vicinity is the demon clan great senior. However, Yang Kai has already negotiated with him, and it is impossible for great senior to go back on his word, and he will not be bored to spy on the movement here. After waiting in place for a while, Han Fei flew back with a cold face. Have you caught up with that person? Li Rong asked. Han Fei shook her head. The speed is very fast, and the movement is also very delicate. I can't catch up. Have you seen what kind of person it is? Yang Kai asked. A woman. Han Fei frowned, but it's very strange that her clothes seem to be torn, her hair is messy, like a madman, and she doesn't speak. After I found it, she ran away quickly. Oh yes, I can't feel any vitality from her, but there is still some death. Death? Li Rong was surprised. That's right, it's the aura of death, it seems to be the breath of a person after death. Han Fei nodded sternly. Yang Kai's expression changed, and his body swayed, leaving a series of afterimages in place. After a pause, he asked, "Is her movement like this?" Han Fei nodded repeatedly. "Yes, it's the movement technique of this feeling, it's amazing." "Then I know who she is." Yang Kai stared into the distance and sighed. Several leaders of the ancient demon clan looked at each other in dismay, wondering why Yang Kai showed a sad expression. "Lord, is that woman your old acquaintance?" Li Rong asked carefully. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know her, but she has something to do with me. She is a saint from the Nine Heavens Holy Land." Immediately speaking about the story of Saint Nun Nan, everyone in the ancient demon clan was amazed. You don't kill one person during your lifetime, but after you die, you slaughter millions of corpses. Li Rong thought thoughtfully, it's somewhat similar to Senior Coffin Slave, but completely opposite. Coffin Slave and Nan Shungu are both living dead. It's just that a charcoal creature, one who has never killed anyone, has an obsession in his heart, so even after death, his body acts according to the will of his life. Because it was a living dead, there was no breath to reveal, and Li Rong and the others couldn't find it. If you want to deal with such a person, you can either directly destroy it, or smash her will during her lifetime. Once the will during her lifetime is shattered, the dead body will naturally stop moving. It's time to deal with it, Yang Kai said leisurely. No matter what, Shenggu Nan said that she was a person from the Holy Land. If you leave it alone, it might cause troubles like a few years ago. And it's not good for the stability of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. This time she appeared here, she should be staring at her. As long as she acts as a bait, Nan Shungu who follows her instinct will definitely appear again. Li Rong and the others didn't refute her after she shared her thoughts with several leaders. For safety's sake, Yang Kai still brought Li Rong and Han Fei along and headed for the depths of the jungle. After all, Saint Aunt Nan has the cultivation of the two-layered holy state, which should not be underestimated. After traveling 100 miles, Yang Kai stopped walking until he came to a valley, looked left and right for a while, and nodded slightly. The two girls, Li Rong and Han Fei, immediately hid, restrained their breath, and arranged in secret. Yang Kai was walking in the valley on his own, and by the way, he also looked for genius treasures to see if he could find anything, but unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he could only find some herbs of the sky level, profound level, even the spiritual level. None were found. It was not until he walked around the entire valley that Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of incongruity. In the dark, there seems to be a pair of eyes watching him. Huo Di turned his head, looked in that direction, and saw Saint Aunt Nan, dressed in white, with disheveled hair, and a ghost-like appearance, staring at him faintly over there, motionless. The white dress was damaged a lot due to many battles, and she had never been changed, which made her look more and more terrifying. Yang Kai didn't know when she appeared, let alone how long she had been watching him here. She only felt that when her eyes looked at the Holy Master Spirit ring in her hand, there was a touch of tenderness and warmth. Remember, the Holy Lord's spiritual ring is the status symbol of every Holy Lord in the Nine Heavens Holy Land. The old Holy Lord also wore it on his hand when he was alive. Saint Aunt Nan is the old Holy Lord's woman. When she sees this ring, she will naturally reveal some unusual looks. But soon, the tenderness and nostalgia in her eyes were replaced by hideousness, and she bullied Yang Kai like a ghost without saying a word. Before the person arrived, the huge pressure had already hit. A long sword appeared leisurely in midair, and slashed towards Yang Kai. Xuantian sword. Yang Kai squinted and looked at it, and didn't mean to avoid it. Ice and snow. A coquettish shout suddenly came from the side. In the whole valley, the temperature dropped sharply in an instant. With the sound of clicking, a thin layer of ice covered the lush vegetation, and above the valley, a layer of blue enchantment also lit up. The huge change in climate even caused some snowflakes to fall from the sky. Each piece of those snowflakes contained terrifying power, and when they slowly fell, bursts of light erupted, turning into hundreds of millions of small and sharp attacks, shrouded in the path towards Saint Aunt Nan. Zhan Tianjian shattered in response. Saint Aunt Nan, who was rushing towards Yang Kai, instinctively stopped her steps, took out the great heaven shield, and guarded her body. Suddenly, a dazzling spear appeared in her hand, fiercely hiding it from Han Fei, positioned to throw past. Call out A. The Sky Punisher spear Ru broke through the blockade of the space, but in an instant it was killed in front of Han Fei's eyes, and it instantly enlarged in her pupils. A chill rose from the bottom of her heart, and wild magic lines climbed up one after another on Han Fei's pretty face. Qiancheniu stretched out her hand and precisely grabbed the tip of the spear. Drops of bright red blood fell from the fingertips. At the same time, Li Rong had quietly come behind Saint Aunt Nan, the red light was blooming, and a huge flower suddenly appeared under Saint Aunt Nan's feet. The flower bloomed and was beautiful, spinning like a lotus pedestal, and there were wonderful fluctuations, which seemed to have an infinite pulling force, pulling Saint Aunt Nan's body into the flower. The surrounding petals gradually closed towards the center, trying to wrap Saint Aunt Nan. A hoarse and terrifying scream came from the mouth of Saint Aunt Nan, leaving an afterimage on the spot, and the next moment she appeared not far away. A pair of cloudy eyes stared at Li Rong and Han Fei gloomily, as fierce and violent as trapped beasts. Li Rong and Han Fei gathered together, looking at Saint Aunt Nan with some pity and some fear, sensing the difficulty of the other party. You don't need to keep your hands, try to restrain them, if you can't restrain them, just kill them. Yang Kai said lightly. Yes. Li Rong and Han Fei responded at the same time, once again using that earth-shattering method. Chi chi chi, ice prism, shish, pieces of bright red petals flying. There is no suspense for the two ancient demon leaders to join forces to fight against a Saint Nan who has entered the second level of the Holy Spirit. The valley was wrapped by Han Fei's barrier, and Saint Aunt Nan couldn't escape even if she wanted to. If it wasn't for her scruples, she would be considered a member of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Li Rong and Han Fei would have already beaten her to pieces. After half an hour, Saint Aunt Nan was finally forced to a dead end, and was wrapped in a piece of flowers that Li Rong displayed. The red light was dazzling, and after the light disappeared, the flower seemed to be imprinted into Saint Aunt Nan's body, and a miniature flower mark appeared on her face. The real essence in the body was banned, and her own actions were also banned, and Nan Shungu couldn't move. Going forward, staring closely at this Saintess Nan who had been entangled with him for several years, Yang Kai was in a complicated mood. The person in front of her must have been a beautiful woman when she was young, and even when she died, her face was not old at all. But at this moment, she has made no one and no ghost. If the old holy master is still alive, I don't know how I would feel when I saw this scene. In all honesty, if one of Su Yan or Sha Ning Chong did this, Yang Kai would not be able to rest his eyes even if he died. I wanted to destroy it directly, but at this time, Yang Kai couldn't do it anymore. He pondered for a while before ordering, take it back and take a good look at it. He decided to hand over Saint Aunt Nan to the people in Zhuhui. Li Rong and Han Fei looked at each other and nodded lightly. The former carried Saint Aunt Nan and followed Yang Kai back to the original road. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chendong's new book is officially released, please click for recommendation. Chapter 877. Time flickered, and half a month later, it was the day agreed with the great senior of the monster race. The ancient demon clan was ready to go, everything was tidy up, and they only waited for Yang Kai's order to enter Jufeng. Because of Yang Kai's relationship, the ancient demons have long regarded Jufeng as their new home, and they are naturally full of expectations at this moment, imagining what kind of paradise there is. Groups gathered together, pointed to Jufeng, and whispered. Yang Kai's spiritual sense spread out, checking the situation on the other side of Jufeng. Since last night, Jufeng has left many monsters and monsters one after another. Until this moment, there is not much life inside. Breath. The ones who remained were the alchemists and artifact refiners who originally belonged to the Nine Heavens Holy Land. When Yang Kai and Great Senior made an agreement a few years ago, he left these alchemists and alchemists to refine them. Today, when the demon clan left, Great Senior also kept his promise and did not take these people away. Yang Kai nodded secretly, feeling that Great Senior is quite good. A colorful light appeared in front of the eyes, Katie waving her wings and suspended in midair. Mei swept her eyes and fixed her gaze on Yang Kai, coldly said, "My family has already evacuated, you can go back. The Great Senior asked me to pass on a message to you, thank you for the good development of our clan in the past few years, and you are welcome to come to the Beast Sea Forest at any time. Miss Katie has worked hard, say hello to Great Senior for me, I will definitely go there when I have time." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. The words have been brought, farewell. Katie hummed, turned and flew away. This chick has a very bad temper. Yinya muttered to the side, looking a little dissatisfied. The strength is very strong, it is a small level higher than you and me, and it is very beautiful. Shuiji smirked, looking at the direction of Katie's departure. Don't talk nonsense, you too, remember that sometimes trouble comes out of your mouth. Li Rong reprimanded, my clan has just reappeared in the world, try not to cause trouble. Yinya and Shuiji nodded quickly, expressing their understanding. Let's go. Yang Kai waved his hand and led the way. Between the 9 peaks, there is lush greenery, the fragrance of birds and flowers, and the formation of the 9 peaks is still in operation, making the heaven and earth aura of this place extremely rich. After the ancient demon clan entered here, they fell in love with this place all of a sudden. Many demon clan looked at this place and looked at that, and they seemed extremely excited. The conditions and environment here are many times better than those in Mogu Castle. Living here is very comfortable even physically and mentally. Many clansmen couldn't help but feel an unreal feeling that even though they had left the Shaoshuan realm for 2 or 3 months, they sometimes thought they were still living in that world without the sun, moon and stars. When I saw the splendor outside, I suddenly woke up. In the middle of a mountain, there are about 100 people in front of the hall where the great senior was standing in awe. These hundreds of people are all alchemists and alchemists. They are of different ages, male and female, and their cultivation is not too high. The most powerful one is only 2 levels of transcendent realm. When Yang Kai led the thousands of demon race people here, the hundreds of people quickly bowed their heads and saluted. I have seen Holy Master, you are finally back. Everyone has worked hard. Yang Kai nodded lightly. It is really a last resort for you to work for the monster race for nearly 3 years. Please forgive me. It's not hard work. The elder with the highest strength stepped forward. The demon clan did not treat me harshly, but rather politely. Lord Lao is concerned. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said loudly, since I am back today, the Holy Land will return to what it was before and no one will dare to trample on the majesty of my Holy Land at will. Anyone who dares to come will be punished. A group of alchemists and artifact refiners were quite excited and shouted vigorously. The old man looked at the ancient demons, frowning slightly. Although he didn't understand why Yang Kai brought a group of demons, he didn't ask any further questions. He just asked suspiciously, what about the elders of Shu Wei? Why haven't they returned? They are already in the Holy Land. Yang Kai chuckled, you guys wait here first, I'll go and release the great elder and the others. Looking back, she told Li Rong again, you guys also wait here. Li Rong and the others nodded lightly. Yang Kai swayed, and after a few flashes, he came to the front of the holy tomb. Imprint the Holy Lord's spirit ring on the finger into a certain position on the blue stone, pour in the true essence, and on the huge blue stone, an entrance to the void corridor immediately appears. In the holy mausoleum, thousands of disciples from the 9 heavens holy land waited silently here. The dark space, waiting for several years like a day, everyone has gradually gotten used to it. Although he was sometimes impatient, he was comforted by several elders and his royal highnesses. Several elders and his highnesses told them that there will be a day when the Holy Master will come back here and take them out again. For that time, everyone must improve their strength as much as possible, so as not to abandon the foundation of the Holy Land and live on their own. Shu Wei and others regarded the evacuation a few years ago as the biggest stain in their lives. In the past few years, I have spared no effort in practicing. The Holy Tomb was originally a place where every generation of Holy Master and Holy Maiden retreated and practiced. Although the environment was bad, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was quite strong. Inexhaustible use. Such a great opportunity, any martial artist who wants to improve his strength is not willing to miss it. In the past 3 years, almost everyone has made a lot of progress. Except for not being able to go out, everything is developing in a good direction. The thousands of people meditated silently, and the spiritual energy of the earth turned into thousands of strands that day, pouring into the bodies of the disciples of the Holy Land, and the scene was spectacular. Although the number of people is large, they are silent. Even if someone stands up and moves, they are light-handed, for fear of disturbing others. In a corner, Enlinger, who was meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly noticed an unusual aura appearing in the holy tomb. She frowned suspiciously. The next moment, she opened her eyes in surprise. Huodi got up and turned her head to look around. Because of the 9 heavens divine skill that he had instilled in Yang Kai, Enlinger knew his aura better than anyone else. At that moment, she clearly noticed that Yang Kai appeared nearby. Linger, what's wrong? Yu Ying also opened her eyes and asked softly. He's in. Enlinger looked around and replied with a trembling voice. Who? Yu Ying asked and suddenly woke up, covered her mouth, and exclaimed, you mean? Enlinger nodded heavily. The conversation between the two alarmed the other elders, Shu Wei and others, who also hurriedly opened their eyes and looked around. After a while, everyone's eyes were fixed in one direction. In that direction, a figure was approaching here. The light was dim, and although the appearance of the man could not be clearly seen, every elder felt the expected and exciting traces of life from him. Holy Master. Shu Wei got up tremblingly and called out there. Really, the Holy Master is here? Cheng Yutong blinked her beautiful eyes and stared at that side for a moment. Moments later, the man came up to the crowd and looked at them with a smile, the very face they had been eagerly longing for years. It's the Holy Master, Shu Wei shouted excitedly, and hurriedly saluted with the other elders. I have seen the Holy Master before. Don't be so polite, Yang Kai chuckled. You are finally here, and Ling'er looked at Yang Kai faintly. We have been waiting here for several years. His eyes turned red as he spoke. During the waiting days, many people inevitably thought that they would be imprisoned here for the rest of their lives. If it wasn't for Shu Wei and the others to comfort him in time, there would be a big mess. I'm late, I have to wait for a long time, I'm really sorry. Yang Kai looked serious and sincerely apologized. Holy Master is serious. Shu Wei was in tears and didn't know what to say. Those disciples who were meditating and cultivating were also awakened by the movement here. When they realized that it was Yang Kai's arrival, they couldn't help but burst into cheers. Shu Wei quickly silenced them. But everyone still looked at this side eagerly, wondering if Yang Kai would take them out this time. Several elders are also full of expectations. Yu Ying asked, Holy Master, since you have come in, does that mean that everything outside has been dealt with? Well, everything is in order and the people of the demon clan have also evacuated. It's time for you to go home. Hearing him say this, everyone was immediately excited, and couldn't wait to leave this place and return to Jufeng. I'll open the exit, a few elders will make arrangements. Yang Kai said with a smile. Okay, Shu Wei nodded quickly and arranged with the others. Taking advantage of their arrangement, Yang Kai opened the exit and left together with Ling'er. Outside the holy mausoleum, one disciple after another came out of the holy mausoleum in an orderly manner, seeing the sun again, excited, and many people screamed in the sky, venting their joy in their hearts. Standing outside the holy tomb, Yang Kai watched these disciples appear, while thinking about how to tell Shu Wei and the others about the ancient demon clan. Although he was in charge of the Nine Heavens Holy Land now, but just arranged a group of demons here, I don't know if Shu Wei and the others would object. If you object, how to deal with it? It seems that your strength has become stronger again. And Ling'er suddenly said, what is your cultivation base now? Transcendent 3-layer, Yang Kai replied casually. And Ling'er couldn't help covering her mouth, and her beautiful eyes looked at him with trembling. She still remembered that when he first met Yang Kai, he only had the transcendent 1st layer and was drifting on the sea. In just 4 or 5 years, he has reached the transcendent 3-layer, spanning 2 small layers, and is heading towards the Holy Land. For a moment, Ling'er suddenly believed in Yang Kai's previous wild words. He had said a long time ago that even if he did not enter the Nine Heavens Holy Land, if he was given 30 years, he would definitely be able to sit on an equal footing with the Holy Master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. At that time, Ling'er didn't believe it, and felt that his tone was bigger than heaven, but now, Ling'er had no choice but to believe it. At this rate, he can indeed do it. Perhaps, it will take less than 30 years. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release sent to vote for recommended votes, monthly tickets, your support is my greatest motivation. Chendong's new book is officially released, please click for recommendation. Chapter 878 Then it's no problem. After a busy half-day, all the disciples in the holy tomb came out. Yang Kai closed the holy tomb once again and called several elders and Ling'er together. It seemed that they sensed that he had something to say, and everyone looked at him silently without saying a word. I have something to tell you. Yang Kai frowned slightly, sorting out his words. The Holy Master has something to say, even if you say it directly, the subordinates and others are all ears. Shu Wei chuckled, not knowing why Yang Kai looked a little embarrassed. As long as you don't leave the Holy Land and give up the position of the Holy Master, we will promise you whatever you say. Yu Ying interjected with a smile. Head to head, the elders nodded one after another, for fear that Yang Kai might take the burden at any time like a few years ago. At that time, Yang Kai was really irresponsible, and he didn't look like a holy master at all. That won't happen. Yang Kai laughed and pondered for a while before he said solemnly, let's put it this way, before I met you, I met a group of people, and that was when I was very weak. At that time, because of some special reasons, those people were locked in a small mysterious world. They begged me to find a way to rescue them, and promised to serve me all their lives. Oh, Shu Wei raised his brows. You made such a promise when the Holy Master was very weak. If you didn't say it casually, then you could see the potential of the Holy Master. Which category did they belong to? Shu Wei seemed a little uneasy about the hearts of the group of people that Yang Kai said, and he couldn't help but inquire. They didn't say it casually. I rescued them during the years you hid in the holy tomb, just a few months ago, and they did follow me faithfully as promised. Obey me. This group of people is not bad. Cheng Yutong pursed his lips and smiled. It is trustworthy to have words, but the Holy Master wants to absorb them into the Holy Land. Cheng Yutong said this. The other elders thought of this and looked at Yang Kai curiously. They can't be absorbed into the Holy Land. I just want to find a mountain among these 9 peaks for them to live in. I wonder what the elders think. Can't absorb it? Shu Wei frowned, but quickly relaxed. It's okay if you can't absorb it. Since you are a holy master, it's natural to live in the Holy Land. The Holy Land is so big, and you can't accommodate those people. Yeah, Luo Sheng and Meng Tianfei also agreed, agreeing with Shu Wei. Don't rush to agree. I haven't finished speaking before you make a decision after listening. Yang Kai smiled and continued. There are about 1,000 people in this group. There are quite a few people, but the Holy Land is enough to accommodate them. Shu Wei nodded slightly and asked again, what about the strength? What is the strength of their most powerful expert? 5 people in the Holy Land. What? The elders' eyes widened in an instant, and Enlinger couldn't help covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. When Yang Kai was very weak, that group of people had already promised to serve him. Shu Wei and the others mistakenly thought that the strength of that group of people was not very good, otherwise how could they easily make such a promise? In everyone's guess, it is quite good that there are a few supernatural warriors in the sector small family that the 1,000 people are probably in decline. But they didn't want Yang Kai to tell them that 5 of those people had entered the Holy Land. This number is only a little short of the 9 heavens Holy Land. Holy Master, aren't you joking? Shu Wei couldn't believe it. Do you think I'm joking? Yang Kai said with a solemn expression. Among the other 5 saint stagers, 3 are 2 level and 2 are 1 level. Everyone was dumbfounded on the spot. The 3 2-level powerhouses and the 2 first-level powerhouses, although one less than the 9 heavens Holy Land in terms of the number of people entering the Holy Land, if there is a conflict, they can easily kill the 9 heavens Holy Land powerhouses with their combat power. Shu Wei and the others immediately understood why Yang Kai had come to seek their opinions in such a pretentious manner. They couldn't be sure what kind of people's temperament was. If there was any conflict with the Holy Land in the future, Shu Wei and the others would not be able to resist. The joy of leaving the Holy Tomb was suddenly replaced by a deep worry. Moreover, they are not ordinary people. As if the elders were not shocked enough, Yang Kai added in a deep voice, they are demons. Devil! Yu Ying couldn't help screaming. Cheng Yutong's pretty face also turned white instantly. Shu Wei was indifferent, but everyone could see the shock and hesitation in his heart. Yang Kai said so much information, he didn't know how to answer. After careful discussion, if you feel that it is really unacceptable for them to be in the 9 heavens Holy Land, just tell me, and I will find another place to place them. Yang Kai said lightly, and did not mean to force them, waved his hand. Now you should arrange the affairs of the disciples first, and I will tell you this to give you some mental preparation. Everyone looked straight at Yang Kai, and no one moved. You don't have to be so entangled, I don't have a place to place them in the 9 heavens Holy Land. Yang Kai grinned and saw the embarrassment of everyone. This was also what he expected. Shu Wei seemed to have woken up suddenly, and said with a solemn expression, Holy Master, I just want to ask, do those devils really obey you completely, or are they unruly, and in order to leave that Shaochuanji, they are temporarily deceived by you, and will wait until the future? Find the right opportunity and it will be out of your control. You don't have to worry about this. Yang Kai smiled proudly. I told them, they wouldn't dare not obey. All the elders looked shocked. Shu Wei took a long breath and said calmly, then there's no problem, you are the Lord of the Holy Land, it's up to you to decide who you want to place here, the elders like me are just to assist you. Only suggestions, no decision-making power. The Holy Master can consult us, it has already given us a great face. Yang Kai grinned and glanced at the others. Luo Sheng, Shi Kun, Meng Tianfei, Yu Ying, and Cheng Yutong all had no opinion. Although they were a little worried, they all looked at Yang Kai with trusting eyes. Then I will thank you all on behalf of those demons. Yang Kai nodded sternly. Well, there are 9 peaks in the Holy Land, they only need 1, and they will prepare the living materials themselves, and there is no need to worry about the Holy Land, and I will let them restrain themselves. Do not conflict with the disciples of the Holy Land. Has the Holy Master selected which peak? Shu Wei asked. Let's just go to the mountain where Yingyuan is located. Because of the existence of Yinuetan Lake, the mountain is very cold every night when the moon is night. People who originally lived on and under the mountain have all moved away. It can be said that among the 9 peaks, the only one that no one cares about, mountain peaks. However, the ancient demon clan was born with a sturdy physique, so it shouldn't be a problem to live there, as long as it's not too close to reflecting Moon Lake. And there are quite a few ready-made houses there, so they will be spared the preparation for construction. Won't they have any complaints? Should we change a mountain? Shu Wei couldn't help but feel a little worried. It doesn't matter, the environment in the mysterious small world is far worse than here, and they are very satisfied if they can live there. Yang Kai chuckled. Is that so? Shu Wei said no more. After learning that the group of demons had come to the Holy Land, Shu Wei immediately stated that he was going to see them. After all, everyone will live in the 9 peaks in the future. Although they do not belong to a single faction, they are considered to live in one place. Especially regardless of the 9 heavens Holy Land or the group of demons, all of them are Yang Kai's power. Having one thing in common, Shu Wei felt that as long as there were no major problems, everything could be reduced to a small thing. The 2 elders Meng Tianfei and Shi Kun arranged for the disciples. Shu Wei and the others followed Yang Kai to the front of the hall again. The hundreds of alchemists and the ancient demon clan were still waiting quietly. Although Yang Kai had been away for half a day, the ancient demon clan members were all calm and honest, but they looked around and did not cause any trouble. As the host, Shu Wei immediately welcomed Li Rong and others. Li Rong and the others also smiled and greeted each other. Especially Shu Wei, she felt that Li Rong was very considerate. She didn't look like a devil at all, but she looked like a lady from a big family or a big sect. Involuntarily, his eyes lit up. Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong also had a strong interest in Han Fei. They were both beautiful women. Han Fei's cultivation base was 1 level higher than theirs, and her temperament was cold, which made them feel that the other party had a lot to learn. A common topic was found, and the dignitaries of the 2 parties had a great time discussing. Yang Kai was put aside and seemed to have nothing to do. After talking for a while, Li Rong suddenly said, "By the way, the Lord captured a person a few days ago. It seems to be the previous generation of Saintess of your 9 heavens Holy Land. The Lord calls her Saintess Nan." "Sage Nan," Shu Wei exclaimed, and hurriedly looked around. "Where is the person?" Li Rong clapped her hands, and immediately some people from the ancient demons brought the bound Saint and Nan. Seeing the miserable appearance of the Saintess of the previous generation, Shu Wei and the others couldn't help but redden their eyes and became saddened. And Linger burst into tears in an instant, stumbled over, and crouched on Saint and Nan, crying bitterly. The Saintess of the previous generation and the current saints have a very good relationship. Saint and Nan has always treated and Linger as her own daughter. Unfortunately, after the death of Saint and Nan, she personally killed the other 3 Saintess, Lian and Linger almost failed to escape bad luck. Goodbye now. How could An Linger suppress the sadness in her heart? Shu Wei quietly wiped the corners of his eyes and turned his head away. Li Rong and the others also seemed to be a little infected, and sighed slightly. After a while, Yang Kai stepped forward, patted An Linger on the shoulder and said, "How to deal with it, you can make up your own mind." An Linger nodded repeatedly, choked up constantly, and took the walking corpse like Saint and Nan gradually away. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 879. Being restrained by a powerhouse like Li Rong, even if Nan Shenggu had the ability to reach the sky, she would not be able to exert herself, so there was no need to worry that she would be detrimental to An Linger. It was getting late, but the entire 9 heavens Holy Land was in full swing. Thousands of disciples from the Holy Land returned from the Holy Tomb, and there were many things to do. The ancient demon clan followed Yang Kai and Shu Wei to the mountain and began to build their future residence. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. After a whole month, the noisy holy place gradually subsided. The mess left after the evacuation of the demon clan was cleaned up, and the 9 heavens Holy Land once again entered a track of steady development, and on the mountain where the ancient demon clan was located, houses of different sizes were also built everywhere, which were continuous and exquisite. When the ancient demon clan built their homes, Shu Wei and others provided a lot of help, which made Li Rong and the others very grateful. After getting along for more than a month, the elders of Shu Wei could not help but change some of their views and instinctive rejection of demons. They found that this group of demons who followed Yang Kai was basically the same except that they were different from their own race and had different energy properties in their bodies. I haven't seen them running around and causing any trouble, and every demon is very strict. Gradually, the disciples of the Holy Land and the demons were able to coexist peacefully. Yang Kai is very satisfied with the current situation. In the past month, he has not had any free time. He has to deal with the 9 Heavens Holy Land for a while, and he has to deal with the people of the ancient demon family. After working here and there, he is extremely tired. Opened the relationship, the clone was flawless, and there was no time to communicate with the divine tree. Now that there is finally a stable foothold, Yang Kai wants to get the divine tree out of the black book space. However, considering the difficulty and the physique of the ancient demon clan, it was better to give up. The Yang attribute energy released by the god tree is too strong, even the ancient demon clan may not be able to bear it, and with Yang Kai's current strength, if the god tree is taken out of the black book space, I am afraid that it will be exhausted again. Occasionally, I can escape into the black book space with my mind and talk to the divine tree to soothe its lonely mood. I also learned from the divine tree that the 2 peculiar pitch black round stones are still absorbing the essence of rare ores, the inner essence has all disappeared. After such a long time, the traces like human body meridians in the 2 pitch black round stones became more and more obvious and more coherent. Yang Kai faintly felt that they were a bit unusual, but he didn't know what the purpose of these 2 pitch black round stones that could absorb the essence of ore was. On this day, Yang Kai was discussing matters with Li Rong Shu Wei, when suddenly a disciple from the Holy Land came to report, "Holy Master, someone outside the peak is asking to see you." "Who?" Yang Kai frowned. "Wu Jia, the sect master of the Nether sect." The disciple reported. "Wu Jia." Shu Wei slapped the table and shouted, "How brave, I haven't settled the account with him last time, how dare he come to my holy place Jufeng today? It's true that there is a way to heaven, he won't go, and there is no way to hell. If he wants to break in, how many people did he bring?" The disciple hurriedly said, "There is only one person, but it seems that 2 guys of unknown origin were caught, and they were knocked unconscious and carried in his hands." Shu Wei snorted coldly, "You dare to come here alone? You really don't take my holy land in your eyes. Holy Master, let this old man teach him a lesson." Yang Kai smiled and said, "No need, Wu Jia is not an outsider." Shu Wei was stunned, a little unable to recover, not knowing why Yang Kai said that. Back then, that guy followed Zhang Ao, Cao Guan, and the others to the Holy Land, and Shu Wei hated it to the core, wishing he could peel his skin, eat his flesh, and drink his blood to vent his hatred. Yang Kai was not in a hurry to explain, and said to the disciple, "Go and invite him over." Quote, after the disciple was ordered to go out, Yang Kai slowly explained. After learning that Wu Jia had made good friends with Yang Kai as early as 2 or 3 years ago, and had been following Yang Kai's side some time ago, Shu Wei said with a strange expression, "I see, I have long heard that Wu Jia is the best at managing interpersonal relationships, also knows how to judge the situation, it seems that the reputation is well deserved. However, he was able to show his love to the Lord a few years ago, which shows that this person has good eyesight." Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled, "Not everyone can see the potential of the Lord, such as that one. Ao, Cao Guan, and the others have already eaten their own fruits and will not end well." "Zhang Ao and Cao Guan are dead." Shu Wei was extremely surprised. "I forgot to tell you about this." Yang Kai nodded slightly, Pozan Palace and Battle Soul Palace have done their best, and basically they can't make a difference. Wu Jia is here now, and probably has already dealt with these 2 things. A power thing. It's up to you to take the blame. Shu Wei looked a little uneasy, this old man is still thinking about when to lead someone over to find them to settle the account, but now it seems that there is no need for them. If they are lucky, if they fall into the hands of this old man, they will definitely let them know what life is better than death. Shu Wei cursed through gritted teeth, with deep resentment. Li Rong pursed her lips and looked at Yang Kai, unable to help but laugh. After a short wait, Wu Jia walked in from the outside wearing a black robe. As the disciple had told him, he was carrying 2 unconscious warriors in both hands. The 2 warriors didn't know what tricks they had hit, and they couldn't see any scars on their bodies. When it was near, Wu Jia threw the 2 people on the ground, and then clasped his fists and said, "Wu has seen Lord Holy Master, and Lord Li. Well, the first elder is well." Yang Kai and Li Rong nodded with a smile. Shu Wei snorted coldly, some didn't like to see Wu Jia, secretly felt that this person is a scumbag, the wind blows on both sides, he is a sinister and cunning person, and he is ashamed in his heart, people. Wu Jia didn't mind either. "Sit down," Yang Kai gestured. Wu Jia nodded lightly and sat aside. A pretty female disciple immediately served tea. After drinking for a while, Yang Kai asked, Sect Master Wu is here to deal with the affairs of the two sects. When Wu Jia heard the words, his brows lit up, and he said loudly, thanks to the Holy Master for making this happen. For more than a month, Wu has been busy, taking in 2,000 new disciples, and the rest of the people with less aptitude have given them to him. After all the training materials, they were all dispersed. Now within 1,000 miles, apart from the 9 heavens holy land, there is only my netherworld sect left. It took a lot of hands and feet. Yang Kai laughed. It doesn't take much. After killing a few stubborn leaders, everything is much easier. Wu Jia said casually. Well, it's gratifying to congratulate, your sect is also increasing in strength now. It will depend on when Sect Master Wu has broken through to the second level of sanctification. Hearing this, Wu Jia's expression darkened, and he smiled bitterly. Sir, don't make fun of Wu Xia's aptitude. I know in my heart, if there is no great chance in this life, I am afraid that I will not be able to enter the holy two-layer realm. My current cultivation is my limit. You still have some self-knowledge. Shu Wei snorted coldly, his eyes full of contempt. Wu Jia laughed dryly, knowing that Shu Wei had a lot of complaints about him, so he didn't dare to say more, just said, so this hope must be pinned on the disciples below. In the future, the Nether sect will only follow the 9 heavens holy land, and I also hope that the Holy Master will help him. Great Elder, take good care of Netherworld sect. Family, don't say 2 words. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Shu Hui's expression was slightly hazy. Wu Jia, as the head of a sect, said such words, which made his resentment disappear a lot. By the way, these are all the training materials collected from Pozan Palace and Battle Soul Hall. Wu Mo made his own decision and left 30%, and the remaining 70% are all here. Please ask the Holy Master to count it. As Wu Jia spoke, he took out several Chenkin bags and handed them over respectfully. Shu Wei glanced at Yang Kai inquiringly, and Yang Kai nodded calmly. He just stood up and took the Chenkin bag handed over by Wu Jia, and his consciousness swept the Chenkin bag casually, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. The Chenkin bags sent by Wu Jia were full, and they were all excellent training materials, and judging from the number of these Chenkin bags, he really only left less than 30%. The warehouse of the Holy Land is now empty. It is the time when training materials are needed. Wu Jia has sent so many things at this time, and it is undoubtedly a feeling of sending charcoal in the snow. Shu Wei was greatly satisfied, and a smile finally bloomed on the old face. Sect Master Wu is very polite. I hope that our two sects will be able to make good friends in the future, but things like the past will not happen again. No, please don't worry about this point. Wu Mo will not be as cowardly as Zhang Ao, Cao Guan and others. This is the best. Shu Wei nodded in satisfaction, and his attitude finally eased. Well, there is one more thing to report to the Holy Master. Wu Jia straightened his face. About these 2 people? Yang Kai asked. That's right. Wu Jia nodded. When Wu came to the Holy Land today, he accidentally found them wandering around the Holy Land, and besides them, there seemed to be quite a few people. It seems that they are looking for something. Wu, I just grabbed 2 and came over to ask about the situation. Aren't they the dismissed disciples of Pozan Palace and Battle Soul Hall? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. No, Wu Jia shook his head affirmatively. Both of them have supernatural first-level cultivation. If they were from Po Xuanfu and Battle Soul Hall, I would definitely have an impression, but I have never seen them. Quote. Wake them up and ask them what they are here for. Yang Kai said with some displeasure. It is a troubled time now, and there are so many foreign warriors wandering outside the 9 peaks. How can I find out? Yang Kai vaguely smelled an aura of conspiracy, which made him very uncomfortable. Wu Jia squatted down and gently snapped his fingers in the ears of the 2 of them. The next moment, it was as if the 2 of them were sleeping smartly. Watching Wu Jia, Yang Kai and the others on guard. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation.